2022年 IVS スター挑戦大会をご覧の皆様、こんにちは。見どころ満載のトーナメント戦が間もなく始まります。と、その前に、さらに大会を盛り上げるために特別番組を用意しました。進行役を務めさせていただきます。V ちゃんです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。本日は IVS に参加する各チームから計10名の選手にオンラインで参加していただきます。それでは早速、選手の皆さんをお呼びします。こんにちは。まずは一人ずつ簡単な自己紹介をお願いいたします。それでは WBG からヤンモーレン選手。
嗨，大家好，我是 WBG 的杨某人。
続きましてメイク選手。
大家好，我是 WBG 的梅克。
続きまして MRC からシャオチェン選手。
大家好，我是 MRC 战队的肖晨。
続きましてゼータからアルフ選手。
こんにちは、ゼータディビジョンアルフです。
続きましてカズネコ選手。
こんにちは、ゼータディビジョンのカズネコです。
続きましてスカーズからシナミ選手。
こんにちは、スカーズのしなみです。よろしくお願いします。
続きましてナイスからサム選手。
안녕하세요. 저는 나이스팀의 3입니다.
続きましてフュージョンからモモ選手。
Hello, I'm Momo from Fusion Clan.
GH からネル選手。
Hello, Nero from GS Team.
RD から CY 選手。
大家好，我是 RD 的 CY。
ありがとうございます。この10名で本日はお届けいたします。それでは早速ルールの紹介をしていきます。本日の IVS 特別番組ではこちらの10名の選手をチーム2つに分けてマップ月の川公園で BO1 での勝負をしていただきます。対戦で勝ったチームはなんと罰ゲームを指定する権利が与えられます。指定された罰ゲームは負けたチーム全員に受けてもらえますので覚悟しておいてください。では早速チーム分けをしていきます。まずは専用のコイントスツールを使い選定を決めさせていただきます。決まった先手リーダーから交代で自分のチームメンバーをピックしていきます。そして先手チームがロールを、後手チームが自分たちが使うキャラクターの性別を選んでいただきます。残された方は自然に相手チームに回っていきます。はい、それでは先手となったアルフ選手、自分のチームに入れたいメンバーを1人選んでください。
MK。あ、
はい
OK。
続きまして後手のヤンモーレン選手、メンバーを1人選んでください。
我选那个303。
アルフ選手、
よし
2人目をお願いします。めちゃくちゃ悩んでる。
シャオチェン。
Good. Alphys, me.
Yes. OK。
OK。
啊，Thank you。
OK。
就俩能听懂话的全让选走了。
谢谢。
続きましてヤンモーレン選手、2人目お願いいたします。
选默默先。
哇，我也会中文啊。
CY OK，下波选你。
アルフ選手、3人目お願いいたします。
何これきつ。
あーいやーしなみで。
あ、Thank you。アルフ、Thank you。
あ、OK。
いや、そこ日本語でいいやろ。
Me？
看人家做礼貌。
Yes。OK。
あ、Yes。谢
あ、Thank you。
谢谢。
はい、続きまして3人目、ヤンモーレン選手お願いいたします。
选 CY。
OK。
はい、では最後
ダメじゃない
アルフ選手お願いいたします。
あ、じゃあネル選手で。
ありがと
我看这个
OK。
哈兹内口。OK，就他。
それではチームも決まったところで皆さん1分以内にそれぞれのチーム名を決めてください。さあ、両チームともチーム名も決まったところでいよいよ試合の方に入っていきましょう。
起点被锁了。
哦，对，他是最斗士。
追咒打女巫吗？不是红夫人吗？
不是红夫人吗？
I will make a portal from third stop to two story, if you can see. I pin here. No message. I still have one. 10 is Batman, two stories not this.
Where?
Here.
Okay.
Third stop. Third
Okay.
stop.
Okay.
I can make one if you chill window. Just go.
他现在在哪儿啊
Control one. Two story. 鬼屋。
？OK，
二倍站。I can see. 我救人。
我在旁边，你能救是吧？
我救。他要不挂我一闪，的话，他要说我急。
他挂我这儿了，我救吧。他通缉到我了，
我重要过去吗？
我救，你们别管了，我在旁边。
你救吧。右上有点吗？
好像没有，回他。一次推2只。
不能让他上车，不太好搞。
没办法，没事。混种等擦刀再推吧。我实在吃一擦刀的。
那我现在是要点击吗？还是？
没事，先修。
他在守鬼，我空军，我圈你在哪？
不行就卖了，不行
我在。
我点3站。
我的这个亮了，祭司走吧，没关系，这个电击一会儿再。我可以再救一波。
我可以卡他，我搏命的。
我还有枪，没事，我能救，还能再救一波。
我机子被守着，行吧，那我已经走了。你打我急。
你走吧，没关系。
我打给你打大刀，你救完后，我给你打大刀。
来个大洞，你现在来大洞。来个大洞，然后我那个。
哪是你？有个大
这
走的。
起点。
我过去吗？
我说你来过来，你得过来，你去救。
If you can drill water, you have a time. Oh, 走分开，我跟你去，先去掉，是我先。是。他气不出来是啊。
没事，他不抓咱俩，你去吧。
我好吧，保平，别卖掉。你等下点一扇，我点一扇。
你的鸡是不是还没有亮呀？
对，我不会鸡，我刚是被守。
他带到起点，他带到终点。
昆虫可以去帮忙。
对，
昆虫不是有虫吗？我修你修起点，我修这个。
Nice。
全接交了可以，能保吗？
可以。
我还有把枪，我一会儿还能过去帮忙。可以。
我帮他把两个都下，他现在身距很远的。
那就行。
哦，闪我，他闪我。
没事，你倒了没事。
他2个机身都，他2个原身都没。
能活吗？
我救吗？我救不救？我可以救。
你修，祭司修，我救，我修完了。
画人皇。
你在起点等大洞，开门站有大洞也行。我去救。
好说。
让他抓吧，我去救人。
Where are you, Anton?
人皇桥上有一只。
我们这里没事。
70 ready。
他都没闪的，都没闪的。
嗯，我翻个箱子。
你7 second。5 4 3 2
他抓
1。
抓我好像。
Prime service prime。机养好了，机养好了。
OK。
可以开了，可以开，他走。
不，行，开了。
那个 photo
还没压门。我开终点。
他原声不知道去哪了，没有位置。
你的1号信徒有闪吗？
有，我的信徒有闪，但原声没有闪。
take chain。
我在。
就是。
你们能走吗？
我不能走，
他追我，他
He's chasing free。
在哪里找
I can heal。
对，乌鬼。
你们都能走是吧？
那个啥，你在哪？那个啥，杨某人。
我走了，我能走。
但是你别走，
别走。
我要接大东，你先自行。
对。
接住大东。
自己继承。
有排地窖吗？不要水压地窖。
没排。
走吧。
We
can leave。你去个当家是 working。It's all get back 当家。
能过去帮忙打洞吗？起司辅助洞。
我要那个 follow。
地窖在旋转木马。
No ways。我要有。Can you pin message like? I make for long.
Oh, okay.
Just long for. I'll make one here.
Wait.
Come. Oh,
走
never mind.
后面
这个包
俩。
don't看。
4出了吗？
Oh,
Wait for his detention.
it's okay.
他怎么打我头？
他把信徒是大东打掉了。
没刀哎。
没一刀了。翻个箱，你翻这个箱子。你把这个箱子翻，你不能拉道具吗？
哇哦。Breaking.
Yeah.
Manage breaking.
能走吗，祭司？
我不能走，走不了。
你可以来。
没事，你往门这里走。
我在驿站，走不动。我被占了。
驿站门有人点吗？
我能坐车，但是很危险，这地方。
能把你扛到，我们仨帮你扛。
危险啊！我不知道我信徒有没有闪，感觉好像有闪。我这地方死。
分解2站。
你没有那啥了吗？你没有动了吗？
没有动。
你发个位置，发个信号。
我在驿站。是。
OK， 没事，抢门。
我有搏命。
有搏命是吧？
没挂过。
我有搏命。
可以，没关系，慢慢打。
他原声刚过来。
这门快开了。
Let's my ledge。
门快开了。
Nice.
门开了。走急。哎
Nice.
怖えー。なんか俺やな、絶対。
哎呦。
アウフレット。
ミー。
オッケー。
オッケー。じゃよ。
最近。
オッケー。
ヤンモーレンリスペクトでプレイですか？
オッケーオッケーオッケー。
我家的新人过期了。
黒あるって言ってるよ、多分。
オッケーオッケーオッケ
オッケー。見た。Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, nice, 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 nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
Good taste, good taste. Oh!
Okay, okay, okay. Oh my god, oh my god!
No.
Oh my god!
Chase.
Oh my god, oh my god!
Chase. Out of chase.
Wow!
Oh.
Oh my god!
Fighting.
Oh my god, oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god!
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay.
I got 3.
Help me.
西利亚。Yeah. シナミ。
Yeah.
シナミ、come on, シナミ、come on.
Hey.
シナミ、come on.
シャオチェンフォワードによる。
Okay, okay. シャオチェン help me. シャオチェン help me.
业绩。
OK、壁する。強化だけよけよ。あ、OK。
Okay.
OK。
Nice.
想 go。
消成狗，
OB。
来了。
OK。
Okay.
寝る、アフターデコード、バード。
バード
バード。アフターデコード。
OK。
Okay.
Nice.
OK。ナイス。
Thank you.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Shout it.
Oh no!
ラストテント。
Help me.
あ、終わった。
Okay. 加油。Fighting.
加油。
惜しい、ちょっと負けた。あっちどこだこれ。
わかんない。で、ジェットコースターとかうまく使いたいかな。左下だと思う。だから、4逃げは頑張ればいいけど。
人気解除してるから乗るわ。
はい。これ。
寸止め。
オッケー。シャチェン、加油。
我没有大枪！
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
仲直り。
标准是双弹飞轮。
やば何回いた
はいよ。
Help me!
OK。
小陈没有大心脏。
ハンター。ミ。
さんの。
いけそう。
いける。
おー、なんだこいつ。カズネコ？
快点门！业绩。
ファイティン。
Come on！
あ、せっちゃん、
加油！
ファイティン。
あ、キヨさん。
小健，小健，
小姐 fighting，
小健，
来了来了，
加油加油加油
加油，
加油！
加油
！OK OK OK OK
OK，
哦 OK OK
加
OK
油，
啊哦
加油
nice 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 nice
加油，
加油加油加油
加油！
啊
好，
！Nice nice nice，
哎，哦，
開いてる
開いてる。
開いてる
小健，
纳米是纳米，
おーナイスナイスナイス
おおおお
ナイス
加油加油加油加油加油加油加油加油！
Come on come on come on come on！
OK 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 OK
Nice nice。
Go 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 go
Go go go！
Go！
Go go go！
好，快跑快跑快跑！
Go！
Nice nice nice！
Go！
小姐加油加油加油！
加油加油加油
加油
加油加油
这
加油！
Oh my god！
咋了？
进局了。
はい、では、ただいまの試合結果、引き分けとなりました。さあ、いかがだったでしょうか。なんか VC の連携がかなりなんか、笑い声が絶えないようなユニークな連携だったと思うんですけども、なぜかなんか日本語のね、片言を喋っていたしなみ選手、いかがでしたか、VC の連携は。
僕なんかそんなこと喋ってました？
なんか、肉壁をするときになぜか、壁するって言ってたんですけど。
そんなこと言ったんですね、僕。
言ってましたね。
頑張って伝えようとしたと思います、多分。
じゃあもう思いが先行してからもういろいろとにかく喋ろうっていうことですね。
そうですね。
なんか袋をつけようっていうところの連携力とかもかなり素晴らしかったと思います。
そう、何言ってるか分かんなかったんですけど、多分時間的にフクロウのこと言ってんだろうなと思って。
サバイバーをやってるからの勘ですね、それはも
う。そうですね。
見事な連携力でした。その中でですね、仲直りがないっていう状態があったと思うんですけども、あのシーンで皆さん、サバイバーの皆さん、シャオチェン選手が MVP だとおっしゃっているんですけども、シャオチェン選手、サバイバー内の、MVP を獲得された感想などいかがですか？
我真厉害，小春前锋 S1。
いやでも本当にそれぐらい実力はあるオフェンスだったと思います。見事ね、もう試合のすべてをそこにぶつけてくれた感じがして、もう本当に面白かったです。ありがとうございます。そしてハンターを務めました和猫選手、なんかチームメンバーから何かアドバイスとかもらっていたりしましたでしょうか？
そうですね。ヤンモーレンさんから、風猫に託したぞと、引き止めるを持っていけと、一人持って帰ってこいと言われました。
しっかりね、見事、2人も持って帰ることができて素晴らしかったと思います。
很厉害，很厉害。打了一个意想不到的成绩，留了2个，然后在我心里他是最强的，永遠的神。
めちゃくちゃ思ってるやんけ。
素晴らしい称号を手にしましたね。
嬉しいですね。
さて、試合も終わったところで、試合結果はね、先ほど XSWL チームが4逃げをしたので、そちらのチームの勝利となっております。さあ、いよいよ皆さんお待ちかねの罰ゲームタイムです。それでは罰ゲームの方を行っていきたいと思います。さあ、罰ゲーム3つございます。まず1つ目、自撮りをして SNS に投稿。2つ目、自分の似顔絵を描き SNS に投稿。3つ目、カメラに向かってウィンク。この以上3つの中から勝者チーム XSWL チームが1つ罰ゲームを指定してください。
我的意见就是第3个抛媚眼。
抛媚眼啊！
对，就是
不
标准的不行。
ウィンク。
ヤンモーレンジェントル。
OK OK。
はい。ヤンモーレン選手は罰ゲーム3、ウィンクを選択しました。それではシャオチェンズキャットチームの皆さん、カメラに向かってウィンクの方お願いいたします。それではどうぞ。
シャオチェン選手、お願いいたします。
かわいい。
メカメカメカメカメカメカ
メイク選手。
快点。OK。
ありがとうございます。次はアルフ選手ですかね。アルフ選手お願いします。
いやいやいや。おい、この流れきついって。
その流れを引き続いて、木南選手お願いします。
はい。
哎呀，一到位呀！
ありがとうございます。最後にネル選手お願いいたします。さん可愛らしいいつもついてきてありがとうございます。
おもろすぎや。
さあ楽しい時間はねいつも本当に早く感じてしまうんですけども、気がついたらもうエンディングの時間となりました。さあ選手の皆さん本日通してコミュニケーションなども行ってきたと思うんですけどもいかがでしたか？一人一言ずつの感想の方をお願いいたします。まずヤモーレン選手お願いします。
在这个国际大舞台上和大家能够一起竞赛，我非常开心。也没有想到我们这次会获得胜利，非常开心和这几名来自远方的朋友一起打游戏，开心开心。下次希望有机会还在一起玩。
はい、続きましてメイク選手お願いいたします。
就是很开心，这次能够就是跟大家这么多国际友人在一起，进行同一局游戏。以前可能有交集过，但是可能是作为对手来比赛，但是这一次呢也有作为队友来比赛，所以说还是很开心的。然后也是能够自己玩了一些监管者，然后也是能够感觉到大家实力真的很厉害，然后很强，很开心。
はい、続きましてシャオチェン選手お願いいたします。
因为之前的话是跟 Level 和卡兹内克交过手嘛，不过这次就重新说就是一起当了把队友，打游戏是非常快乐的。然后我对怎么说呢，就是能跟这些就是来自远方的朋友一起打游戏，是一种很独特的感觉，因为之前的话是没有这个感觉的。
はい、続きまして CY 選手お願いいたします。
就挺开心的吧，然后大家一起这样一起玩就这个过程感觉非常愉快。可是可惜的是我没有跟小陈在同一队，因为我是小陈的粉丝啊。
真的吗？感谢，谢謝支持，谢谢支持。哎呦。
はい。続きましてアルフ選手お願いいたします。
普段絡まないなんかいろんな地区の人と一緒に遊べて楽しかったです。ありがとうございました。
はい、カズネコ選手お願いいたします。
はい。そうですね。いろんな国の選手の人と、お話ししたり、試合を通して遊んだりできて楽しかったです。ありがとうございました。
続きましてしなみ選手お願いいたします。
はい、なんかいろんな国の選手いたと思うんですけど、第五人格やっぱりなんだろう、やっぱ言語が違ってもなんとなく通じるんだなと思って、すごく感動した、なんかあれでした。楽しかった試合でした。楽しかったです。
はい、続きましてサム選手お願いいたします。
일단 여러 나라 선수들과 같이 이벤트 매치를 해서 너무 즐거웠고 다음에도 기회가 온다면 다시 꼭 해보고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
はい、続きましてモモ選手お願いいたします。
I'm glad to come here and play with so many strong players. It's my first time and I really enjoy with it.
はい、最後ネル選手お願いいたします。
I'm very happy for play with another country player, and some player is my idol, and I'm very happy for play today. Thank you.
はい、皆さんありがとうございました。
ごい楽しい。
通電させていきました。
赛场是没有硝烟的战场，而我们从来不是单枪匹马的战斗。
放马过来吧，我们准备好了。
所有的比赛，我们都将会以最好的状态应对。
我们将用自己的实力证明新的时代到来。
これは俺たちの時代だ。誰にも渡す気はない。どんな相手とも戦う準備はできている。
We come here as the challenger, and we walk away from the competition as the champion. When a game reaches its climax, every move is critical.
全力以赴，不留遗憾。从来没有人相信我们可以走到最后，但这次的舞台属于我们。
激昂交响，共奏第5庄园的闪耀篇章。各位屏幕前的侦探朋友们，大家下午好，欢迎来到2022第5人格 IVS 群星挑战赛的比赛现场，我是主持人慵懒兔。Dear global detectives, welcome to the 2022 Identity V Stellaris Challenge Arena. I'm your host, Lazy Bunny. 历经了1周小组赛紧张激烈的鏖战，最终进入线下的6支来自不同赛区的队伍，将在此进行更高水平的较量。巅峰之战的终章将会在这个舞台奏响。This year's IVS Challenge will be a dual annual competition. So let's first turn our attention to Tokyo, Japan, where we can check out the players from other regions. 今年的 IVS 群星挑战赛将会由双会场同台展开精彩竞技。首先，让我们将视线聚焦于彼岸的日本东京会场，一起领略来自其他赛区选手们的风采。
ご来場の皆様、そして生配信をご覧の皆様、2022年第5人格 IVS スター挑戦大会の日本東京会場へようこそ。本日の司会を務めさせていただきます。ビンビンです。よろしくお願いします。Dear detectives, here and in front of the screens, welcome to Tokyo. We are now at the venue of Identity V Stellaris Challenge, and I'm your host, Round1. 1週間の IVS グループ戦を経て6チームが進出しました。これまでの対戦を振り返ってみると、選手たちは優れた発揮力を発揮し、無形の可能性を見せてくれました。After the group stage of IVS for a week, we have seen players of all regions show their unexpected tactics, most training skills and potential to create numerous miracles. 探偵の皆様も各チームの活躍に期待してますね。一体どのチームが限界を挑戦し、優勝の楽曲を書き上げるのでしょうか。一緒に楽しみましょう。 Which club will finally push themselves to the limits, play the siege, and compose a champion piece of the symphony? The answer will be revealed in this 3-day event. それでは選手の登場をお願いいたします。まずは日本地区の ZETA Division です。Let's first welcome ZETA Division from Japan region on stage.ドリス選手、アルフ選手、バンピ選手、カツネコ選手、モチ選手、サソニ選手、以上、ZETA Division でした。チームスローガンは We are ZETA Division。ありがとうございます。次は日本地区のスカーズです。Next, let's welcome the Scouts from the Japan region. ジュダ選手、モネ選手、シリア選手、シナミ選手、未来館選手、ソーラ選手、ピュネ選手、以上、スカーズでした。チームスローガンはスカーズが優勝します。ありがとうございます。最後は香港、マカオ、台湾地区のレアライストリームです。Last, let's welcome the real live stream from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region. ピピチャ選手、岡地選手、CY 選手、78YT 選手、カイ選手、タン選手、ピン選手はリモートで参加いたします。以上、レアライズドリームでした。チームスローガンは夢を実現します。ありがとうございます。皆様、大きな拍手お願いいたします。果たしてこの3日間、どんな対戦を繰り広げてくれますでしょうか。探偵の皆様も楽しみにしてますね。早速ですが、中国講習会場へ移りましょう。Well, you must be expecting players of Chinese mainland region and Southeast Asia region. Let's switch the screen to Mr. Lazy Bunny and listen to the ensemble performance in Guangzhou, China together.
感谢日本东京会场的主持人阮阮冰。迎接完来自日本与港澳台赛区的选手之后，接下来将有请来到中国广州会场的3支战队 ，Let's welcome them together。首先，让我们欢迎来自东南亚赛区的 G 支战队。Welcome, good luck, have fun from the Southeast Asia region. 如有神助，逆流而上，突出重围，再战赛场。Good luck, Team GH. 那么接下来，让我们欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的 WBG 战队。Welcome, Weibo Gaming of the Chinese Mainland region. 有请微博战队的杨某人、魅克、大龙、回忆、小铁、极夜。聚微光，破谍障，放手一搏，战殿堂。路遇间，智一间，迎难而上，舒华篇。Go prove yourself, Weibo Gaming. Welcome, Miracle Crown of the Chinese Mainland region. 有请小迪、星河、花慈、阿东东、小程。以跃马长歌之姿，势在必得之志，披荆斩棘之勇，盼荣光加冕之时 ，Fighting Miracle Crown。6支战队已经准备就绪，荣耀之乐已经奏响，巅峰之战一触即发，哪支队伍能够战至终章，捧杯为王？我们一同见证。All the teams are raring to go. Glorious battles surely await us. Which team will be finally crowned? Now please turn the camera to the commentary table. 那么下面让我们把画面交给解说席，迎接今天第一场 MRC 对阵 WBJ 的比赛。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Identity V Stellaris Challenge, where we have the top tier teams in each region compete with each other. So this is your girl Chocho, and right next to me we have Eli. And really excited to be classmates with Eli. I mean, it's been quite some time since we last commentated. And speaking of excitement, today we have quite a matchup today, right, Eli?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have the two mainland China teams facing off immediately right out the gate here. And that's going to be MRC versus Weibo Gaming. Very exciting matchup. You know, a lot of this tournament has been a lot of these global regions playing against each other. But before we get into anything at all, we're going to give a special shout out to our sponsor for this event. I know a lot of you guys struggle with ping issues and connection problems. So we're going to give a shout out to our sponsor, UU Booster. Thank you to UU Game Booster support with special acceleration technology and 80% improvement, low latency, and stable online connections. UU Booster is your best choice for playing Identity V and improving your ping and having the best possible gameplay. So thank you to UU Booster for supporting this event.
Thank you, Booster. And yeah, just going back to the matchups for today, we have MRC versus WBG, like we mentioned. And for the second one, we have ZETA versus Scars, which is like a Japanese versus Japanese team kind of fight as well. So that's pretty interesting. And also, just a note, right? Because for the third round, it will be GH versus one of the losers of MRC as well as WBG. So yeah, pretty exciting to see who will be the one that will be playing for the third match today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very close and very exciting for sure. Again, you know, as we were talking about before, a lot of this event has been global teams on global teams, but immediately both the two China teams going out at the second place and third place IVL teams will be competing here. So very exciting matchup in front of us. Yeah, very excited to see, of course, how this will play out. We are going to go into a quick rule video, and we'll have that up for you guys in a moment.
2022 Identity V Stellaris Challenge will kick off on September 22nd. Let's learn more about the format of the competition. This year's IVS Stellaris Challenge will bring together 8 elite teams from 6 regions around the world to compete for the Grand Championship. The A team from Chinese Mainland region, IVL, Japan region, IJL, Hong Kong, Macao and Taiwan region, IVT, Southeast Asia region, IVC, Republic of Korea region, IVT, North America and Europe region, IVT. They are all here at the IVS stage at a share of the $40,000 prize pool. The IVS competition will take place from September 22nd to October 3rd. The 7-day competition is divided into 2 stages, the group stage and knockout stage. The group stage will last for 4 days from September 22nd to 25th. During the group stage, the A team will become drawn into 2 groups, each containing 4 teams. They will play BO3 matches with other teams within the group and the single round robin format. Based on the final standing, the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the upper bracket of the knockout stage. The 3rd place team of each group will move to the lower bracket of the knockout stage. The team that finish bottom of their groups are eliminated from the competition. The knockout stage will take place from October 1st to 3rd. The knockout stage is in the double elimination format, while the finals will be played in BO5. The other matches are BO3. At the knockout stage, the 6 teams that advance from the group stage will be put into the upper bracket and lower bracket based on their group standing. Losing team from the upper bracket will move down to the lower bracket. In the end, the winners of the upper bracket and the lower bracket will advance to the IVS Grand Final to fight for the championship. The winner of the Grand Final will lift the coveted IVS Champion Trophy. 2022 IVS Stellaris Challenge will take place. Stay tuned for the exciting actions.
We have our tournament bracket in front of us for the playoffs here. As we mentioned, MRC versus Weibo Gaming first in the winners bracket. ZETA versus Scars, the 2 winners from the Division A and Division B, actually the 2nd place being Scars there. We'll go at it in that other half of the bracket. And of course, the loser of MRC versus Weibo Gaming will go versus GH, and the loser of ZETA versus Scars tomorrow will be going against RD, which is the 3rd place seed in, I believe, Division B as well. So here's our current timetable for today, and it will be myself and Chocho for MRC versus Weibo.
And moving on later on, it will be the other casters coming in, so keep a lookout for that. And also, talking about today's matches, right, Eli? Is there anybody that you're really anticipating, or any teams in particular?
Well, obviously, MRC and Weibo Gaming is going to be very close on paper. Both teams very even. Of course, Weibo having a slight edge, being the second place Identity 5 China IVL team, and MRC coming in third. But it's been interesting. MRC has been outperforming Weibo Gaming throughout the majority of this tournament. So, as based off of how these two teams have played, MRC may have a slight edge here going into the ZETA versus SC matchup. We also a very similar result over in the Japanese region IJL. ZETA was the first place team over SC. We are going to have a quick player interview before we continue.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 MRC 战队的小迪。
目标嘛，很简单，那肯定是拿个冠军啊，是不是？
这次的目标当然是奔着第一去，但是主要还是全力以赴打好自己吧。
我没有任何优势，我感觉，我的优势就是心态好，潇洒不是摆烂，那是我自信的状态。
可能思路比他们更好一点吧，就想到的方面可能和他们不一样，所以我觉得这是我们的优势。大家好，多謝你嘅支持。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 战队的 YMM。大家好，我是 WBG 的机械师玩家大龙。目标冠军啊！我们还是放平心态吧，打得好就行了，能打得漂亮点就行。自己的优势有一个好心态吧，然后有一帮好队友，一起上吧，加油吧，你们加油吧！夺得冠军之后也没啥庆祝时间，如果有见面会或者说是有机会见的话，记得来找我们签名。
Alright, so we'll be seeing the matches right now. So we have the MRC survivors already sitting over there, which means that Weibo will be having their hunter sitting over at the other side, versing each other. So it'll be YMM, I believe, over the other side. So we see Shelty looks pretty lethargic actually. So looking forward to see how they're gonna move. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't know that he's on the camera right now, but let's look at the stats.
Yeah, we're going to see, overall, the average containment time around 90 seconds. Well above average for Shouty, obviously one of the main kiters of the team. So we'll definitely see that. Oh, he gets woken up there. That's me right now, trying to stay up on that commentating. We're going to have Priestess and Postman, the two main characters for him. We've seen him be the main Priestess player of MRC. And, of course, one of the main support characters there as well. So we'll see how that ultimately impacts the game. It's going to be going up against YMM, as we mentioned. Probably going to be seeing a round 1 Dream Witch here, so obviously the Priestess support is going to be quite crucial as this round 1 match plays out.
Definitely. I mean, we've been seeing his kiting throughout the entire during the entire IVS, and it's pretty stable, alongside with Angel DD. But right now we'll be seeing the next survivor over here, which is Xing H. So Xing H will be playing forward as well as mercenary, which is like one of the rescuer as well as OB characters for his team. Not too sure whether he's gonna play other characters though, but I mean his stuns have been not too bad. Some have been really crucial stuns that really prolong the first kite. So really excited to see what Shinkan might be playing today, and maybe new characters or strategies that they may have.
Absolutely, one-time MVP as well. So definitely expecting a lot here. I think ultimately how this matchup is going to play out again. Is that, going into this, we're going to see 2 round 1 Dream Witches from both teams. So obviously that's going to be very relevant. Of course, the forward support is really crucial in that matchup, depending on if that character is allowed to be coming out. We also have Angel DD, Psychologist, and Barmaid, 2 characters that have really kind of jump-started a lot of the early picks for these Survivor teams, considering that Dream Witch and Clerk being the 2 most common characters currently in the round 1 meta. Barmaid has really worked her way into a round 1 meta spot, which honestly I never thought we'd actually see that happen, but here we are. So obviously Barmaid, a very strong character against Dream Witch. Very easy to last 20 seconds before you get that patroller bite and you actually ultimately go down after taking the first hit. A lot of Dream Witches love to go for a double patroller play, and it's very difficult to do that against a Barmaid. Similar with Clerk as well. Clerk struggles at getting a second hit within 20 seconds, so that can definitely make a difference maker. We'll see how that ultimate plays out in this matchup.
Next we have Huaxi, which is more of the rescuer as well as kiting characters of his team. Mercenary, Gravekeeper as well as Acrobat has been his most common characters being picked. Kiting wise, we haven't seen much from him. Maybe we'll be seeing it tonight. So not too sure how it's gonna play out. But overall, MRC has been playing pretty good with about 2 escapes and above kind of situations for them. So I think today we shouldn't be seeing too much of a difference, but we can do note that MRC do have a Priestess as well as Barmaid strategy against a Dream Witch. That time it was against FCN's Hunter. Not too sure whether they're going to use the same strategy this time around because, I mean, that team comp was pretty good, but, I mean, I believe you guys remember it was Chinatown, that force healing at the end, really, it was a huge misstep, which really resulted into a tie situation and it was supposed to be a win. So, this time around, we're seeing YMM on the Hunter side, getting ready, actually, so... And we see the stats over here. He's been playing Knight as well as Dream Witch over here, and he has played Clerk against Team Nice, I believe, and Team RD, and having a 2 kills. So I think overall he's pretty proficient in all hunters. I mean, even in IVL Summer this time around, he also played the Photographer as well as Knight. Even though Knight was a draw character, Eli, we have seen him getting a 4 elimination for both Knight as well as Photographer. Not really meta characters. So excited to see what he's gonna bring.
Yeah, it's unlikely we're going to see Photographer come out. But yeah, going back to the Clerk that you mentioned as well, the tie that he was able to secure was very difficult for him. I mean, the majority of that match, it was a very quick down as a situation where it was easily winnable from the position he was in, but struggled to get a second kill. And, you know, that can be one of the downsides to Clerk, but yeah, it really just goes to show, unfortunately, YMM a little bit still lacking experience with the Clerk character. And we actually... that's really defined how well these Clerk players have been able to perform throughout this tournament. Clerk's such a difficult character. It's like when Dream Witch came out, players really struggled to pick up on that character, and it was really challenging. And that's how it's been so far with Clerk. It looks like we're going to see MRC does have round 1 map selection, choosing Ever Sleeping Town with the Red Church band here from Weibo. And it's actually quite interesting to see with MRC selecting map here, Weibo opting to go Hunter first, which is something that we've seen them do throughout the majority of this tournament. Typically, especially from this mainland China region, often we'll see teams with faction selection go for Survivor first, but Weibo throughout this entire tournament has been going for Hunter here. So I think this actually plays out perfectly for MRC. They're perfectly fine having Survivor first here. Maybe, if they're able to have a strong start here, it's all about gaining momentum early on. It gets a lot less pressure for your Hunter, and it puts yourself in a position where the Hunter knows what type of Hunter they need to play, whether it's a tie Hunter, a win Hunter, or they need to play more aggressively or conservatively. We should see a Seer Band immediately from YMM here, and I would imagine some combination of Mercenary, Forward, Priestess from the MRC Survivors, but we'll have to ultimately see what they're preparing to go against here.
I mean, MRC picking the Ever Sleeping Town map is pretty okay because, I mean, they did get a 4 escape against GH Hunter, got J, and actually YMM actually got a tie at Ever Sleeping Town, so I believe that is their map, and they're gonna use that to get advantage, and most likely hoping that MRC Server is gonna get the advantage and Hunters tie it out to really get the point in BO1.
Instant Barmaid here from MRC. So this is something we've seen occasionally. It's actually okay to go Barmaid right away instead of having to choose between Forward and Mercenary, because you're going to want one of those characters either way. So if you go ahead and go Barmaid Priestess, then you give YMM the option to basically choose for you, which again, they don't really mind. I think Forward is slightly more preferable, but in reality, it actually ends up being very similar whether you have a Forward or a Mercenary. And it actually gives you the option of going Barmaid and it not getting banned at all. So this is actually a very smart play from MRC to immediately go for that Barmaid here. We'll probably see Psychologist or Acrobat as the last ban here, and whichever that is, we'll see the opposite character get chosen for MRC. That's kind of been the most standard throughout the majority of this event thus far. We're going to see Psychologist banned, so that does open up Acrobat. Or maybe potentially a Patient, but it's unlikely. Oh, Gravekeeper here as well. So they're really going with the unchaseable team comp. Obviously, Mercenary, Gravekeeper, unchaseable. Priestess, very difficult chase for a Dream Witch. And Barmaid as well. So I think the idea is just create a situation where YMM doesn't have a lot of great chase targets. We actually saw a similar team comp from Nice earlier on. Yeah, and he went Naiad. I was going to say, we saw a similar team comp with Nice earlier on in this event, and he was forced to play into Naiad instead of Dream Witch, and that's exactly what he's going to go for here. So it actually ended up working out for YMM in that last situation. So we'll see how it plays out here against MRC.
Definitely, and as mentioned just now, Chinatown, they had a Priestess and Barmaid team comp where they just give support portals and then allow the person that's kiting to drink the beer from Barmaid. So we might be seeing that during this match. However, IMM's Knight is he's pretty proficient in that. So he's against Nice, like you've mentioned. He's got a 3 elimination as well as 4 elimination. So we might be seeing a similar situation, but however, MRC survivors have been performing really outstandingly during this entire IVS, so not too sure how it's gonna play out, and we will be seeing their persona picks very soon. But right now we're seeing the spawn locations. We have the Great People nearing at the Geisha area with Nayet as well, and Mercenary at the Shack area, Priestess Center, and Barmaid at the Fake It area.
Yeah, interesting spawn layout. Mercenary going corner house here actually plays right into the survivor's favor. Typically, you'd see probably a character like Barmaid opt to take a strong kiting area like corner house, but instead Barmaid goes fake gate, which is not as strong. And YMM, I don't think he expected it, so the survivor's actually picking a bit of an odd layout. Works into their favor. You get Barmaid, the easiest chase target for the Naiad. On the opposite end of the map, Priestess, of course, is going to take middle, allowing for easy support portals from any location. And yeah, Mercenary and Gravekeeper are just going to do surrounding Cypher machines here. So this is going to be interesting. I'd imagine he'll probably actually opt to chase Priestess first. Obviously, you're not going to go corner house to chase Mercenary. You're not going to chase Grave. He could have go all the way to fake it for Barmaid, but it looks like he's going to go towards the Priestess area immediately. Shouty, we see rotating towards the backside of 2-story and around towards Graveyard. It looks like he is going to commit to this here. So yeah, YMM already finding his first chase target.
Definitely, and Shouty is cutting towards the Fake Gate area, I believe. And oh no, not towards Fake Gate, back to center, because Fake Gate, that's where the Barmaid is, and definitely don't want to bring it to her because Hunter wants to change targets to her. So, but YM seems to know that Barmaid will be here, will be spotting a Barmaid, giving the chase to Barmaid. Wow, I mean, what do you think about this right now, Ulai?
Yeah, the problem is the Priestess rotated into the Barmaid, so a bit of a misstep from MRC. This he's kind of trapped him in this area. He's going to go for the vault right away. Unable to get the hit, he's going to go back into Trident form. Yeah, a little bit of a misstep from MRC for Shouty to unfortunately rotate into the Barmaid, which is the easiest chase target. He's going to go ahead and go for that Drink Water Way. Already has a support portal set up here. And honestly, this one portal should be enough for Barmaid to get this heal off. We'll have to see. Still has Blink available about... And with Flywheel, he should be okay to get this off here, and it looks like that is going to be the case. So, nice setup for MRC. He's going to get that off, and yeah, he's probably going to give up another hit here. YMM's going to pull back that Trident, gets a lot of water in the process. Barmaid cutting around this area. Does he go for the Flywheel? No, he's going to take the basic hit right away here, and yeah, just keep transition cutting away and just wasting time.
I believe I saw another support portal from the Priestess right here, alright? And then, however, this kiting rod is kind of, is interrupting GK Cypher, Gravekeeper Cypher,
Yeah.
so Cyphers will be really slow. I mean, Priestess is not decoding as well, getting support portals, so Cypher-wise, it's just gonna be very slow.
Oh, it goes down! Yeah, he goes down. No Flywheel. He didn't Flywheel to the portal. He could have Flywheeled that hit and then taken the portal. Now he's going to die on basement near Gravekeeper Cypher. An unfortunate misstep from the Barmaid here, and it looks like a strong position for MRC, but a lot of heavy support from the Priestess. Only 2 Cyphers are going to go down in the process here. Another one not even halfway done yet, so definitely on track for a draw. There's really no chance for survivors to turn this around. Very limited support besides the Priestess here, and we're going to see an instant rescue just to secure that, but Barmaid's probably not making it out of basement here. He's going to go for that drop down. He doesn't get the drop down. Oh, he actually gets the hit onto the Gravekeeper. No drop down registered here, but he still has Blink available. And that Barmaid's water is picking up heavily. He's going to go for the water here instead of the Blink, it looks like. And Barmaid doesn't have Flywheel, so he's just going to go down in the corner. Goes for the speed drink. Gets the hit onto the wall here. He may force a Blink out. I think that's definitely the goal here. Is he going to go for it? Yeah, he's going to go for the Blink. Does get it out, so that's the important thing. And I would imagine they're going to not go for this next rescue.
Definitely, because I mean, use second skill Naye, we know how the camping is gonna work out. It might even become a field rescue, so yeah, definitely Sally will be the best choice, and hopefully somebody comes just to get the Tinnitus and then the other 2 outside, just have a Cypher Rush kind of situation outside. But we see that Brave People as well as the Mercenary is healing up, and Priestess will be the one decoding at the middle double story.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go and play the slow game here. Looks like Naiad's gonna continue to stay around this area, but yeah, obviously with the heal going off here, I think he's acknowledged no one's gonna rescue. And does see, as soon as he sees the Priestess Cypher pop and the heal get off, he knows that it's impossible for anyone to make the save. Of course, 2 survivors were healing, and 1 was doing the last Cypher machine, so nobody's going to go for that, leaving early. And he's not going to go for... He's not going to break the portal. Looks like he's going to go to the other side first, take it down over here. Shouty, of course, is going to be able to just take it and leave the area. And this position is pretty much drawn. I don't see any way for YMM to push for anything past that. The difficult challenge for him here is going to be the end game, of course. If Blink's not back, or he does opt to switch to something like Teleport, it's going to be very difficult. 2 shovels, Mercenary with 3 elbow pads, and Priestess with multiple portals has a lot of endgame kiting potential. Of course, we only see, it shows 3 escape at 6%, but I actually think it's a lot higher with that, with the endgame kiting potential from these items. Mercenary, Gravekeeper, of course, can recover that shovel. So, yeah, and he's not, again, he's struggling to find a chase target here. He's going to ultimately probably commit to the Priestess, but no basement in the area, and Priestess is a very strong kiting area to work with Corner House.
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective wise, it seems to be that there is 3 escape potential over here. But we see that Xiaoti will be getting the kite, Hunter will be giving chase to her, especially now, and unable to get any more damage on her, getting this pallet down. Priestess is rotating towards center, where it's one of the strongest points because of the portal placements.
Looks like, yeah, he's going to continue after Priestess. Again, you don't really want to chase. I mean, his only other option is to try to wear down Gravekeeper Shovel so he doesn't have him for endgame, but now he's just going to keep going for Priestess here, going for that heat here. Not going to use the flywheel. This is actually really smart. You want to potentially save that for an endgame kite. He's going to loop this area, trying to get the water on the Priest, but she's going to rotate away early, so he's not going to be able to get that, and he's going to have to stay in Trident form here, try to trap her in this area. Pulls back the Trident. Does he get the kill? Does get the knockdown onto the Priestess. The Cypher Machine is not ready, so he's going to be able to chair, and one of the survivors will have to use their Tide Turner. I'd imagine they'll want Grave to rescue, and Mercenary saves saves the Tide Turner. Of course, Grave's already used their Tide Turner, but it looks like maybe Mercenary's gonna have to go for this. Of course, Gravekeeper is on the last Cypher Machine. Yeah, it's gonna be Mercenary coming for the rescue, so they're not gonna have Tide Turner for late game, which is not ideal for MRC survivors. Waiting this out. No, gonna get the rescue off here. Takes the hit onto the Mercenary. They're not gonna pop just yet. They're gonna wait for the Mercenary to be halfway healed, so that way he'll be at full health for the end game.
That was almost a double down on Mercenary side, but very careful over here. Unable to get any more damage on the Priestess. Still trying to mind get out over here. Will she be able to get... We see that the Priestess will still be mind getting the Hunter, and I believe Priestess won't be using any of her bottles because she's waiting for the late game right now. That's happening right now. We see the Cypher pop and 3 Cyphers on the Priestess.
Yeah, he does have Blink here. He needs to... Oh, he's gonna fly a little early. What? He vaults into the Hunter here. I think trying to predict the Blink. I mean, I understand the process there, but you give Teleport now. I think the gate's gonna be open anyways. Yeah, so it's still gonna be a drawn position anyway. I think it's actually okay that he tried to go for that prediction there, because again, even if he does trade swap into Teleport, it doesn't matter. Mercenary with 2 level pads, Gravekeeper with shovels. There's no chance for him to actually get the kill teleporting on the exit gate here, and the risk ultimately didn't pay off, and it is going to be a drawn game for round number 1, considering the position. Obviously, you're unable to play Dreamwitch and Clark into this team comp. It's too difficult. You have no viable chase targets with either Hunter, so you're forced into a round 1 Naiad. Still able to secure a draw here, which is perfectly acceptable. Now, you know, obviously it's going to be on to the Weibo survivors, which have been obviously the real stars of the team. So I think this is totally an acceptable position for YMM here. Not a bad start. As for MRC, yeah, difficult for XC here now. He's going to probably be playing into round 1 Dreamwitch, but we may see a similar position with the band picks where he just gets one of those team comps where Dreamwitch really is going to struggle. With the inclusion of Barmaid in the meta, it just makes one more character that Dreamwitch has to deal with. Just definitely more challenging for them.
I mean, with this tie in BO1, we really don't know what is going to happen in the second half of this match. Xiao Cheng will mostly bring out the Dreamwitch for sure, and I believe on WBG side, they will also want to get a tie situation, or if not more, because this map selection was by MRC, and if WBG do get an advantage in this round, then it's amazing for them. I mean, afterwards they will be having the map pick selection, so not too sure how is this gonna play out. Definitely a bit unstable on MRC side, because definitely MRC has been performing much better compared to a WBG, because MRC survivors have been getting a 3 escape, 4 escape kind of situations as well, and this tie might bring some tension to Xiao Cheng's Dreamwitch. So but then again, Xiao Cheng has been a player that has been playing Dreamwitch for the longest time, so we'll see how it really turns out in the end.
Absolutely. Obviously, see the overall containment time for the Barmaid, 95 seconds. You know, not a bad start considering that, you know, Barmaid, again, it's in there for Clark and Dreamwitch matchup against Naiad. It's not necessarily quite as effective, especially with a Blink available, but obviously the Priestess support, it's all about delaying. As the key for Barmaid being successful is keeping distance. If you're able to support enough to keep the barmaid, give the barmaid enough distance where there's no chance for them to blink before the heal gets off, that's how you get the heal off. That's how you win with barmaid. Obviously, we saw that with the priestess support, but unfortunately, a misstep from the barmaid just did not flywheel at the portal to get back through that last portal there. It would have bought a lot of time. Obviously, the support was necessary for the first heal, but afterwards, a little bit of an over support from Shouty, unfortunately, and that did result in a slow early game for the Survivor side of MRC. So, obviously, it's still a drawn position from there. The last two ciphers, 50 and 30%, and difficult chase targets. A Gravekeeper that can recycle shovels, Mercenary, of course, being unchaseable, and Priestess on Ever Sleeping with Flywheel. And, you know, from there, it was just, you know, YMM trying to find a viable target, ultimately committed to the Priestess and the Cypher Machine. They were set up about 80% when Priestess finally did go down. And from there, you know, it's just about Priestess trying to kite the dungeon. You know, the Hunter ultimately does have Blink. You need to try to predict that. And with the how fast Priestess heals, you have to chair them first. So it's okay to go for that prediction, and it ultimately didn't pay off. So yeah, as tied for round number 1.
Definitely. And Eli, just a question, right? What do you think the survivors of WBG should be picking, right, against Xiaocheng's Dream Witch?
We'll probably see Seer ban first. I actually would actually like to see a similar strategy from round number 1, where we see Barmaid Priestess. If you go Barmaid Priestess forward ban Mercenary, and probably Acrobat or Psychologist, and then we'll see that either they'll go Gravekeeper similar to what we see in this round, or they'll go some combination of Psychologist or Acrobat, and that's still a difficult chase target. You could also see Embalmer as well, and Embalmer works perfectly fine for drawing against the Dream Witch early grounds. So, and you know, as you mentioned, getting a draw is perfectly fine for Weibo, considering that they are on the opponent's map selection. So I think that would be that's probably we'll see some combination of those characters. And then the question is, does XC actually want to play Dream Witch into that? The answer is probably yes. We've seen him play Dream Witch into very difficult Dream Witch team compositions. We could probably see him play Dream Witch into literally Barmaid, Psychologist, Priestess, and Mercenary, but I don't know. We'll have to see how it ultimately plays out, but I think it's going to be some combination of those characters. And yeah, I really like the Barmaid Priestess. That's not something we've seen typically taken right away. It's usually some combination of forward Priestess, and then you go into the Barmaid, Psychologist, Acrobat characters later in the ban pick. But Barmaid Priestess early, of course, you do sacrifice your forward option, but you still have Mercenary available because they're forced to ban forward, and then you instantly get your Barmaid, and there's no chance of it being removed during the ban pick. So yeah, I really like that idea from MRC, and I think it'll work out perfectly against for the Survivor side of Weibo if they opt to go with that.
And yeah, talking about Xiaocheng now, I mean, Xiaocheng Dream Witch, right? I mean, throughout the IVS right now, he has been getting 3 eliminations, 4 eliminations. So definitely he is quite confident in his ability, and as mentioned in his own interview just now, he is confident and excited to see what Xiaocheng can really pull off some crazy stunts with Dream Witch, whether it be sandwiching or double down situations. Yeah, and also not happen, but hopefully WBG don't give free hits to Xiaocheng, because Xiaocheng really do capitalize on Survivor's mistakes. So yeah, I'm not too sure how it's gonna pan out. See which side will give more chances, of course.
Absolutely. Yeah, should get into the ban pick here shortly. Yeah, I think if you're Weibo here, I mean, we haven't really seen them. I actually don't know if we've seen them play too much in Balmer against Round 1 Dream Witch. I can't quite remember that, but that has been a pretty standard team composition. We also see in Balmer get banned as the 3rd ban from a lot of Round 1 Dream Witch players as well, so that's definitely still a possibility. And yeah, I just think the difference here is that obviously with you know, with YMM and XC, with YMM it's, you know, he's gonna go Naiad if you play hard anti Dream Witch, but with XC it's less likely. We might still see Dream Witch from him, which I think actually will ultimately pay very well into Weibo's favor if they're able to execute it properly. We're going to get to the player introduction here. Iron, one of the main survivors here for Weibo, one-time MVP here, 108 overall containment time seconds, obviously a very strong kiting player. in addition to the forward support. Definitely will rack up those numbers there. So we'll see what, depending on if Weibo opts to go with a similar strategy with the Barmaid Priestess, we may not see forward on the table at all. But if it is going to be the standard lock-ins, forward Priestess will be the first two after a receiver ban.
Definitely, and we'll be seeing MK over here having the Acrobat as well as Priestess on the screen, but we've also seen him play quite a versatile characters, but we might be seeing it later on, so let's just keep a lookout for that. And he has been the MVP for one time, and entertainment-wise, MK has been doing pretty good. And support portals from the Priestess definitely at the Ever Stepping Town against RD was pretty good because it really prolonged the first kite.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how that ultimately plays out here. The next player for Weibo, Hui, also obviously known for Patient and Mercenary, and one of the main rescuer players of the team besides the forward from Iron. Barmaid as well, we've seen come out too, so again, that's a character that you definitely have to consider. Another interesting band pick that I was also now thinking about is if we do see Seer ban first, Priestess forward locked in, some Dream Witches will actually opt to ban Mercenary second. Then you give up the Barmaid, which is a little bit difficult, but we have seen XC go for Barmaid ban second and kind of allow Mercenary to come out. And then if you give that situation, then you get Mercenary forward Priestess, and the survivors will typically go to something like Acrobat Psychologist or Embalmer as the last pick, which still is a similar position in that you have difficult chase targets, but it's not as bad because you can actually chase a forward as a Dream Witch where you cannot chase Grave. Because Gravekeeper, of course, being a hard counter to Patroller. We also have Long here, Psychologist Batter, also Mechanic available too. So we're not going to see Batter here in round number 1. Of course, don't want to play that into a Dream Witch, but Psychologist, good chance that it might be on the table here as this ban pick plays out.
And Long has been showing also pretty good kiting as well, first ever kites also, and also he's been playing other characters such as the Embalmer as well as Embalmer, so we might be seeing BO1 Embalmer, not too sure, but if they're really aiming for a tie, then we might be seeing Embalmer, but we've seen his Embalmer in the Blue Park, where I think, if I remember correctly, he spawned at first stop. They had a strategy going on with their spawn locations, and it was pretty efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Embalmer first up spawn. Very strong. You take the roller coaster away from your coffin. You can die. It allows you to die on the other side of the map, and then coffin back over to the first stop area. And yeah, we do have XC 2-time MVP so far. In this IVS has been very strong. Of course, we talked about the MRC survivors being very consistent, but XC I think been the most consistent hunter we've seen in this event thus far. Even with obviously we saw earlier on first match to start things off. In the MRC versus GH matchup, there's a very hard anti-Dream Witch team comp, still able to get a 3-survivor elimination against the GH survivors, so very impressive. And we'll see how that ultimately plays out here against Weibo. Obviously, Clerk and Dream Witch, the two main characters from him here. But again, Barmaid, a character that he's going to have to go, he's going to have to worry about. We talked about this a little bit. Barmaid, very strong against both Dream Witch and Clerk, so even if he does want to switch to Clerk, if there is a hard anti-Dream Witch team comp, it might still be difficult if the Barmaid is on the table for the Weibo survivors.
Definitely, and also talking about Xiaocheng's team character pool, right, Dream Witch and Clerk, is pretty much not something like Sculptor and Bomber is available, so it's all single hit hunters. So I feel like for the survivor side, it's they always want to counter Xiaocheng, but in a very easy way because single hit hunters, Psychologist, Barmaid, this kind of characters always counter single hit hunters. So in a way, Xiaocheng's character pool kind of limits him. It gets easily counted, but at the same time, we see Xiaocheng banning this year right now, and WBG, just like what you say, Eli, forward and Priestess is big pick.
Yeah, forward Priestess, Barmaid, of course, yeah, second, as we talked about, it's been the most standard for him. Will they go Mercenary, or will they stay away from Mercenary, try to take something like Psychologist, or maybe even that Embalmer? You could also potentially go Acrobat here as well. I think it's less likely it goes for an Acrobat ban, but they're going to take it here, probably Psychologist or Embalmer as XC's third ban here. Which also would be fine. Psychologist, it looks like. And what are they going to opt for as the last one? Do they go Gravekeeper similar to, or do they go Mercenary rather? Mercenary still on the table, or do they go with the Embalmer? It looks like they are going to go Mercenary, making it difficult chase targets. However, this is a little bit easier for a Dream Witch. This is not as strong a team comp. MRC got a beautiful team comp for a Dream Witch round number 1, forcing YMM into a Naiad pick. XC's not going to be forced off a Dream Witch. You can play Dream Witch against this. It is difficult, but forward is chaseable. Acrobat is chaseable. Priestess is somewhat chaseable. Obviously, Mercenary is not, but with the forward being out there, obviously forward support is very crucial. If forward's not first kite, you can support the first kiter or potentially force a double leech camp on the chair, so there's no option for under pressure Cypher machines. However, forward is an easy chase target for Dream Witch, and that it's very hard to time the patrollers with the pallets. It's just obviously Gravekeeper is not chaseable as forward is, and also Acrobat as well is difficult, but it's not Barmaid. It's a little bit less challenging. So I'm almost 100% sure we're going to see a Dream Witch here in round number 1.
And this team comp is looking kind of terrible team comp, and Xiaocheng definitely, MRC picking this map for Xiaocheng as well, definitely wanted Xiaocheng to get the advantage. And Xiaocheng definitely, I mean, he has also shown very good Cypher control, map control as well. So we might be seeing that happening as well. Xiaocheng is very focused on his objectives in that match itself. So we might be seeing him probably giving a very strong chase at the start, and then map control towards the end.
Yeah, so this team comp is the team comp we saw from MRC was more based around stability, survivability, and just sort of a tie strategy. This comp is more based around strong kiting. You're relying really heavily on your survivors kiting well. Acrobat has to kite well. Forward has to kite well. Priest, if gets chased, has to kite well. In the last team comp, you don't have to kite well with your survivors. You're not chasing Gravekeeper or Mercenary, so that's just very good survivability. Barmaid, all you have to do, we're going to see Dream Witch. Barmaid, all you have to do is take a hit, run through a portal, and you're able to kite it out. It doesn't rely too much on kiting. It's more just about consistency and ties. This comp is very aggressive. So what Weibo's trying to do is they're relying on strong kiting and just basically Acrobat kiting well, Priestess kiting well, Forward kiting well, and they're playing for win. This is not a tied team comp. This is a I want to get a 3 survivor escape. I want to win round number 1 team comp. But you do rely heavily on kiting. If you don't have a strong first kite, then it's very easy for Dreamers to swing into their favor and win from that position. But this team comp is based heavily around individual kiting skills, with the only main support being the Priestess, of course, if Forward does get first kite, which obviously will be a big factor. But Acrobat, obviously, a character that's strong at kiting against Patroller. Same with Forward if you're able to time it, although it is obviously very challenging as a Forward player, and Forward is going to take Corner House because of that. We actually see Acrobat taking one of the weaker spawns here, as Acrobat with Flywheel is an incredibly strong kiter against a Dream, which again, this team comp relying so much on individual kiting skills and focusing on an aggressive 3 survivor escape situation.
And we see the Hunter already spawned there. We'll definitely go towards the Acrobat. Acrobat has Flying Wheel, so the first kite is going to be pretty long. I don't think there will be any much support except for the Priestess portals. Mercenary info will most likely be decoding, and we're not too sure how it's going to turn out, because I mean, we do know that MK has really strong Priestess support, but not too sure how will Xiaocheng allow Acrobat to really transition out from the graveyard if Acrobat decides to move. Oh, but we don't see Xiaocheng moving towards the Acrobat, but more towards the Priestess side.
Yeah, you can't chase Acrobat, especially with this team comp. It's easier to go for Forward or Priestess. I'm actually interested to see Priestess or Forward. I think should have brought Flywheel. Mercenary obviously will bring Tide Turner, but yeah, it's really interesting to see. I would have actually liked to see Acrobat maybe go Tide Turner instead, but I don't know. Looks like he's going to commit to Priestess here. Obviously, again, Flywheel Acrobat is a hard counter to Patroller, so you don't really want to have to commit to that immediate Patroller onto the Priestess, because there's no Flywheel here. You should get a free spawn follower hit. There's just no way for him to kite this out. He's just going to hit, position himself towards middle, and he's going to be able to portal away here, but you have to make sure you don't kite towards Cypher machines. The key of Priestess on Ever Sipping Town is making sure you don't kite through Cyphers, but he is going through the Forward here, which is not good. Forward's going to go ahead and block up the Leecher. Doesn't get the stun. Oh, almost gives a free hit here, and has to use a little bit of football in the process, so a slight misstep there from Iron, and maybe a potential change targets here. He does still have the Leech following the Priestess, but he's going to wait. He's going to make Forward waste a little bit more football by using the spawn follower, and he does have Hunt, so he's actually going to get a free hit anyways.
I believe the communication between that pallet being used wasn't communicated to Iron, so Iron stopped there in the middle, thinking that there was a pallet there, but there isn't, and then now destroying the long portal by the Priestess. Mercenary Cypher getting interrupted once again. Acrobat Cypher getting interrupted once again. Xiaocheng has absolutely no momentum in this entire match. He's trying to find someone, but there isn't anybody for him to chase.
I mean, it's okay. He's just gonna wait for the Priestess Leech to catch up, and he's going to down the Priestess with the Leech most likely. And he's just going to take the time to slow down the Cypher progress and wait for Blink. If he can wait for Blink, he can switch to Blink, down Priestess with Blink. Actually gets hit by the trim with that follower, but yeah, he's gonna continue back after Priestess here. He knows if he's able to slow the game long enough for him to get his trade swap online, then it's no problem. It looks like he's gonna go for a Maybody Patrol instead. This is a little bit risky because Priestess can position themselves towards one of these pallets. There's a lot of pallets easy to kite up Patroller with, but no, he doesn't have one. He's just gonna take a hit, and again, no flywheel available, and this is why I'd like to see flywheel on either Priestess or the forward. It would have been a huge factor at one point in these matches, and it just doesn't come up here. So he's going to continue to use his follower. No, that Cypher Machine's already been down, so he's just going to pick up the Priestess here. Fortis not in the area to support this, so he's going to just share him. Looks like trying to get to the outside of Graveyard. It's easier to pressure Cyphers from there. A lot of Cypher progress for Weibo, so they might still have a chance here to turn this thing around. A leech onto the Acrobat as well is going to allow for some more Cypher pressure too.
We see that Acrobat and Forward are deleting themselves already. Mercenary is already here for the rescue, so giving pressure to the chair to prevent Hunter from going up to reach on anybody else. So we see that the Apple Cat on the Mercenary getting that rescue over there. No double down situation. Priestess with the one portal, able to kite away from this area.
Yeah, Priestess doesn't have any more portals. I was gonna say Priestess could rebound here, but I think Spawnflower still has trade available, so this is an easy trade swap Blink. And let's see if he gets out of range here, so he's gonna have to bring the follower back after the Priestess. He does have Main Party Patroller, but Priestess will have a portal available in a moment here. He has to take down the portal first. Yeah, now that the portal's down, he can Main Body Patroller here, or he can just switch to Blink if he wants to get a faster down onto the Priestess here. Just gonna bring the follower back around. Priestess trying to loop around in this area. Gonna keep using this pallet. He needs to switch. Okay, he's gonna use Main Body Patroller just to try to secure this down, but there's a chance Priestess is able to time this out. There's a lot of pallets here to work with. He's got to get the first bite canceled right there. He does. He's just gonna wait. He's gonna break the pallet. The bite will activate here, and he's gonna go down to the main spawn follower. No flywheel available, and they don't have a last Cypher Machine here. Church is gonna get into basement as well, so this is looking like it's gonna be a drawn position.
Definitely. I mean, actually, this kite by the Priestess, this second kite, this rebound kite was actually really successful. It really bought time for the survivors to remove their leeches as well as decode much more ciphers. And I'm not sure if you realize, but actually there was two center ciphers, one at double story, one at center, which they have both popped already. So right now we have Hui decoding that fake gate, which will almost pop as well, and the last cipher is being decoded all the way at Shack. So Xiaosheng has absolutely no control over the map right now, as well as ciphers. So right now she is pulling out right now, trying to cipher control, and we'll be leeching long at the Shack area.
I think he's gonna go to the last Cypher Machine here, acknowledging there's gonna be no rescue at all. They're gonna leech onto the to the Acrobat. Yeah, and again, from this position, obviously the one injury under the Mercenary, but Mercenary is fine. As Mercenary does have elbow pads, he's probably not gonna go down if Chase here. Is he gonna switch to Blink? He's gonna try to go for a basic hit here without having to use a trait. No, looks like he's gonna switch off. Yeah, I mean, the problem for XC here is that, you know, your leech is on cooldown. They have multiple Cypher Machines. They're doing 3 different ciphers, which is very safe, very smart from Weibo. There's really no way for Dreamers to win from the position. Additionally, all the Cypher Machines are spread out. You have Graveyard, you have Bag Corner, and you have Corner House. So there's just no way for him to do much here. Mind game for the Patroller at the pallet. Excellent job for the Mercenary, not getting that Patroller bite onto him here. He's gonna get the ball off. Does get the bite onto the Mercenary. I'd imagine he's gonna probably try to conserve elbow pads. He may use one here, leech onto the Mercenary. Is he gonna go for a spawn follower hit? It looks like he's gonna vault. Oh, Terror Shock onto the Mercenary! He should have just taken the basic hit. The Cypher Machine's almost done. If he takes a basic hit, they have enough time to prime the Cypher. They can pop it before he gets chaired here. Now this forces a rescue, and it gives more time for XE to get a leech back. So huge misstep from the Mercenary. I mean, it's probably not going to end up mattering in the long run for the final result, but it gives XE more of a chance to potentially push for a late game win here. So, yeah, Cypher Machine is now prime. Mercenary is going to use an elbow pad. They're probably going to, oh, looks like, he's probably going to hit onto the, no, he wants to hit the Mercenary because you don't want to let Mercenary be full health. So if you're able to hit Mercenary, make it so he's going to be at half health in the end game, that's definitely going to be the ideal position for him.
And we see that Hunter hasn't changed his trump card, so there is a potential that he might change to teleport late game if he managed to kill this mercenary. And we see the pop on the side for mercenary is full blood right now. He can tank one full hit and still be able to survive for the next 20 seconds.
Oh, missed elbow pad. Yeah, missed elbow pad from Hui here. They're going to push for the exit gate as well. Iron is not going to be able to get it open in time. He's going to have a leech available, forcing him off the gate here. Leech onto the mercenary as well, which means unless someone's able to pick de-leech him, he's not going to be able to do so. He's pushing for the gate though. If mercenary could potentially make it to that gate in time, he's already switched to blink, so he cannot teleport. I think mercenary actually makes it out here. He needs to be careful that you don't get football. Ford's got football for the X towards the dungeon here. Is he able to get it out? Gets the hit, but it's with the leech. He can crawl out to the gate here if the follower is not here. Oh, it's going to be a full race here. Does he make it to the dungeon in time? Goes for the pickup at the last second. And he does get the pickup onto the forward, and it's going to be a drawn game. Wow.
Very interesting matchup over there. I mean, when I saw the mercenary could actually potentially get to the gate already, and as forward was already the S pellet with half a ball, we thought there was going to be a 3 escape already, but it wasn't. It became a tie with that very crucial hit by Xiaocheng, hitting forward away from the danger area to get that tie. So interesting matchup over there. Now it is a 4-4 situation, which means that BO3 will be a definite situation. And WBG will be having their map selection in BO2.
Yeah, that's why you'd like to see, mercenary obviously not be on the table for going against a Dream Witch. I think a lot of these, with how the current meta is and all these characters, because there's so many characters that are strong against Dream Witch. You have Forward, Priestess, and Bomber, Acrobat, Psychologist, Barmaid, even Gravekeeper is good. There's just so many, there's probably others I'm not thinking of. There's so many characters that you want to ban as a Dream Witch. He has to ban Barmaid second. You can't give Barmaid there, and then you'd be forced off a Dream Witch if you do so. So then that gives them an option to take Mercenary. They still didn't even take Mercenary. You go with another counter, and you ban Psychologist, then you still get Mercenary. And Mercenary coming out at the late game against a Dream Witch is so strong. Late game Mercenary, not only can Mercenary save multiple times against a Dream Witch, you can also immediately push, Exit Gate. Dream Witch gets 3 kills from drawn positions by downing someone with, by getting a hit on someone and then picking them up with a leech, or downing them with a leech and then they getting re-leeched and then they get shared or whatever it may be. But Mercenary, it's going to take 30 seconds to go down, so it gives them enough time to get to the exit gate and get out. And we saw that in that match. It was a very crucial moment there. And yeah, that's why Mercenary is just such a strong character against Dream Witch. We are going to have a tie for round number 1 here. It's just a very close match so far.
Definitely. Just now we also mentioned about WBG. I mean, it was kind of unfortunate there was 2 middle ciphers, one double story, one at the center, and actually that should be kind of like a situation good for Dream Witch players. But I mean, we saw that they were really pushing the center ciphers during Priestess Rebound Kite, and that happened, so there wasn't any chance for Xiaocheng to go out and cipher control and map control everything that he could. And once he decided to do so, it was actually too late already. Last 3 ciphers in the map itself was being decoded, so it was just really unfortunate on Xiaocheng's side.
Yeah, and it looked really good from early game. Again, we talked about this team comp is very reliant on strong kiting, and it wasn't looking good. I mean, early hit onto the Priestess, early hit onto the forward. He was already early weak kiting from Weibo, but they were able to turn it around and work it into their favor, at least get a draw from that position. And again, this is why I would have liked to see there were multiple instances throughout that match. If Priestess or Forward has Flywheel, that could have been completely different. Priestess could have tied it out multiple situations with Flywheel, could have tied it out Patroller. Forward would have gotten Dungeon if he had Flywheel, because that does allow him to have max Sticker, because of course Sticker does build up to the Persona web right below Flywheel on the Persona. So if he does have Flywheel there, he gets that Dungeon. So there's just so many instances where triple Tide Turner, it's less common. We typically see Mercenary go Tide Turner, and you have one other character go Tide Turner against a Dream Witch. Acrobat, Priestess, or Forward, any one of them could carry it, but to have 3, the 3 didn't really make sense to me. Obviously, we talked about that early on. Didn't really make a whole lot of sense, and as you saw in the match, it didn't make sense. Flywheel for at least Priestess or Forward would have been huge game changers there. It didn't need the triple Tide Turner, and it just didn't really work out for them. So they were relying so much on just having very strong kiting against Dream Witch, almost saying you don't need to have Flywheel, because they're trying to play aggressive. They're trying to play aggressive. They're trying to bring multiple tide turners, so that way you can have Priestess forward rescue early, save Mercenary's tide turner for endgame, and you could go for a detention rescue with Mercenary and tide turner and push for an extra survivor escape in the late game, try to get a 3 survivor escape from a drawn position. But obviously that never happened because the characters with tide turner were chased first, and because they don't have flywheel, the kites were significantly shortened, and that worked right in Xy's favor, and that's one of the main reasons he was able to secure a draw from those different positions. But it was looking good for him early on, and Weibo still managed to get a tie from there, so almost a 3 survivor escape, so definitely very impressive. But again, the inclusion of flywheel on one extra flywheel there could have been a game changer for them.
Definitely could have been a game changer. And Xiaocheng was pretty smart on not chasing the acrobat at the start, so to go chase the priestess. Because I mean, if he decides to chase the acrobat, there will be support bottles from the priestess, and it's just gonna prolong the first kite. And even though ciphers might be kind of slowed because priestess is not decoding, but I mean with the support bottles, it should be enough for those rescuers to finish decoding gas and probably decode a little bit more to really fill in for what priestess was not decoding.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, we still understand the idea of, I want to go back to the triple tide. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, again, saving Mercenaries for endgame, but, yeah, I don't know. I just, again, I feel like, because, it's a tough call. If you're trying to push for a more aggressive strategy, triple tide turner makes sense. But you already have an aggressive team comp, so is it really necessary to go that aggressive? And it almost backfired. But ultimately, we do have a tie for round number 1 here. And yeah, it was MRC's map selection. So if anything, this benefits Weibo, right? It was MRC's map selection. Yeah, YMM opted to select Hunter first. Yeah, so yeah, if anything, this does benefit Weibo Gaming here. Obviously, going into round number 2 in a tie situation, team that has map selection going into round number 2 after a round 1 tie is technically leading. It gives them a slight advantage, which in this instance is going to be in WBG's favor. So, yeah, it's looking pretty good for them thus far.
Yeah, definitely. And just kind of curious, what do you think WBG might be picking for their own map selection in BO2?
Obviously, considering that Dreamwitch is not going to be an option for both players, the difficult thing is that you're in a situation where both players want to play round 2 Clerk. However, YMM's option to go Naiad, it gives a little bit more versatility. Obviously, XC does have a lot of hunters that he can potentially pull out, but he doesn't want to have to play any of them. He wants to be able to play Clerk. So, yeah, that really begs the question, I think we'll probably see probably just something very standard like Chinatown, just because that works fine for Clerk, and it also works for Naiad for YMM. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. If I were Weibo here, you could go a little bit extra aggressive. You could try to pick something like Moonlit River Park. It allows for round 2 Naiad. Naiad strong on Moonlit. It's weak for Clerk. That forces XC onto Geisha instead of Clerk. And then it really kind of just comes down to, would you rather take a Geisha on Moonlit over a Clerk, which maybe Weibo actually, or maybe Weibo survivors would prefer that. But I don't know. There's a lot of questions you got to consider here. I'm not really sure based off of the situation. Realistically, we'll probably see 2 Clerks from both sides here, but if you wanted to try to change things up, obviously Moonlit is an option for Naiad, and you could force XC on Geisha. But I don't know. I think that also benefits MRC a little bit too much as well, just because round 2 Moonlit Geisha is also very strong. So, and we have seen Geisha play for a lot of win potential, sometimes even more than Clerk. So you don't really want to have to play into that as well.
You expanded a lot on the map selection and how it really picking any map is kind of benefiting the other team as well, and that's not something that WBG really want to give them as well. So yeah, like you were saying, Chinatown map could be possible. I mean, we have seen before, but might not be the best selection because MRC does have a system over there. So maybe, yeah, like you said, Moonlit River Park would be the better option over here. Just like you say, it's kind of confusing. Don't know what map they're gonna pick. It's just gonna kind of counter both sides, but most likely be seeing Xiaocheng's Clerk if Dreamwitch gets banned, which will most likely be the case.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, they have a system for Chinatown, but every China IVL team has a kind of a set system to play in Chinatown. That's the most common map in China. It's very likely that every team's prepared to play there. But we are going to see in a moment here which map it's going to be. yeah, I don't know. It looks like we do have the survivors for MRC first, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see what they're gonna opt to go for. Oh, okay, it is gonna be Chinatown from Weibo. So yeah, this definitely makes the most sense. Obviously, it works for both Clerk players, and this is the most standard selection. Lakeside Village ban, I'm not really sure what they were trying to target with that. I guess because Lakeside Village is strong for Naiad and it forces Clerk onto not exactly a strong map, so I guess that does make sense. But yeah, Chinatown, we were able to get that one in. And I think that, again, this is fine. Chinatown works for Naiad if YMM wants to go down that route. Both Dream Witches are going to be banned here. And Clerk also is fine with Chinatown as well. So yeah, MRC survivors, of course, opting to go with Survivor first, which is something that we've seen them always, prefer. So that's why I was kind of curious that we saw, Weibo opt for Hunter first in round number 1. But here, just the most standard Survivor first situation. And they're just going to try to go right out here and just kind of gain an early lead in this round.
Definitely. And I don't know, just feeling wise, I feel like YM and seems to be quite talkative and stuff. And I feel like in terms of energy levels, MRC seems to be kind of low. I'm not sure if that will be affecting their performance, because I mean it is their map this time. I mean, it is not their map, but they have made incredible performances at the Chinatown map. So just not too sure how it's gonna pan out. But we'll most likely be seeing kind of a forward Gravekeeper kind of situation, double rescuer on MRC side. But then again, that is kind of a Thai team comp with double rescuer, so we'll see how it pans out this time.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see for sure. Based off of the picks and bans, what we're probably going to see here is it's really interesting. For Clerk, you want to be able to ban forward, but we're going to see forward Priestess here. Some combination of those 3 characters getting banned. Sometimes Clerk doesn't ban Seer because you can bait out the Owl and still get a free hit after that. But most of the time we see forward Seer banned, forward Priestess as well, or Priestess Seer. Some combination of those characters. The thing is, you don't want to give Priestess on Chinatown, but then you also don't want to play Clerk into 4. That's so weak. Yeah, all the players very tired here, as we can see. But then again, you also don't have to deal with a Seer Owl as well, so just a lot to consider here. But Clerk does mind Priestess support, so yeah, you got to consider all those options if you're YMM.
Yeah. But then again, YMM is pretty much versatile in any kind of characters, and I believe he'll only pick this character once he sees the team comp that really hopefully doesn't counter him. So yeah, and actually we have seen quite a number of times where YMM really turned the match around, whether it be good or bad. Because I mean, there were against ZETA, the flying wheel by the Enchantress towards dungeon at late game at Lakeside Village, that turned the game around, and that from a tie became a 3 escape. But at the same time, we have also seen him from a 3 escape kind of situation turn into a tie, and if not a win. So YMM's condition really depends on what he's thinking at that point in time, and really excited to see YMM bring out maybe even. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, the time photographer was only brought out during IVL summer was because it was kind of like a die or do situation, and yeah, I mean, I caught it, and just not too sure at the same time if both teams are gonna bring out Clerk again. Chinatown.
Yeah, it's very likely that we'll see that, but yeah, again, we'll have to see based off of the ban pick as well here. Again, there are team comps similar to Dreamwitch that can counter Clerk, so you have to be very considerate of that as well. Obviously, characters such as Entomologist. We're going to see Entomologist really come out here, as Entomologist is very strong support. Not only is Entomologist a great kiter against Clerk, the key to kiting Clerk is constantly creating distance. Similar to what we talked about in round number 1, delaying the blink as long as possible as a barmaid so you can get your heal off. The key to playing against Clerk is keeping as much distance as possible, so you don't have to get in a situation where you're forced to mind game at a pallet and deal with those recordings. If you keep the distance, there's nothing Clerk can do. That's why a lot of players will bring broken windows when you're preparing to play against a Clerk instead of flywheel, so you're able to keep that distance. Entomologist is a great character for that, whether you're kiting or supporting. The beast can push the hunter back, allowing the main kiter to gain distance, and if you drop the bees in narrow alleyways, it forces the clerk to hit them or walk through them, and the entomologist can gain distance that way. So there's just a lot of ways where entomologist is a very strong support character. Of course, forward also can buy distance too with stun support, and obviously priestess as well. So you know, you don't really want to have to give any of those, and we might. There's a small chance we actually see forward priestess and he just gives up Seer completely, but then it's very difficult for him to play Naiad if they do get a very hard team comp for a clerk. So we'll probably see forward Seer or priestess Seer here.
Yeah, but at the same time, right, Eli? I mean, you're an entomologist main, and I just want to ask a question, right? So, what do you think entomologist? I mean, is it proficient inside? I mean, is it good? Is it a good character to pick at Chinatown?
Yeah, definitely. Hotel is really strong for entomologists. It's very you literally as a clerk cannot chase an entomologist in hotel, or you're gonna get looped for 3 ciphers before you even catch up to the entomologist. It's just so difficult. On top of that, if you do have to commit to someone in hotel, entomologist is can just bring the bees over and allow them to keep looping that area for long periods of time. Entomologist against clerk is just really good in general because you increase your speed on the bees, so you're able to keep the distance longer than other characters would be able to. It's not necessarily quite as strong as maybe maybe something like Ever Sleeping Town. I guess there's some more narrow areas, but entomologist is very strong in certain areas of this map and very strong against a clerk in general. Also very good against Naiad too. So you have to take all those into consideration. But we 100% should see entomologist here if it's not banned. But yeah, I mean, I think we'll probably see Seer Priestess first. Forward, I would like to see forward entomologist lock, but there's a good chance we'll probably see something like forward acrobat, which is also very standard. Forward patient as well. But any of those combinations are possible here. Just waiting for the picks advance here. We should have that online shortly. But yeah, I think based off of how this match is currently playing out, both teams very even here. We talked about how, of course, Weibo being the second place IVL team, so statistically maybe would have a slight advantage, but MRC has been playing a lot stronger throughout the majority of this tournament. But yeah, Weibo Survivors looked very good against XE, considering that he's been the most consistent hunter throughout for all of these teams. I think that's a very good sign for Weibo.
I mean, Xiaosheng is an S1 clerk in China server, but at the same time, not sure if you recall, but over when they were competing against WBG servers, when they're competing against you, they let out his clerk twice in a row without banning it, and the results were 3 escape and a tie. So it's just, I mean, I think for me, WBG server seems to really understand this character clerk and knows exactly how to counter it. But at the same time, they don't really have a system for it, because looking at the characters that they picked that time, actually it's all 8 different characters for BO1 and 2, and nothing really clashes in how they really performed. Mainly is about solo kiting and also a little bit of the help from the entomologist beast, even though it really interrupted Cypher progress at times. But I feel like the winning point in both that match, right, against Yu's Club was Iron's forward as well as his mind games. It's just really strong. Actually, Iron has been one of the most consistent players inside WBG Survivors, and really excited to see what he's gonna pick this time around to really, hopefully, OB and just bring a tie situation to a possible win for his team.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see that as well. Again, I don't know if Paimam's going to give. I don't know if XE will give forward if when he's on the hunter side, but we'll have to see. Yeah, just waiting for the picks and bans here again. We'll see ultimately how this is going to play out. But
yeah, we see MRC. Yeah, we're seeing MRC looking at another target. I mean, the waiting time is kind of long. They're also waiting patiently for it. But it will probably, the BPs will most probably be up soon. We see at YMM still discussing with the coach, talking about BPs and character to be picked. So I think maybe it might have been some technical issues, but we shall just wait it out and see what YMM will ban and what survivors will be picked in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, long wait time, just like NAEU rank matches. Very long wait times. So this is very familiar for me. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, just waiting to see the picks advance. Oh, maybe they're zooming back a little bit. Maybe possible.
Possibly.
No. No, just the cameraman. The cameraman's moving around a lot. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So oh, looks like they have the fan. See that they got the fan. Good. For those of you who don't know, when we were commentating for IVC in Thailand, it was really hot, so we had to get like a little electric fan thingies to like make it so it wasn't as hot because we were like literally dying. And then I also forgot to wear a short sleeve shirt on one of the days, so I was just like, actually I think I forgot on both days. Yeah, so it was just like really hot for no reason. And we had to get fans. So it looks like they're actually smart to get fans as well. Good shout out to YMM for that one.
And I believe I saw Posh and Now on the last day wearing suits, right? So that was crazy.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I would be dead if that happened. Nah, not get through that. Yeah, I struggle. So it's kind of weird. Like I can stay in the cold for long periods of time. When it comes to it being hot out, I just like catch on fire and melt instantly. Like I can't do that. All right, we are getting into our picks and bans here. It looks like we are gonna have as we mentioned, Weibo on the Hunter side here. We're gonna see some combination of forwards here. Priestess get banned here for YMM, and then one of those characters will get locked in for the MRC survivors. And the question is, will they go straight to entomologist as well, or are they gonna go a little bit less? Maybe a little bit less aggressive, play something like an acrobat. It looks like we're going to see Priestess and Seer, so MRC should immediately take forward with a Dream Witch ban. I would like to see forward Entomologist again, but they could also go something like forward Patient, forward Acrobat as well.
Definitely, and it seems to be that they're still discussing. Oh, we'll be seeing the Dream Witch ban, as you've mentioned, Eli, and the characters picked will soon to be. We'll be seeing YMM banning his third character very soon.
Yeah, let's see. Could be. I don't know. He could go Patient ban. He could technically go Barmaid ban. Because Barmaid also, of course, a very strong kiter against the Dream, which could go Mercenary. There's a lot of things he could be considering here. Looks like it's gonna be Mercenary. Just gonna get rid of that as an option. But this does open up some more strong clerk kiters. Patience on the table, Acrobats on the table, Barmaid's still on the table. So we should see one of those characters from MRC here. I would really like to see Patient. Oh, they're gonna go Psychologist. Interesting. I don't know how much I like Psychologist here. Obviously, you know, Psychologist can take 3 hits, which is fine against the clerk. And also can be effective against Naiad, but I feel like Patient would just be a much more effective kiter here, and it allows YMM to potentially ban that if that's what he's considering. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many characters in this current meta that can be very strong against a lot of these characters, and yeah, they just open up, they give a free Patient ban. I don't even think YMM was actually going to ban Psychologist, so they could have gone Patient Psych as the last two, but now they're going to be forced to go something maybe a little bit less effective like an Acrobat. You could also potentially play into Toy Merchant here, which would be very strong against a clerk and also very effective on Chinatown, but they may also just continue with the standard route of that Acrobat, but we'll have to see.
But I believe the character that will be picked, well, most likely, as like you said, Acrobat, very high kiting potential, and we see the Postman at Chinatown. Yeah, I mean, Postman actually is very efficient at the Chinatown map. We've seen many teams with the Postman at Chinatown map. After like 3 minutes of the match, it's like 4.5 ciphers already decoded. So definitely with that decoding speed boost letter, as well as kiting letters, rescuing letters, it will result in a more stable kind of situations for MRC. But Eli, what do you think about this team comp?
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand why they don't go Patient. If you go Patient for your third character, he has to ban. Because he's not gonna ban Psychologist. I don't think he's gonna ban Psychologist. If he does, he's gonna go Naiad here. If he does ban Psychologist, then you get Patient. Then you get Postman. If he bans Postman, then you get Psych. You still get Psych, which is a very strong kiter against both characters, and you still get Patient. So Patient is really, not only is Patient very good on Chinatown, very good against Naiad. As soon as Naiad pulls back the trident, you just hook away and you avoid getting trapped in the water. And Patient, again, we talk about characters that create distance are very strong against Clerk. If he goes Patient, he's forced off a Clerk completely, probably onto Naiad anyways. But it looks like he's just going to go Naiad here. Psychologist, of course, can take 3 hits, but has no real kiting skills. So I would imagine Psychologist probably is going to be forcing the flywheel just in preparation of a Naiad, because that's the only chance that she has at kiting Naiad, besides, of course, taking the 3 hits. But yeah, if you go Patient Lock, he bans Postman or Psychologist, you get one or the other, and it still works as a perfect team comp for the survivors. But I don't know. Looks like we're going to see Patient does get eliminated here. We're going to see YMM spawn in the corner building here. Probably going to go straight for Psychologist. I'd imagine he doesn't want to have to commit to a 2-story Entomologist. And we do see Shouty spawning close to the hotel as well. So that's not going to be a chase target, but he is going to be able to immediately promote that Cypher Rush onto the, I imagine, to the forward with the decoding letter.
And Eli, I'm not sure if you noticed about the persona, but the Postman, I believe he has tight turner instead of the normal flying wheel as well as broken window.
Entomologist too. This is interesting. I understand, like, the idea of going forward tie turner is usually smart, because forward it allows for easier harass. If you're going for you can flywheel a hit instead of having to use a football to transition away when you're trying to go for a harassment support. That way you don't put your football on the cooldown, you can keep harassing. But Psychologist has to bring flywheel in preparation of a Naiad. Postman Tide Turner is interesting. Entomologist Tide Turner is okay. We typically almost never see it with Postman though. So Postman rotating into the Naiad here. So this is not good. He's actually gonna see Postman early. This is the best chase target for him. And Postman has Tide Turner. He has no flywheel, so this is a really difficult chase. He does get the dog onto the Naiad, but it doesn't really matter. He can catch up very quickly here. We can see the beast trying to block up the doorway here, but he can just swim right through it. Yeah.
Yeah, and still chasing the Postman at double story. I believe Xiaodi will be fine. I mean, Xiaodi is very proficient in his own kiting ability, and the blink is not up yet. But we see that.
Why? Why does he throw the pallet down early?
Yeah, and we see the free hit on Postman over here, and I'm just going straight for Postman. Postman has absolutely no kiting ability except for the dog, which has been already used. But we see the beast support over here, unable to trap the hunter, and will be going straight towards Xiaodi. Xiaodi will like getting this hit if this pallet is down. Blink hit.
Yeah, he's gonna get the blink there. I think he was trying to bait out a flywheel and not blink immediately, but he doesn't have flywheel. He has Tide Turner, so we're gonna see forward try to support this. He's just gonna water off the whole area, so forward. He doesn't water it off all the way. Forward's still here. Oh, he's gonna wait. Forward can't. Is forward gonna go for it? He's gonna go for the stun here. He's in the water range. Oh, he gets the drop here as well. Forward can, of course, flywheel the water if necessary. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So he's just going to get the chair here. And Forward doesn't have Tide Turner. He has flywheel. So if he wants to rescue it, it risks an instant farm. So I don't know if this is really... Yeah, this persona selection is not working out for MRC here.
And we see Angel DD, the Entomologist, is coming over right now, and for most likely, Entomologist will mostly get the rescue, get that hit, and Forward's probably going to give a stun to really prolong the distance between Postman. But we don't see that happening. We see Postman getting that hit, going towards double story area, probably giving the letter immediately, so that the Cyphers will most likely be decoded faster if he gets the decoding letter.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to farm extra presence here, but it looks like he's not going to be able to do so. And it looks like we're going to see forward. He's going to continue to try to harass us out, but there's no Cypher progress. I mean, one Cypher done, another Cypher at 70, and that's it. They have no other Cyphers here, so YMM is just going to loop this entire area, force the forward completely out of range here. And yeah, there's nothing forward can do about this. He may try to go for one stun, but no, the water's just going to build up here. He can't actually stay in the water. He's going to flywheel the water. No, he's going to flywheel the water. Oh, he misses the flywheel! He misses the flywheel, goes for a stun here. Can he actually get it? No, he just drops him. What is happening? What? I don't understand this at all. We're going to see... Okay, so he gets Postman up in the process. I think that's probably the mindset here. Is it worth it? It may actually be worth it. Okay, so this actually does work out here for the survivors. Very... very weird play, and it actually turns out in their favor, so.
We see the Entomologist support once again. Very strong support on Angel DD's side, but we see Xiaodi unable to promote distance already because, I mean, YMM, Naiad, just swimming in the water and unable to get that hit and get the basic hits. No! but yeah, getting that water hit instead. But we see the side progress is looking so much better than just now.
Forward's here. Forward's here. He gets the stun off. He didn't see the forward at all. He's able to get the stun off. He gets the water onto the postman, but postman's gonna go down right away. But he is buying time. He's wasting time. That's what's important. YMM should know forward doesn't have any football. He goes for the dasher. He's trying to get a water hit onto the forward, but no, he's gonna be able to get a basic here. Forward does not have flywheel, so but the Cypher progress all of a sudden it's kind of enough here. Postman I think has one more chair, so as long as they're able to pop one more Cypher, push the last one more rescue here. The problem is there's no tide turner available, so this next rescue cannot be a farm. It needs to be a clean rescue, and it is a full presence Naiad, so it's going to be very difficult here. The last Cypher should be about 30% of the way done. It looks like we're going to see Ford push the rescue here, and I think the entomologists come in as well, but will they have enough time to actually make it to the chair?
I believe so, because they have to make this rescue happen if they're trying to aim for a win. If they're just going for the tide, then yeah, selling this would be great. But yeah, it seems like they're going for the tide, and this rescue will not be happening.
I think he didn't have enough time, yeah. I would have liked to see the forward go pop the entomologist Cypher and entomologist come earlier for a rescue, but it looks like yeah, they're just going to take a tie here, and YMM is you know, it's working out. It's another tie here for round number 2. I think this is very strong for him. And if he's able to, of course, secure this. The key here is holding Blink. He needs to not give up his Blink early. Psychologist is not an endgame kiting character, so again, this is why, you know, why do you lock... This is why Psychologist isn't necessarily as strong. I mean, Psychologist, of course, can take 3 hits, but she doesn't have endgame kiting potential. She's not going to use a flywheel here, trying to save it as much as possible. And he's going to try to get a water hit onto the Psychologist to get the down here. Is he able to do it? Nope, Psychologist is able to win. This does take... Goes for the flywheel here. She needs to stay alive long enough for the Cypher Machine to be primed. Does take the hit. Excellent job from the Psychologist to flywheel there. It keeps her alive long enough for the Cypher to be primed, but the problem is YMM still has Blink. All he has to do is blink the Psychologist, and this will secure the draw for this round.
And definitely, YMM definitely is aiming, definitely aiming for more, but at the same time, right now he's seeing a blink hit, so definitely a tie situation. We see the gates being open right now, entomologist is still at the hotel running towards the gate, and I believe it's gonna be a tie situation. I mean, I can't swim faster than that to the gate at the moment.
And it looks like we're gonna see, yeah, just 2 survivors out the gate here. MRC survivors struggling to get more than a draw here, so this is really not good for them, considering that, you know, Weibo is known to have a very strong survivor side, so this is going to be tough. I mean, Weibo now gets round number 2. They can push. They can easily play for a win here. It is their map selection. It is Chinatown, which a lot of these survivor teams love to play on, so it's definitely an uphill battle for them, for MRC.
Plus, it's kind of confirmed already that Xiao Chen might be playing, most likely will be playing Clark, and we have along with the Better, and it's just annoying. I mean, Clark against a Better, we've seen that against, I believe, was it FZN Survivors? FZN Survivors. Yeah. So pretty annoying. Really brought out a lot of time for the ciphers to be popped. So might be very difficult for Xiao Cheng, and I don't think WBG survivors will be just settling for a tie if they can aim for more.
Yeah, and this is the problem here, is that actually his only 2 options really are Clerk and Geisha, and both characters struggle against Batter, so we know Weibo has that as an option. So that's going to be really interesting. He could technically go Batter Seer Band here and then play Geisha, but the problem is then you can't really play Clerk, so you get forward, so it's just like, it's really tough. He may actually just go Seer Priestess, because if you do go forward ban, then you get Batter. If you go Batter ban, you get forward. So either way, you're gonna have to deal with one of those characters as a Clerk, so it doesn't really make sense. They're not gonna play forward and Batter together. You typically don't see that. Decoding's too slow. Not consistent rescuers. To obviously nice harassment, but you play into excitement. You don't have consistent rescuers like a mercenary or even something like a gravekeeper. So that's more challenging. So I think we're probably gonna see Priestess and Seer, and he'll probably just try to play Geisha or Clerk, but then it's just like you play into harassers really well with that with those bans. So that's why having a Batter and forward as a threat is so challenging for a Hunter to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. And Yeah, we're seeing the stats right now, and we can see that Xing H with the forward with 147 kiting containment time, but that is mostly more of the harassing part. So really brought up a lot of time for the service to decode. We see that psychologists as well as entomologists with over 250 decoded so each. So yeah, definitely over decoded, but that was necessary because it was against NAEU, and they wanted to be more stable in a way, such that ciphers can pop and they're not going to force the cipher and result in a possible win situation for YMM. So now we're seeing that at the moment, but just talking a bit about WBG side survivors, right? I mean, against Use Clark that time, actually, the average that they kited, right, for first kite was actually at 3 ciphers. And in fact, if the first kite is ironed, actually the first hit was only when the 3 ciphers popped. So kiting abilities wise, definitely WBG survivors, they got it. They know exactly how to counter Clerk, and if someone else other than Iron is kiting, then they have the support from Long as well. So even though it really they actually disrupted quite a number of ciphers in the process of trying to help each other, eventually worked out. 2 escape, 3 escape is definitely what they're aiming for.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where Weibo Survivors really turn things around. I mean, it's a team that's known to be they're a survivor-sided team. They're known to have a very strong survivor side. You know, of course, YMM has been is a strong hunter, but does sometimes struggle with consistency. So far in this round, very good though. 2 ties in a row, which is perfectly. That's definitely max consistency for a hunter side in this survivor-sided meta. So now it's just up to Weibo Survivors here. They just need to get a 3 survivor escape, try to take the lead here. It was their map selection, so they're definitely going to want to try to capitalize from this position. It does go back to MRC's pick for the last round and no map ban. So if you go into the third round and with 2 ties for 2 rounds, MRC gains a pretty large advantage then. So Weibo is definitely going to want to try to shift things into their favor here. And we'll have to see. I don't know. It's going to be it's going to be difficult for XC. I mean, again, just forward batter, both those characters probably being on the table here. It's just so hard for Clerk and Geisha. He doesn't really have any other options. I mean, with Dreamwitch gone, and what else does he have besides Geisha and Clerk here? I mean, technically he has something. He has like Anne and Soulweaver, but Anne is very weak on Chinatown, and Soulweaver would be okay. Actually, it's something that he probably could consider here with a Chinatown map. But it's still it's really a round 3 hunter. It doesn't thrive as well in the earlier rounds. Soulweaver is a character that it's a little bit more fragile. It needs extra bands, you know, the 3 bands right away if it really wants to be successful. Chinatown Soulweaver though is very strong though, so it's still definitely an option.
Definitely, and yeah, I'm very excited to see what the Hunter is going to ban, Xiaochang's going to ban, as well as what WBG Survivors is going to pick, because definitely WBG Survivors is not going to make it easy for Xiaochang at all, especially with their kind of like an advantage they're going to have, because, I mean, like you said, WBG Survivors is very strong. And most of the time they're getting the advantage for their Hunter and getting the big round points during that match itself. So, Xiaochang's going to hand out again. Very close match at the moment, because I mean we've been seeing two kind of match points between MRC Survivors and as well as WBG Hunter. So it's hard to like know exactly what they're gonna go for. This is really hard.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, just gonna wait for the picks and bans, which we should have up in a moment. But yeah, I think trying to picture how this match is going to play out here. If we do get into another tied situation going into round number 3, assuming that both rounds were tied, I think that MRC is probably going. There's a good chance they go Moonlit, and if you go Moonlit, then that opens up XC Geisha, and then you can easily just ban NAEU and Dreamwitch from YMM, and it forces him onto his Clerk, which has been very inconsistent. His Clerk has not been as strong as the rest of his hunters, unfortunately, in this tournament. He against RD didn't have too much problem getting a quick down, but he was unable to get another kill for the rest of the match. And it's just not as I don't know, and that's why we've seen him go straight to NAEU when we see anti-Dreamwitch team comps. Of course, A lot of anti-Dream Witch team comps are also strong against Clerk, but he goes straight to Naiad instead without even considering Clerk in a lot of these situations. It's not his most consistent hunter. So if you go into a situation where maybe you go Moonlit, you force him onto a weak Clerk map, then it can be a bit of a challenge. But yeah, I don't know. Again, we'll have to see ultimately what he goes for. But on the side of XC, he just has a couple extra options. Of course, Soul Weaver is still on the table. It's still a possibility, but it's also, again, it's not a great round 2 hunter. It's more for that third round situation because you have extra bands to work with. But yeah, still a lot of options here for sure.
And just a quick question, Eva. Do you think WBG Stellaris should pick Embalmer in this map? And if they're aiming for a win?
Probably not in this situation. Embalmer is really in there for a few reasons. One, it's a very good tie survivor because he can self-rescue. It allows it against a Dream, which is a very good tie survivor. Allows you to self-rescue, so you don't have to. So you don't have to go for a rescue against a Dream Witch, which means that you don't lose Cypher progress because you don't have to have someone to go in for a save. You don't get an extra leech into play because they're not leeching the rescuer, and you don't give an extra injury to the Dream Witch. And it allows the Embalmer to die to leech because the leech is going to fall into the coffin. So it opens up a lot of opportunities to tie. The problem is it doesn't waste enough time to actually play for a win. And it also works really well against good camping hunters like Sculptor and Bonbon. Against something like Clerk, it technically works as a tie survivor, but Weibo doesn't want to tie. They want to win here. And also it's not very strong against Geisha because Geisha can get around the map so quickly. Whereas coughing across the map trying to lose the hunter, it doesn't really work for Geisha. So I don't think we'll see Embalmer here. I mean, it's kind of a chance. Embalmer is a character that is there for one, you're either trying to tie or you're trying to get one extra survivor out than you normally would because you can set up your coffin on dungeon or on exit gate. I don't think we'll see Embalmer here from Weibo. It's not a very aggressive play, whereas Weibo survivors are known to be a very aggressive survivor team.
If that's the case, then I believe that the survivor team for WBG might be picking a patient because I mean we don't know that Hui does play patient, and he's pretty proficient in that. I mean, I think the reason why MRC also banned the Lakeside Village is because it's easy to really loop around at the small gate area for patient, and that's what we have seen him that did because against ZETA, Els, Bonbon at Lakeside.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I think with Lakeside, it's just like you don't want to have to play into Lakeside Naiad. It's just really hard. But yeah, I mean that's also something to consider as well. But yeah, Chinatown, I think obviously just the most standard map overall. Yeah, so yeah, still just waiting for our picks and bans here. Not really sure what's going on, but hopefully we'll have that up in a second. This is like me waiting for early season rank matches. That one season where I grinded for First Survivor, it was like 20-minute rank matches, and it was just like, it was really painful. So that's what we're sitting through right now. And everyone else who's around Mammoth tier and has to wait 40 minutes for a rank match because there's not a lot of hunters at that tier for some reason. Yeah, this is what you're all experiencing with us. So welcome to NAEU rank, guys, if you don't live in NAEU. But yeah, yeah, just yeah. Anything you want to add, Chocho?
I mean, today will be a pretty long match, I believe. So remember to all to drink up, man. I mean, we'll definitely drink up when we get our break, but but yeah, you guys should always drink up, and like it's gonna be a long day, so just go get some snacks and just chill, you know, because it's not gonna be easy today. And yeah, and today's BP seems to be taking quite some time. So let's just all wait patiently, and yeah, we'll start the match very soon.
Yeah, make sure you guys drink water. That's something I don't do, so don't be like me, because I'd make very bad decisions. But yeah, I haven't drank water for about 6 hours, so if I pass out from dehydration, it's probably because of that. But anyways, we're gonna hope that doesn't happen because that would not be ideal. And yeah, anyways, still just waiting for our band picks. We have our scoreboard here. Obviously, still 6-6. Hasn't changed in the last 10 minutes from us sitting here from last time I checked. So, but yeah. Anyways, yeah. Make sure you guys drink your water, and don't drink a lot of sugar because sugar is bad for you. Unless you're getting boba tea, that's acceptable because that's actually really good. But typically, you can get 0 sugar, which is actually a healthier option. Healthy alternative.
If you're gonna drink bubble tea,
I get
don't
0
serve
sugar.
that.
I get
know
0
you get
sugar
0
with my
sugar.
bubble tea. Yeah. Okay, if you think about it, you know, if you're getting, okay, let's think about it this way. Hypothetically, if you were to get a fruit milk tea, you're already getting enough natural sugar from the fruit. So why do you have to add sugar to it? Exactly. There's no comeback for that. I win. Sorry. Yeah, and also the tapioca has like sugar stuff on it, so it's yeah. Sugar's bad for you guys. Stay on the protein grind. You know what I'm saying?
If milk is gonna be unhealthy already, we're just gonna make it more unhealthy. We're not gonna like be healthy drinking.
Unless you have 1% milk. Yeah. You ever had 1% milk? You guys have 1% milk? Okay. Why are we talking about milk? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. 1% milk's good though. Everyone's like, oh my god, I need my whole milk because all the other milks taste bad, but 1% milk actually tastes good, guys. I'm just saying. Or 2% milk. I don't know. Technically, it doesn't taste the same. Technically, it tastes slightly different. Actually, whole fat milk tastes no, not whole fat. Non-fat milk tastes different. Tastes kind of weird.
I don't know. I just drink. I don't know.
As Pot says, never mind. We're not gonna say that actually. But yeah, 1% milk is Oh my god, we're indoor picks and bans. No way, dude. Let's go. All right, Chocho, take it away.
Alright, so yeah, we'll be moving towards the BP now, like closer to BP, maybe not exactly because we also been waiting quite some time before the BP actually showed. So, but we'll be seeing the players instead. So we have Xiao Cheng on the Hunter side. Yeah, looking really dead serious. Yeah, definitely, because this is a very crucial match. If he gives advantage to the WBG Survivor side, then it might be very hard for them to come back because the WBG would then just aim for a tie situation for both sides. So, yeah, we'll be moving on to the BP quite quickly this time around. Yeah, we'll be seeing what Xiao Cheng will be banning for the first 2, and then we'll be seeing WBG with the first Hunter ban.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're gonna see probably, as we mentioned, probably Seer and Priestess here immediately getting locked in, but I don't know. It looks like forward, he's gonna ban forward, so this still just opens up Batter Priestess as an option. I would actually not be surprised if we're gonna see Dreamwitch ban most likely, and then probably just immediate Batter Priestess. I would love to see that here. Very strong against Clark, very strong against Geisha as well. We'll see if that's something the Weibo survivors opt to go with as well. Entomologist is also a character to consider, but with the option for Batter for long, it's just so strong.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll be seeing the first 2 picks on the Survivor side. Not too sure whether it will be like you said just now, Eli, which is the better pick for the first 2. Could be good in a way that it could really just secure the OB character. And if Xiao Cheng's gonna be Clark, then yeah, that's perfect combo. But we see the Mercenary as well as Priestess being selected first, a support character as well as a rescuer. Supporting wise, Priestess is great. Priestess is very good. I mean, we might even be seeing a Barmaid also against a Clark also, because I mean, once the Barmaid drinks its Dolphin, it can just have Flying Wheel as well as Priestess support portals to really transition to a better kiting area. That could be possible. We see over here and a Toy Merchant pick on the WBG side.
Toy Merchant here is going to be, obviously we talked about this in the last round, Toy Merchant is a very strong character in this map, very good for support. It also works very well against Clark. Again, keeping distance is the key. We're going to see Postman ban as well. We might actually see just a Geisha just to deal with the Toy Merchant. Geisha is very strong against merchants as it can close the distance a lot easier than a Clark can. For the last character here, Patient is still an option, but if you do go Patient, you're playing so hard into Clark, and they do still have Batter available. I would really love to see Batter here from the Survivors. It works really well into what XC's probably trying to play. Enchantress is also fine. Enchantress is a very strong kiter against a Geisha and can also be very strong for Clark as well for a lot of those tight kiting areas. But yeah, no Batter. I think Batter would have been really good here. It opens up a few more options for XC.
Definitely. But we see that this might be a pretty good team comp. What do you think about this, Eli? Do you think it's a tie for team comp or a win kind of situation for the WBG side? Like, are they able to get more than a tie?
I mean, we're gonna see a triple tide turner again, so they're just going really aggressive. This is really interesting. I'm surprised no I'm surprised no broken windows for Enchantress, considering it's probably gonna be a clerk here. But he could go Geisha. The thing is, this comp is difficult for XC because Enchantress counters Geisha. Merchant is strong against Clerk. He's gonna go Geisha instead. Yeah, so Flywheel ultimately works out, but I would have liked to see one more Flywheel. Like, I don't triple tide turner is just so, it's aggressive, but it relies so much on strong kiting. And because you're playing Geisha to counter Toy Merchant, if Merchant gets chased first, it's such a fast down. Like, as Merchant's gonna rely heavily on individual kiting skill. Like, and on top of that, Merchant in comparison, in collaboration with the rest of the survivors on this team comp, you can only give your item to the mercenary. Enchantress and Priestess, their items are rechargeable, so they're not gonna disappear. So you can only give to the mercenary once his elbow pads have been wasted. So it doesn't have great synergy here as well. So this team comp, it's triple tide turner is aggressive, but again, it didn't work out in the first round for them. So I don't know if it'll work out here as well. But they are trying to go for a win here, spawning on Enchantress and Priestess, and probably will commit to Priestess first, actually. Priestess is all about portaling away, stunning the hunter so you can gain distance, but Geisha doesn't care about that. She catches up instantly with dashes, and you don't want to have to commit to Enchantress as a Geisha. So I think there's actually a good chance XC goes for Priestess chase first here.
Definitely. I mean, chasing Enchantress itself, a Geisha against Enchantress is difficult. Once you fly once, Enchantress is gonna just stun you once. So that's just gonna be really irritating. The first hit is gonna kick forever, and plus this is Iron, one of the most better performing members in the entire team actually. So definitely we might be going for the MK, which is the Priestess player over here. And yeah, we see that Geisha will bring detention and trump card as normal. And yeah, spawning over at the double story area. We'll be going towards the Priestess, like you've said, Eli. And yeah, Priestess rotating right away to the flower area.
Yeah, excellent rotation from MK, gaining a lot of distance. As soon as XC catches sight of him, he doesn't have Tinnitus at all. Does he catch sight of the Priestess at all here? It looks like he finally does. Beautiful predictions from XC on this rotation to actually catch up to Priestess here. MK needs to be careful he doesn't rotate into the Geisha. He is going to do so. This allows XC to gain even more distance here, but has made it to Hotel. There is a catapult most likely set up at the upstairs building here, and MK is probably going to push that, but it is a Geisha. She can catch up so quickly here. He's going to drop this pallet right away. Goes for the dash here, and oh, he goes down, goes for the drop. He didn't hit because he was worried about Flywheel, and MK actually just portals instead. So we see the triple Flywheel. The triple tide turner just kind of working out. There's the catapult. Oh, beautiful catapult! Getting the Priestess to the upstairs two-story area, and she's going to be able to stay in this area. And you see why Toy Merchant is so strong on this map here. He's not going to be able to get hit with this dash here and has excitement, no blink, so he's going to have to get 2 dashes if he wants to get it down.
Definitely. I mean, Xiaoshen picking excitement also really just shows that he's very confident in his chasing ability. But we see the excitement over here, getting that basic hit. Princess will be rotating back to the hotel area, but however, Princess no longer has any portals, so we're not so sure how this side is going to prolong. But we see the catapult once again, jumping over it and using that to pull distance between the hunter.
Yeah, and this is a clerk. This game is already over. Like, it's already a win for the survivors because Priestess just loops that infinitely until he breaks the catapult. But Geisha is the one character that can catch him and close that distance. He's going to go to drop this pallet. Still has a dash available. Goes for the dash onto the Priestess here. Still has this pallet. Does he have a pallet boost as well? Goes for the mind game at the pallet, and he should go down here. And he does get the down. Terror Shot going to gain a little bit of extra presence as well. So maybe not ideal for MK, but 2 Cypher machines will pop in the process. Another Cypher already at 50 here. So this is looking... it's on pace for a tie, but a late game body block could also potentially push for a win here. We're going to see that catapult get taken down here. And we'll probably see Mercenary not rescue. He's going to go ahead and take down the pallet. No, it's going to be a Mercenary. I was going to say, we probably will see Merchant try to rescue, so he can have a tie turn with Mercenary, with Mercenary late game. But looks like Mercenary is going to come in here, and Merchant's going to save that tie turn for later.
And Priestess not going back to the... But interrupting that portal placement over there, but getting that hit, and second skill will be open this time round. A mercenary will be going back to the cipher, decoding a new cipher in fact. And the last 3 ciphers are being decoded right now. The cipher that will be popped, the next one will be Toy Merchants. Toy Merchant will be coming for the next rescue.
Yeah, we're gonna see him get shared again. Will they have enough time to win this? I think they actually do. So what's gonna happen here is Merchant is the one to pop the cipher machine, so she doesn't have to transition to a new one. She's gonna set up a catapult and she's gonna glide all the way up to the chair. And this is why we see Merchants sometimes bring Tide Turner, because they're able to glide all the way to the chair and make the rescue uninjured. But he's getting cut off from pretty far. Misses the hit though. Is gonna get that hit there. Toy Merchant needs the body block for 70% of a cipher here. That's gonna be very difficult. And again, Priestess does not have a portal because he did get it canceled and does not have Tide Turner. He's going to get the hit onto the Merchant, so Merchant will drop down here. And he's just going to continue after he's trying to throw an item at the Geisha. I'm not really sure what that's going to do, but he can actually use it. Oh, what he's doing, he's actually doing it to skill check. So if you hold, that's actually really smart. We're going to see the Dasher does get the down onto the Priestess. Yeah, not going to be able to body block long enough. He's holding the item, now that I think about it, he's holding the item to skill check. If you hold an ability and stare at the hunter while doing it, in this case holding the item, it's an infinite skill check. So there's no way for the Geisha to turn around and get away from it, and can't dash because of it. But he did get the hit onto the Merchant, so Merchant does go down. He is able to get the Priestess down before the Cypher Machine is primed, and now has his straight. So this actually gets a little bit scary for the survivors. If Hoi opts to continue to decode the Cypher Machine, he can teleport on him and potentially get him down. We're going to see the survivors most likely heal up, and Mercenary is going to transition away here. And again, on track for a draw. This is a drawn pace, so we'll probably see another tie for this round, I believe, if this continues at this rate.
And Eli, I'm not too sure. Did you see whether Long used his self-heal, or was he healed by Iron over there? Did you just catch that?
Oh, he does get the hit onto the Mercenary. Mercenary he never went down, I don't believe, right? So
No, not Mercenary, Long, Toy Merchant, when he got the double down.
Oh, Toy Merchant. I did see. So we'll see it. Yeah, it's like he's gonna get the down onto the So he's gonna get the down into the Mercenary here. We'll see him get shared here. It looks like Enchantress, I believe, was actually the one that, so Enchantress did heal him, so Merchant did not have to waste that. And that actually makes sense. We're gonna see Mercenary come in for the save here. Cypher Machine is about 40% of the way done, but XC has teleport. He can teleport onto that that Merchant. The problem is if he does do that, the Cypher Machine over here is about 75% of the way done. So he's gonna hold his teleport probably for late game and maybe try to push for a quick kill end game and then teleport to the exit gate. But Mercenary still holds an elbow pad here, and Merchant does have a perfume that she could potentially give to the Mercenary at some point.
Well, this is gonna be annoying. Enchantress will be coming for the OB slash kite for the Mercenary, but yeah, I mean, Mercenary will be getting the kite right now. Xiaoshan, what Xiaoshan has to do this time around is to not allow the Mercenary to be full blood during late game, because from seeing that basic hit, we'll be getting that hit and Cypher will be popped. Enchantress will be running towards the gate, opening the double story gate. But Xiaoshan will be going for Enchantress instead.
Yeah, he has excitement, so Enchantress is a pretty easy kill for him. But you have to consider Flywheel is still available here, so Enchantress gonna get that drop here. He's gonna go for the dasher. Does she have Flywheel? Goes for the single stun. Still has Flywheel, early Flywheel, but misses the hit onto the pallet there. He's gonna be forced to break it. But again, he can just excitement and get the kill here. Still has his pallet to work with. Goes for the swing here. He wants to try to goes for the swing there. Gets the stun off, and he gets the down onto the Enchantress here. Still has teleport available. Is he gonna go for the chair? Is he gonna go aggressive? He's gonna go for the chair, just playing it safe. Will they have enough time to get the gate open? I think they're gonna have. If he instantly teleports, he can make it. No, they get off the gate. They get off the gate. Yeah, and he's gonna go for the dash to the gate here instead.
It's opening the gate. They're continuing to open the gate. Right now, we see the Toy Merchant flying towards the gate, but unfortunately, the gate will be open this time.
Oh, but Mercenary's not out. Mercenary doesn't get out here. Merchant drops on the outside. She drops on the outside of the gate. Why? She can just get down because of this. Ooh. I don't understand. Why did Mercenary just fly out the gate there?
Not too sure what was going on over there. I think Long wanted to go back because maybe Mercenary is really half blood. If Toy Merchant's going to the gate, he's gonna get forced out, and then Hunter's just gonna go for Mercenary, and it's gonna be a 3 kill. So I think Long was trying to potentially try to not make this a 3 kill elimination, but
I think this might even be 4 now. He's gonna chair. Oh, he's not gonna go for Enchantress. He's gonna chair Mercenary first, then he's gonna go back for Enchantress. This is.
there is a potential because I mean, Chandras has the monkeys and Toy Merchant can fly. So this could be it.
Why didn't he go for? Why did he allow the rescue? They're gonna try to make it out, but she's not leaving again. She's going back maybe to try to pressure the red. Why is Merchant leaving so much? I don't get it. She's just dead. She's just dead. It's just a 3-kill. MRC wins the round. She could have just left the gate here. There's no way she makes that rescue in time. I don't understand, Chocho.
Okay, I think what could have been possible with that is that because sometimes when Toy Merchant, when you fly to the gate, right, certain gates allow you to fly over it, but certain gates at the top is like maxed out at that height, so Toy Merchant has to be lowered down a little bit before it can fly in, and I believe Long felt that it probably could have allowed Geisha to hit him at the point in time. That's why he decided to go backwards twice in a row. So, not too sure that we have to experiment, so
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if the gate's not high enough, he can still fly under, and he can't hit him out of the air. So he can still fly under the bar, even if it's
I think Long felt that Hunter could have hit him.
It's too high. It's impossible. As far as I know, it's impossible. But I don't understand. I don't understand. I could be completely clueless in the situation, but as far as I know, I don't get it. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't get it at all. It looks to me like I guess he tried to the first time. I think he tried to stay in, maybe because I'm trying to look back at it now. I mean, maybe he tried to stay in the match so he could force him to chair him, so it gives Mercenary enough time to get the rescue. But then the second time, maybe he's trying to go back and get the save on the Mercenary, but he doesn't have enough time. I don't know. I mean, Entity or Nell, if you guys, or Podge, if you guys have anything, feel free to let us know. I don't see it. I just don't see it. But yeah, here we go. 3 elimination for XC here. Excellent endgame with the Geisha there. That's gonna give MRC the round number 2 win here.
Yeah, and it's a WBG selection for this map, so not looking too good on WBG side. Okay, the Toy Merchant thing I've got to experiment it. Yeah, it's kind of strange. I mean, Long wouldn't have done that twice. I mean, if he did it the first time, that could have been reasonable because, I mean, he didn't want to settle for the 3 elimination because Hui Yi, the Mercenary, was half blood and it's gonna be instant down. So, but the second time could have been that upon descent, right, that I'd be able to hit Toy Merchant. That's the only possibility I feel like it's reasonable for that to do it.
Yeah, the only possibility is that he just can't make it out the gate and he gets hit in midair because it's too low for him to get out. I mean, that's the only explanation, and that could have been the case. That could definitely be the case. I just doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it would be, but it's possible. It's possible that's also the instance there. I don't know. It just seems so weird. But anyways, yeah. Again, we'll look at the positives here. Of course, excellent job from XC to secure an extra kill in the end. And this is why Geisha is so scary. It's a hunter. It's a tie hunter that has win potential because you're able to play for extra kills in the end game. It's a hunter that can kill really fast after the Cypher pop. You have enough time to chair and teleport to the gate before the gates open, and that opens up enough time to actually win from there. So, yeah, excellent job from XC. Played the end game perfectly. The survivors, of course, were not able to get the gate open in time. A split second too late, right? He was able to teleport just in time to catch the Mercenary before he was able to get out the gate there. Forced him to elbow pad away, and MRC wins round number 2 here, and they win it on the opponent's map selection. So going into the last run here, MRC, they get to pick the map with no map ban, leading. I think MRC has a huge advantage right now.
And just asking, right, Eli, do you think, right, if Priestess, MK's Priestess, if he brought a Flying Wild into that round, right, would it have changed the game?
Priestess's Flywheel. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a few instances where he obviously could have Flywheeled. But yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, I think it would have. I mean, obviously, there are a few instances where he could have Flywheeled to kite longer. I don't know if it ultimately would have bought enough time throughout his kites for it to matter in the long run. But I mean, a flywheel against Geisha is really strong. I think I would have liked to see because you typically, sometimes you have Merchant bring Tide Turner because they can easily glide up to the chair and get a free rescue, but the problem is if Merchant got first chase against a Geisha, it'd be very weak. But then again, you can also have Merchant spawn Hotel, which is a really strong kiting area for her, so I guess it's okay. I think with that spawn, if you're going to spawn Priestess in an area where the Geisha will most likely spawn near, consider that Priestess is probably the best chase target besides the Toy Merchant. I think that it makes sense for Priestess during Flywheel as well. And you can just give the hotel area to the Toy Merchant, and she's not going to go. The Geisha's not going to chase in hotel because it's too difficult. So I think that would probably be more logical for Priestess to bring Tide Turner. But again, they keep trying to play aggressive here. They rely so much on individual kiting skills, and they get close, but they don't get close enough, and it's just they're just falling short every time. And if they have that Flywheel, they could have had that in the first round. We saw it. If Ford has Flywheel, he gets the dungeon with the sticker, because sticker and Flywheel are on the same part of the Persona web, and that's a win of the round for Weibo. Also, Priestess kites a lot longer against the Dream Witch in the first round. Second round, Priestess could have potentially kited longer, maybe long enough. We don't know. Obviously, there's no way to tell, but maybe long enough for the Cypher Machine to be prime, because they were close. It was like 70-ish%. So it's just like multiple instances here. If Weibo opts for one extra Flywheel, it could work in their favor. The extra Tide Turner so far has not made a difference in any match. It has not helped them. If anything, it's brought them down because they don't have the extra Flywheel to work with.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, speaking of BO3 now, right? Okay, so what do you think MRC? Okay, if MRC has the map selection, right? What do you think? Which map do you think MRC should pick? Because Yao Cheng only has Dream Witch and Club that he has been playing for most of the BOs 1 and 2. This time around, he brought out a Geisha. So I'm not sure whether they're gonna ban the Geisha this time. So be a Geisha or Clark, and picking a map that is proficient in both. What do you think it would be?
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, Moonlit might not be as strong since they're probably gonna ban Geisha. I think I don't know. It's actually really tough. You have to pick a map that's, because Dream Witch is going to get banned for sure. You want to pick a map that's going to be good for Clerk and Geisha. In case they ban one, you can play the other. But the problem is there's not a whole lot of maps that really work that well. Obviously, Moonlit is really bad for Clerk, but it's good for Geisha. But if you go Moonlit, they're just going to ban Geisha. If you go Lakeside, they're just going to ban Geisha, and they're going to give up Clerk. So I'm not really sure. Something I want to clarify as well is that Triple Tide Turner is okay, because I keep talking about this, but Triple Tide Turner, I understand why they use it. Like, it's a good strategy when you want to try to play aggressive and try to play for a win, but it also can hurt you in a lot of instances. The point that I'm trying to make is that I still think they're trying to play too aggressively. Again, Triple Tide Turner, again, it's fine if you want to play aggressive, you need to try to push for a win. But I think that it's just a little bit of over-aggression from Weibo, and it's sort of costing them little bits here and there. But we'll see how it ultimately plays out. Again, there's nothing wrong with Triple Tide Turner in certain instances, but ultimately, it hasn't worked out for them so far. But anyways, going back to what we were talking about with the map. Considering that YMM is going to be playing Clerk or Naiad, depending on what the survivors opt to ban here, there's a good chance we'll see Geisha and Naiad ban, and we're just going to see a Clerk on Clerk in this last round. So, yeah, I don't really know what MRC picks. Usually we're able to try to guess these things, but I actually don't know. I can't really think of anything. I mean, maybe they'll just go something like Red Church, because that would make the most sense, but let's see.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about MRC. Then for WBJ side, right, WBG side, maybe an Arms Factory might be a selection. I mean, we've seen them do pretty well in Arms Factory, whether it be Entomology's Bees. I mean, because Entomology's wise, right, we haven't seen it yet, but the bees, right, when you're trying to come for support, right, definitely it needs time, it wastes bees for it to travel from one side to the other. And then it's just gonna buy out a lot of decoding time, and then beast is just gonna deteriorate over time. So definitely I feel like a small map might be good for entomologists. What do you think, Eli?
Well, yeah, of course, it depends on, I mean, certain areas on small maps, like if you get caught in a narrow area, that can be very good. Entomologist also works really well against both sides. Obviously very good against Clerk, as we mentioned. It can be good against Geisha as well. It can be a good kiter against Geisha. If you go for a dash as a Geisha, you're riding on the beast, you jump off the beast, Geisha gets stuck, you're able to avoid a hit that way. And it can be good against Naiad as well, depending on the situation. Obviously, Naiad can get through the beast very quickly if they're in the swimming form. But if you wait for them to pull back their trident, then you jump off the beast, then Naiad gets stuck, then you're able to trade more distance. We're going to get into our picks and bans here, I think. Hope so. But we'll see. We'll see who's on the Survivor side first as well. Looks like MRC did pick Church. Yeah, just going with the most standard red Church option here.
Definitely. And we've seen MRC play Red Church against FZN actually. So yeah, they get a tie against Mushin Sculptor, I believe. And they've been pretty proficient on that. They have picked Entomologist last time, Patient as well. Bigger characters at Red Church, whether it be because Patient, I mean, can hook through the windows at Red Church, and Entomologist, I mean, the map is pretty small, so it counts for support. Yeah, that's for the Survivor side of MRC. However, for Hunter's side, Xiao Cheng played Clerk before and got at full elimination. So, not sure. Oh, because I mean, Clerk for Xiao Cheng, right, at Red Church that time, he actually brought excitement, even though the team com was the only person that could affect him was Priestess as well as Acrobat. Xiao Cheng seems to be very confident in his own geisha as well as Clerk characters in terms of chasing potential. Excitement into the match, usually not something that we really see very often. But I mean, if he did make a 4 elimination, so I mean, why not?
Yeah, let's see. So we're gonna see Searford Priestess, the most standard bans here. We should see Dream Witch and probably Knight. I don't think they're gonna ban Clerk. That's not Hunter YMM really has been really vying to. He hasn't really been going to that Clerk as much as the Naiad, so. Yeah, they're gonna go Naiad and Dream Witch, which is perfectly fine. We'll see what the Survivors opt to go with. I think probably Mercenary. They could just go straight to the Entomologist as well if they are trying to play in preparation of a Clerk. So I think that's totally okay as well. But we should see Mercenary in one other character here for sure.
I go for a double rescuer as well as 1 support and 1 Kaito. I mean, because right now they have the advantage right now. What they need to do is just to get a tie for Survivor as well as Hunter. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. I mean, we see the Entomologist pick, like you said, as well as Psychologist over here.
No Mercenary, huh? This is interesting. Yeah, again, MRC going straight back to this Psychologist. They're really favoring this character, so definitely an interesting strategy. This does open up Mercenary ban for YMM. Oh, he's gonna go Postman. I think Postman is fine as well, considering that Weibo is down here. They need to try to play more aggressive. He's gonna eliminate decoder options and maybe try to play for a 3 kill if possible. Obviously, the Postman Cypher Rush is very good against the Clerk. Clerk is all about, you know, the way to beat a Clerk is to obviously have a strong first kite, but get through as many Cyphers as possible early, so Clerk struggles to control them in the late game, and Postman is a very good character for that. On top of that, Postman is very good at creating distance against a Hunter like a Clerk, because you can slow them down with the dog, create distance that way, and that can be very strong as well here. But yeah, Weibo, obviously, they need to play aggressive. They want to turn things around here. We're going to see Batter as the last ban. I really do like this. This does open up Mercenary, of course, but you don't want to have to deal with a Batter as a Clerk here. But I guess it's interesting. MRC isn't quite known to play Batter as much, but again, I don't think you want to give that as an option here. We should see Mercenary as the last character.
Mercenary picked here. Yeah, I mean, it's fine, I guess, but I believe why they picked Psychologist at the same time was because Psychologist, right, you can hit 3 hits, so it really prolongs the first kite. Yeah, we do see the Mercenary being picked over here. And YMM, what do you think YMM should pick looking at this team comp, Eli?
Well, I think most likely we'll see him probably just stick with Clerk. I mean, that's been his most obviously that's the strongest Hunter for this current situation, but obviously it is a tough comp to chase this Clerk. I mean, Entomologist, Patient, very difficult. You can't chase Mercenary. And they're going triple Broken Windows. They're really going heavy for this Clerk matchup. Obviously, we talked about Broken Windows, very crucial against a Clerk here. So just to create that distance. And he is going Clerk, so he's playing Clerk into a pretty difficult chase comp with triple Broken. This is really tough for YMM, but he doesn't really have a choice. He has to play aggressive. He needs to try to get as many kills as possible if he wants a chance to shift this back into Weibo's favor.
Definitely, and yeah, players will be setting up their personas and picking the location they're going to be spawned at. So, looking at this, right, Eli, what do you think? Where do you think the Survivors should be spawned at exactly? And yeah, how's it going to go about?
We'll probably see Mercenary spawn middle. We're going to see Entomologist spawn in an area where it's very easy to position Urbiza middle. The most common strategy with entomologists on churches. Position your bees in one of the open doorways, whether that's the middle broken side or the graveyard side. And then whichever survivor kites, you actually just leave your bees in the middle of the church. And whichever side the survivor kites, so you can put your bees in that doorway and help support that way. And of course, Mercenary obviously would like to go middle because it's very easy for them to transition from a rescue at any point. We're going to see an up-down build from YMM as well here. So, yeah, confined space detention, no trump card. So he's going for at least getting a draw here. But yeah, I think I really like this here. YMM, we'll see if it works out.
Yeah, and we see that the Hunter will be spawned at back broken, Mercenary at middle broken initially. Center will be Psychologist and Entomologist at Shack area. Patient the furthest away at Red Carpet. Hunter will either go for Entomologist or Psychologist. So which one do you think, Eli, which one do you think Hunter should go for in this map?
Well, Psychologist is an easier chase, but Entomologist is positioned in Shack. Well, it's very easy to rotate towards back gate. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. I think probably we'll try to see him go for Psych. The thing is, if you go for Psych, then it allows Ento to support, so it's a little bit risky. I actually don't know. I think that's actually really tough. I think I might go for Ento here, just so you can eliminate that beast support, but Ento is a really strong kiter against the Clerk. Let's see what he opts to go for. He may actually just go straight to Church as well. He's going to go ahead and use that vision onto Church here, seeing if he can find the Psychologist. Looks like he's going to go for the Entomologist. Okay, so he wants to try to get rid of that as quickly as possible. He's going to go for that recording onto the patient, trying to pick up a decoding recording, and he is going to chase the Entomologist into Graveyard here.
And yeah, Entomologists will be rotating towards the Graveyard area, buying this kite and everything. So yeah, most likely using his beast right now. Yeah, so to give like the extra speed boost actually. So stopping with the beast, getting the beast hit one time. Shouty just collecting back his beast.
Yeah, the beast down already. He's really get a free hit onto the Entomologist here. Blink online in about 10 seconds, so a pretty good start here in this because he's taking out the support character with the Entomologist. You see Broken Windows. This is where Broken Windows is so strong. You can constantly make that distance pallet setup as well. Shouty's gonna be able to get that pallet make it to the back window here, but he does have Blink available here, so he needs to be careful. Is he gonna try to break it? No, he does not try to predict the blink. Is able to get the down there, and he can actually eliminate the bees in the process as well. So this is a really nice position here for YMM. And yeah, considering Entomologist is a difficult chase target, he got her down relatively quick, so if there's any chance for Weibo to turn things around here, it's definitely right now. The key for YMM is he needs to hold this momentum. That's something that he does struggle to do with Clerk, is that once he's able to get a quick down, it's kind of a struggle to find good chase targets later. We're going to see Mercenary probably coming for the rescue, knocking down these walls as quickly as possible here. And yeah, we see Shinho Mercenary come in as well. Oh, Perfume as well. I think he maybe dropped elbow pad somewhere because he's not actually holding. Oh, and he is able to Perfume back too. Wow, beautiful.
And getting the elbow pads.
Oh, yeah, and he's able to kite here.
Amazing strategy on the Survivor side. I mean, it's working pretty good. Right now, Entomologist has amazing distance away from the Hunter. Still has one elbow pad to use. So, yeah, interrupting Psychologist Cypher once again at the center. And we're seeing that Hunter is not chasing Entomologist and will be going for the Psychologist instead.
Yeah, Psychologist gives a free hit here. Unfortunately, that's not ideal at all for MRC Survivors. He's going to try to find where the Entomologist is. Will Psychologist go for the whistle here? She might actually go for the heal, just so Entomologist is not going to be on share. And it looks like, no, they're actually just going to heal up Mercenary and Entomologist healing up here. And now he has to chase Patient. This is really hard. Patient is a very strong kiter against a Clerk. He can constantly just transition away here. And yeah, you see that beautiful hook here, just making distance for YMM now. This is really challenging.
This is not looking good for the WBG YMM at all, because I mean, changing targets like that, then the person that's on the chair for the second chair is just gone. Right now, it's just like at the start of the match already. Everybody's full blood. Patient has like one more hooks, and Blink is in 30 seconds. So it's really unable to down this Patient immediately.
Wow, gets the pallet stun as well. Yeah, YMM just walked straight through that pallet here. We're gonna see he's gonna change targets onto the Mercenary here, but has oh no, he doesn't have that's right, he did give him up here, blocks the pallet here, gets the first hit onto the Mercenary, but now it doesn't really matter. He's chasing a Mercenary mid-game. Everybody's full health. The only person on share is the Entomologist. and she's at full health with an elbow pad, and he has no idea where she is. So he's forced to a mercenary chase here, which he should be able to get down fairly quickly. He does get the block onto the mercenary, oh.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a little bit of jam over here, and Entomologist will be, Entomologist is found at the shack area, and Mainland is just going straight for Shouty right now. Mercenary is just on the floor. 2 ciphers are being pushed at the moment. Getting that 1 hit. I mean, I don't see the win potential over here anymore, Eli. What do you think?
Yeah, this is really tough for YMM for sure. He's going to go ahead and use that pallet break recording. Does not have a window block, though. He's going to be able to make it to that back pallet and continue to transition away confined space as well. But yeah, he's just going to try to slow down these last ciphers, but it looks like they are winding down here. 99 and 99 as well. They should just go for the pop right about now, so there's no chance for them to block up the last cipher machines. They're really trying to play this out patiently, but it is a bit of a risk, of course, against the clerk. They're just going to prime 2 cipher machines. Is he going to go for the hit onto the... No, he does know the cipher machine's primed. I guess he's just going to try to wait for his... He's going to try to wait for his recordings or his blink, possibly.
Definitely. And yeah, I believe Survivors is already at gate. 2 of them at ciphers. This is potentially a 3-man escape on MRC side.
Yeah. He knows the cipher's prime, so it's kind of just like... he's going to block off this pallet. He's going to break it. I'm not really sure.
They really shouldn't drag this out, man. Because, I mean, we know how strong Clark's late game is with that recording of the gates.
Yeah,
for long distance, brings them ready. And yeah, we see the pop, the detention, chasing the entomologist at back gate. Everybody's rushing towards front gate right now.
Yeah, this is looking really good for MRC here. I don't know if he has a pallet pickup. He has a pallet vault recording. Can he get the vault off? No, he gets the terror shock. But as we know, no trump card. He's got an up-down build. Survivors know this as well. They've seen the confined space. They've seen the detention. So they know there's no option to trade swap. And they also know Blink is on cooldown anyways. But they're not actually able to get the gate open. So because he's able to constantly pressure this. So we need to see one survivor potentially pressure a rescue, and both survivors push the exit gate. So he's only able to record 1 at a time.
And we see
and it gets a free rescue. Beautiful.
Rescue. And yeah, but running towards recording his own hit. Yep. Okay. Yep. And then Mercenary will be opening the back gate area right now. Oh.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the hit recording so he can try to snipe down the... does get the hit onto the entomologist. Excellent job there, but it's really not gonna matter here. We're gonna see both survivors out the front gate here. Mercenary's the only one that's gonna stay in the game here, but he can easily make it to the gate here as he is full health, or he can go for dungeon, has multiple options here. And that's gonna be a 3-survivor escape for MRC, which means that they're gonna go up 3-1 for this round, and that forces Weibo a 4-survivor escape here, or MRC will ultimately take the win here.
Yeah, this came as a surprise because I mean we do know that MRC got actually had a match between WBG and MRC at the IVS saga, which really determined the 2nd and 3rd placing. And 2nd place was WBG, but right now we're seeing that the change in survivor members in MRC side is kind of looking pretty good. I mean we had we had a new survivor which is Huasi. And yeah, I think the 3-man escape against YMM's Clark. I think the moment when everything went downhill was when he decided to hit Mercenary once Entomologist vaulted the window at the center. He just lost Entomologist completely.
Yep. Yeah, that elbow pad setup was excellent play there from the survivors. It's really rare to see item swap that early, and it actually ended up working out really nicely there. So yeah, I think yeah, it's really tough for Weibo. They have to 4-escape. If Weibo 4-escapes here, they actually will win. If they don't, if they get anything less than a 4-escape, then MRC will win. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this will play out. Of course, both these teams are in the winners bracket, so the loser will go down to the losers bracket. They're definitely not out of this. This is a double elimination playoffs for those teams that have started out in the winners bracket. Of course, being the top 2 teams in their group stage. And MRC was first, Weibo being second in theirs. So both teams, of course, will have more matches to come after this, regardless of the result. However, it's just going to be very... Obviously, you want to win. You want to continue to the winners bracket. And MRC definitely on pace to do so.
Definitely. It's talking about that match also. I mean, even though... Okay, usually the first kite against a clock, right, should be 3 ciphers. But we saw that it was almost like a 2.5. minimum of 2.5. And yeah, I mean, survivors, the strategy that they were going for, swapping items and then disappearing completely, healing each other, they know their priorities, and once the hunter gave the opportunity for them to potentially change the game around, they did actually take it. And yeah, we're seeing the 3 escape, and right now we'll be seeing the WBG survivors against MRC hunter Xiaocheng. Definitely MRC hunter wouldn't have that much pressure as compared to WBG survivors. But Eli, I have a question for you. If WBG survivors, definitely they have to get a 4 escape, what team comp should they opt for?
Yeah, it's really difficult because, I mean, obviously we saw MRC did pick teams pick Red Church last when they're leading. Obviously, MRC was leading, so they picked Church, so they can just try to tie out the last round and hold their lead. And now it's even easier. XC just needs 1 kill. How they're going to play into this, I mean, it's really tough. You have to pick characters that are able to have endgame kiting potential. So whether that's rechargeable abilities, whether that's item swaps, stuff like that, you have to be able to play those type of characters. Also Embalmer actually works for 4 escapes because it's a character for getting 1 extra escape. If Embalmer's not chased too early on and he's able to set up a coffin at the exit gate, you can coffin one of your survivors at the gate to get an extra escape, or you can do it on yourself if you're the last kiter. But yeah, I don't know, it's really tough to get a 4 survivor escape. I'm really not sure. Again, you have to play characters with either recharging abilities or item swaps. So characters like Priestess, Acrobat obviously can recharge your red bombs, and then you can play into item swaps with like Entomology using up the bees, Mercenary giving owl pads. But it's just really tough, unfortunately. You also really want to use Flywheel in an instance where you want to get a 4 escape, because Flywheel, it's a recharging ability that can help you kite towards a dungeon, whereas Broken Windows can do so as well. But Flywheel is a stronger ability as late game, in a late game situation with detention and trying to get that dungeon. So we'll probably see that get utilized as well. But it's just really challenging. Red Church, it's such an easy map to get a tie or even 1 kill for any hunter. That's kind of what the map's built for, is consistent tie map. So it's just looking very bright for XC right now.
Maybe we're talking about the BG's possible comp correctors, but let's just look a bit at MRC's Xiaocheng side in the first 3 bans, right? I was thinking about it just now. I'm thinking that Priestess Better and Seer could be a possible treat. They all have rechargeable in way better, because if he collects a ball back, then the only by lock, so
you could ban Batter. You could also I think it's more likely bans forward, just because that's more standard, and a lot of these mainland China teams kind of stick to what's the most standard sort of options. But Batter would also make sense. I would not mind a Batter ban, but we saw in the last round he gave Batter and they didn't play it, so I don't know if that's something they're consider. Batter is a character that has endgame kiting potential and does have support, so it's maybe something that you want to consider banning. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be really tough, obviously, for Weibo, but we're gonna see Seer Priestess, probably Seer Priestess forward. Or because you don't want to give Priestess, because Priestess is a rechargeable ability. Obviously, we see the results here. The only win condition for Weibo here is a 4 survivor escape. Priestess obviously has recharging abilities, so you don't really want to give that in a situation where you need a 4 survivor escape. Also, it has very good support, and it's not a good character to give in the later rounds. So I think we're gonna see Seer Priestess and either Batter forward ban for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I think soon enough we'll be seeing the BB face very soon. First kite gotta be long, and support they gotta have to pick support characters. There's no way they're not gonna pick support characters. Enchantress could be possible. I'm not sure whether he's gonna be banned though, or I feel like if Xiaocheng does get a chance, right, he'll definitely be banning out the Enchantress. 4th or 5th ban picks,
Yeah, we'll have to see what he opts to go for. The question is, do they even ban Dream Witch? We saw this similar situation for the SC Scars survivors against XC, where they did not ban Dream Witch in round 3 because they needed a 4 escape, so they banned Tie Hunters. So they banned Clerk and they banned Geisha. Maybe they'll opt to do that here as well. We don't really know. I think they'll probably ban Clerk Dream sandwich, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I have to get a 4 survivor escape, so I don't know. We'll see. I mean, maybe he won't ban batter just because there's a chance they don't even ban Dream Witch at all, and they just take the Dream Witch because it's technically easier to 4 escape a Dream Witch than it is to 4 escape a Geisha or a Clerk, but then Dream Witch obviously is just so strong in general. So I don't know. We'll see what he opts to go for. I would imagine probably just forward Seer Priestess.
Definitely. But I've seen many teams, right, when they were aiming for a 4 elimination, right, they actually pick a coordinator. I mean, you said talking about rechargeable items, but what do you think about coordinator in the in a mass 4 escape kind of team comp?
It's because coordinator can item swap. So if you use your flare gun early, then mercenary can give elbow pads to a coordinator, and you can item swap, and it gives coordinator and keep kiting potential. And it's not only about recharging abilities; it's about recharging abilities and characters that can pick up items from, for example, a mercenary. The survivors are going to want to take mercenary because mercenary is the best item swap character because he can give up 2 elbow pads to survivors that have already used up their items. So I think that they should take mercenary. They're still considering the ban pick. I mean, what do you ban? Do you give round 3 Dream Witch? I mean, it's so weak to do so, but you have to get a 4 escape, and Geisha and Clerk are so hard to get 4 escapes against. It looks like it's going to be... They're going to take Clerk, so they're going Dream Witch Geisha here. They're going to take Clerk from XC. He's going to go up, down, blink. He's going to go up, down, blink for sure. And I expect them, they have to take Mercenary, because Mercenary, you have to be able to item swap. If you don't take Mercenary, then it's so difficult, because you have no one that you can item swap with.
And we see Xiao Shang looking kind of serious. He's not like, even though the pressure is not really on his side, but definitely there is still a possibility that WBG could get a 4 escape. I mean, considering how strong WBG survivors are, even though in this competition, I'm not too sure. I don't think they have really gotten a 4 escape as of yet, but I think it's impossible. And we see, like we said just now, a Seer forward as well as Priestess band, and WBG is really taking time to consider what picks they're gonna be picking. And we see the Mercenary as well as Entomologist.
Yeah, Mercenary Ento here. Still not going for the batter. I would like to see them play batter. Maybe XC will just ban it here. No, he's gonna ban Acrobat, which is fine. I mean, Acrobat, you know, recharging abilities, you can get a red bomb, you can kite late game. So that makes sense, but I don't know. I would really like to see batter. Batter is very good against Clerk if utilized properly. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and WBG is just really taking their time to slowly consider the factors that they have to fulfill. And we see a Postman pick.
Yeah, Postman's fine because Postman, again, recharging abilities. The Postman dog, you can use that late game for kiting. So Postman is perfectly fine for going for a 4 escape. Obviously, since you know it's probably going to be a Clerk, the Postman helps with that early decoding, so you at least have a strong early game when going against a Clerk, and then Postman can, of course, kite the dungeon using that dog because it does refresh after a certain amount of time. So Postman perfectly reasonable here. The last man from XC, let's see what he goes for. Maybe Patient, maybe Batter, and it looks like Prospector, which actually is fine as well. Prospector is very strong on Church. You can help survivors struggle if they die in the corner of Church. And Prospector is a great late game kiter because he has the ability when you run through a metal object such as a cyber machine or a locker, you get a speed boost. And if you are able to conserve your magnets for the majority of the match, you can easily kite to dungeon with Prospector. Actually, Prospector is a very good character for kiting to dungeon. So actually, it's perfectly okay to ban Prospector here. I actually like this ban.
And we see that WBG will be selecting their last character. I'm thinking it might be an Enchantress because, I mean, they have no OB characters over here. If it happens to be a situation where it's an instant down, they just can't come back from that. And I think that Enchantress would be able, I mean, kiting wise, but we see a cowboy. Oh, I mean,
yeah. This is the reason for this makes sense. So the reason why you play Cowboy is one, Cowboy is a very good kiter against a Clerk because constant transitioning, again, keeping distance against Clerk is very important. Second of all, Cowboy is really, this is like the best map for Cowboy because if you get hit with Tide Turner and you die inside Church, They're actually bringing Flywheel instead of Broken, which again, Flywheel is good for kiting the dungeon late game, but also it's not necessarily strong against Clerks, so maybe they're also worried about a different hunter. Oh, he's gonna go and hard counters Flywheel, and he also plays around the Cowboy strategy. So the idea with Cowboys, you die in the corner inside church, you help the survivor struggle free because they're forced to drop, and Cowboy can easily get a lasso if they don't drop from the inside of church. But Ann counters this because Ann just cats the Cowboy, cancels the cats, and that's it. And Ann is a very good character for getting one kill. So yeah, Ann's also very effective at chasing Cowboy, very effective at chasing Postman. Not so good against Ento, of course, but up down, all you gotta do is play up down blink and get one kill. How do you play around this as the survivors? I think Ann just completely throws them through a loophole. Their strategy just falls apart completely.
Definitely. And we'll be hitting right into the match. I mean, we've seen that the strategy that you talked about, but let's look at the spawn locations. Exact same spawn as the previous hunter, and we see Hui Mercenary again at the middle broken, Entomologist at Shack also, Postman at center, and Cowboy Ferns with Hunter at red carpet.
Yeah, probably gonna go straight for Ento or Patient for. I mean, it doesn't really matter who we chase. Again, he only needs one kill, so he'll probably just go. He's just gonna go for Ento or Postman. And because of Flywheel, man, like Flywheel is really good again for kiting the dungeon late game, but then it's like playing to Ann so hard because Flywheel gets hard countered by Ann, so it's really difficult for the survivors here. Yeah, I don't really know how they escape this. I mean, up down blink Ann is not only is it strong for this map, it's pretty strong against this comp, especially with them having all Flywheel. Looks like he is gonna go for Entomologist first here, immediately rotating towards Shack. Entomologist going all the way to back gate here, so excellent rotation from MK. He's gonna create as much distance as possible so they can get as much Cypher progress down before he actually has to kite here, but XC closing the distance very fast here.
We are seeing the Cypher Raj already on the survivor side, and yeah, eating that cat over there, rotating towards the graveyard area, going on to the bees, but these bees are blocking the graveyard area. Excellent placement of the bees over here, and yeah, Raj, as we're talking about right now, it's looking pretty good. MK is trying to kite this out. Still has quite a lot of bees to utilize.
Yeah, and this is why Entomologist actually. Oh, he misses the cat as well. He's gonna get the vault off here. Does he have a speed boost to work with? He does. So 2 missed casts here from XC. There's gonna be a mind game at this pallet. Does he get the drop? He does get the drop off in time. So yeah, this is just a really good start. This is why Entomologist is very good against, and it may seem like it's not necessarily the best character because obviously you can cancel the beast, but as long as you jump off your beast, they will stay up here. He has Flywheel. Flywheel's here through this hit. Can he potentially use this? Goes for the blink. Gets the blink cancel to stop the stun there, or to stop the Entomologist there, but it's not gonna be enough. It's gonna be able to get that pallet done. Very nice play from XC. We see a lot of Anns do this, and this is why Blink is so strong on Ann, but it ultimately did not work out for him, and MK is able to kite a little bit longer here. And he can just drop the bees in the doorway again.
And hitting the bees now, Entomologist has absolutely nothing on her hands. And yeah, I mean, we'll be probably a down over here already. I see the mind game over here.
Wow. He's able to kite even longer just at these weak pallets. Gets the pallet stun in a really weak pallet area. And look at that, 3 Cypher machines already done. It's already a 3 Cypher kite here. Blink's been expended. Entomologist should go down here. No Flywheel, nothing to work with. And he's gonna finally drop down here, but Cowboy in the area, maybe to potentially support here. We're gonna see XC he's gonna drag him to this chair. He needs to be careful. Oh yeah, okay. It just goes for the instant drop there. Cowboy unable to get that, but does waste a little bit of extra time. They're already onto the last Cypher, so if there's any chance for Weibo to win, it is right now. But again, XC, he only needs 1 kill, so if he's able to at least secure 1 here, that will be it.
We're seeing the Mercenary transporting his eyeball pads over already, placing it over there, and we'll be coming for the rescue, and hopefully Entomologist can get this 2 eyeball pads and prolonging the kite.
Looks like he's gonna get hit onto the Mercenary here, and I think the item swap is set up. They're not going to be able to get it right here, so he's going to grab the elbow pads now, but he's going to save them for an endgame kite. He's going to go for the cat onto the graveyard Cypher, trying to cancel the cats here and slow down Cypher progress. Oh no, he has to watch out for Cowboy as well. Cowboy goes for the lasso over the end here, misses the hit onto the Cowboy here. Cowboy does not have Flywheel. He's going to take a hit, which I think is fine, as long as he's wasting time. Again, it's about wasting time here. Of course, MK is holding 2 elbow pads for endgame. Mercenary can save again, and Postman can also save. He needs to wait for the cats as well.
And this is looking pretty good on the Survivor side right now. I mean, 4 ciphers popped already. Last cipher is at almost half at Graveyard actually, and getting that hit unfortunately. But however, a Postman can't get the hit here. Postman got the hit here, but we see the Entomologist will be standing up now. But we see the dog over here, but Entomologist doesn't kite away anyway. So getting that basic hit. Postman is still around the vicinity, and yeah, sharing off the Survivor over here. Postman will probably be healing Cowboy up, and yeah, priming with the cipher at 70% right now. Very soon, when this person gets rescued, it'll be prime popped, and we'll see if there is any 4 escape possibility.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like yeah, they're gonna go for a double rescue just to secure this save here. And yeah, Entomologist has 2 elbow pads, so they've set themselves up nicely. But the problem is, XC still has blink. He has full presence. So he's got double jump to work with. He's gonna get the hit down onto the Cowboy. Are they gonna pop the Cypher Machine here? It's like no. They're actually, he's gonna continue to hard tunnel Ento here, which is perfectly fine. He's probably gonna get the hit right here. No, he's gonna wait. Yeah, he's gonna wait. You don't want to go for the hit right there, because you go for the hit, you get a speed boost from the window and the borrowed time, and you might create a lot of distance. He's just trying to like hit him back into kind of like a weak area. He wants to get this hit before Survivor gets to the gate, so they don't open the gate as fast. Yeah, he's gonna get the down now. They're gonna go for the Cypher pop. A bit of a slow pop there, but we do have 2 elbow pads available for this Entomologist. There is one of them.
But we see that the dungeon's actually at top broken. Most likely Entomologist will be aiming for the gate instead. We'll be at the graveyard area trying to kite this out. He has 1 elbow pad left, so will he be able to use this to utilize it? Utilize it better, but we see that the flying...
Oh, he plugs the blink, but there's no pallets. There's no pallets here.
Yeah, but we see that
so now
Mercenary is here.
They gotta try for this. He can just... Oh, he gets the hit through that. All he has to do, he just has to cat the Cowboy and go for the cat cancel here. Goes to the lasso over. Oh, he actually misses. So Cowboy's still able to harass here, I believe, right? Oh, no, he lassos on cooldown. Can he get it? No, he's unable to get it. That is going to be the elimination, which means MRC is ultimately able to win here. Yeah, they came very close there, and they still are able to get 3 survivors out here, but it's not going to be enough here, and MRC... 1 kill from XC, that's all he needed. They made it close, they made it interesting, but MRC will be winning this round and advancing farther on into the winner's bracket. And that means Weibo will be going down to the loser's bracket to play against, I believe, GH.
Yep, tonight. So, amazing play. I mean, congratulations to MRC first. And yeah, it's completely expect that. I mean, it looked like possible. It could have been possible, even though like the gate and the dungeon was super far away. Like, Mercenary came, Tribal came as well. Very unfortunate the body block could not happen at the graveyard area. Even so, I felt like they wouldn't have been able to escape because the Ant does have a cat and does have a jump. So amazing play. Also the flying whale late game by MK. I mean, he did an amazing kite, that we gotta say. A 3 cipher kite and a little bit more. MK really did what he could. B's placements were also placed in a way that it really his kite, and it's just really unfortunate that this really wasn't a game for the WBG tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, again, they made it very interesting for sure at the end there. Very great Survivor gameplay. Again, Ann is a very heavy tie hunter, so even able to get 3 Survivor escape there is quite impressive with an up-down blink Ann. But I really like the idea they're going for with the Cowboy. It's not very common that we see Cowboy, but on Red Church it works very well. And we actually see he never really was able to cat the Cowboy and cancel the cats on him. There's multiple instances where the Cowboy was able to dodge all of them. But yeah, again, they came very close at the end there. I'm trying to think how it could have played differently. Something I didn't really understand, what I guess could have gone differently is like the Entomologist kited the back gate when the dungeon was top broken. I feel like the Entomologist should have tried to position themselves closer to top broken. So they could have kited the dungeon with the elbow pads instead of kiting the back gate. So maybe just a little bit of miscommunication there. But ultimately, yeah, XC able to get 1 kill, and MRC will be advancing to 1-0 in the playoffs.
Definitely, and today MLC seems to look really lethargic, so maybe today they can really get a good night rest before tomorrow's match actually. So will we be seeing MRC tomorrow, Eli?
I believe so, yeah. So how the brackets can play out is we have ZETA versus SC next. The loser of that match will play against RD in the first match tomorrow, I think, and then we will have Weibo versus GH as the last match of today. So then it'll be RD versus the loser of SC and ZETA, and the winner of that will play against MRC, I think, as the second match of that day, if I'm not mistaken,
Right.
or the third match. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they will play at least one or two in the second or third match tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been a long match today. I mean, even though it is very, very tough for MRC as well as WBG. I mean, they had a 2-2-2-2 situation continuously, and in BO3, 3-1, and 1-3 situation. I feel like the turning point was definitely MRC's Geisha, Xiaosheng's Geisha, really that match changed the game around. I mean, afterwards it was supposed to be a tie match. Then afterwards, right now, that's the because of that. And yeah, everything just was pretty chill on MRC's side. They weren't having too much pressure, and everything just worked out.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations, to MRC here, which means that so ZETA. So again, just to review the playoff bracket as well, ZETA and SC will be next. The winner of that will play against MRC tomorrow. But then we will have Weibo playing again today. The last match of the day will be in the losers bracket. Of course, the two teams that secured the third place start out in the losers bracket, so that would be GH and RD. So GH is going to play against Weibo in the last matchup today. So that'll be very exciting for sure to see how that will play out. The Southeast Asia representative team against the this second place IVL team. And yeah, I mean, here we go. The overall match results here. Entomologist bought a lot of time. First kite was strong, rotation was strong. In the item swap play, excellently set up. The cowboy play, I mean, Weibo did everything they could. They did everything pretty much perfectly that match. It's just that it's just so difficult to actually get a 4 escape against this character.
Definitely. I mean, it's almost a 187 kite. It's just, I mean, everything was according to plan. I think the only point is that, like you said just now, Entomologist should have rotated towards the middle broken, back broken area, where it's easier for her to transition to the dungeon area, which is the top broken. Could have been a miscommunication, and that possibly really changed the game from a 4 escape possibility to a 3 escape.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to see the final match results from today. It is, of course, MRC winning 1-0, tied for the first 2 rounds, or the first and third round, but obviously XC getting that extra kill in the second round with Geisha there, just being the difference maker. And honestly, I think this is going to be we'll probably see another MVP to XC here again. That literally was the game changer, is him able to get 1 extra kill on the Hunter side. That's how it's been the majority of this tournament, is him just really propelling the extra points that MRC has achieved to win these matches against these teams, has been through XC getting those extra kills. So we are going to see shortly who it is here, and it looks like it is going to be actually MVP to Xiaodi, the entomologist. So yeah, excellent kiting time overall, 131 second containment time there. So definitely very impressive.
Definitely, and MRC and Weibo, we could see it right now. Actually, they're very similar skill levels, and it just really depends on who really take the capitalize on opportunities that whether it's Survivor or Hunter really give it out there. And it seems to be that Xiaocheng took the opportunity, and which really resulted in the win in the for MRC against Weibo. And the MVP on Xiaodi's entomologist, most likely because of the BO3 where he got the elbow pad and then padded away and disappeared from the face of this earth. So yeah, congratulations to MRC as well as Xiaodi.
Yeah, definitely an excellent setup there. That item swap play with the mercenary, really a big difference maker. And yeah, again, just talking about Clerk creating distance, the elbow pads did so. He lost sight of the entomologist as well, was forced to change targets, and from there on, Survivors can easily win, as the next kite was also very strong. So yeah, excellent job from Xiaodi. Definitely not the first time we've seen him on the MVP stage. One of the best kiting players out of the mainland China region. So yeah, just a very impressive job from him overall. And I'll expect to see some more strong gameplay against one of these Japan teams tomorrow, whether that's going to be SC or ZETA. We can look a little bit into that matchup as well. I think on paper, ZETA definitely favored with how they've been playing in IJL and just how well they've been played in this tournament. I mean, very, very strong. A very huge victory over Weibo earlier on in this event. They're looking very good. So MRC versus ZETA is going to be very exciting if it does come down to that, if ZETA does take down Scars ultimately in the next matchup. And then who knows, maybe Scars will be able to pull out an upset victory. That'd be very nice to see. Scars definitely the underdog. Out of the winners bracket teams, I think Scars is probably the biggest underdog here. So we'll see what they're able to do as well, ultimately, and how that will, how they can maybe shift things into their favor. Of course, the loser of that matchup, again, will play against RD. And RD, definitely a surprise team in this tournament. They've been very strong with this, the Survivor side. Obviously, PBCHA, UKG as well, very strong on the Hunter side. We are going to get into our interview with MRC here.
Definitely, and the person that will be getting interviewed will be Xingheng, I believe. So for Xingheng, right, he actually played a major role in the BO2 for Chinatown, where he really dragged out a lot of time for decoding to
First
happen.
of all, you got your first win in the knockout stage. How are you feeling now? 格子哥，我先来问一下啊，你们刚拿到了第一场比赛的胜利啊，现在感觉怎么样？
感觉终于打完了，可以回家好好休息了。
终於打完了。
今日は試合無事に勝ち、家でゆっくり休むことができます。
All I want to do is having a good rest. Okay, my next question is: Are you satisfied with your and your teammates' performance? Because you've got so many MVPs. 盒子哥，我想問一下，就是你對於今天你和你隊友就是求生者這方面的表現，感覺
自分のチームメイトとサバイバー皆さんはパフォーマンスいかがですか？
很多進步的空間。
まだまだ
一歩
ちょっと頑張る必要があるかなと思っております。
Okay, my next question is, what do you think of 小橙's performance? 就是你觉得今天小橙的这个发挥怎么样？尤其是在第二局啊 in round
特に
对于他第二局
第二試合の時はいかがですか？
不是很認可。
没有四抓，不是很認可。I
didn't
think
four kills, so he cannot
shall choose no performance was そんなに期待通りにいけなかった。ちょっと。
小橙 to improve。就是盒子哥觉得，其实小橙也有很多要提升的地方，对吧？没四抓不是很认可。你这个要求很严格呀。
もっともっと頑張れるはずです。
好吧，那我们问一下你们未来的一个比赛吧，因为you will play against the winner of the next game, maybe SC or ZETA Division. Is there any player you appreciate or you like from Japan region? 有没有比较喜欢的来自 ZETA 或者说来自 SC 队伍的选手呢？
その中に気になるメンバーはい
比较
ますか？
喜欢卡兹内口，因为他的勘探员打得非常強。
カツネコさんの
He likes Kazneko very much because his
カツネコさんに
perspective
気になって
is awesome.
炭鉱のキャラは非常に上手なので楽しみにしてます。
包括其实前锋啊，就是我觉得还是求生者还是会比较更加欣赏同阵营的一个选手，对吧？
サバイバーとしてはサバイバーの方を特に注意している気になっています。
有没有信心去击敗你们即将面对队伍，无論是 ZETA 还是 SC？
我们是非常有信心的。
次の試合に対して非常に自信があって頑張りたいと思います。
有没有为即将面对的下一个对手去準備一些東西？
何か対策とかしましたか？
或者像其他的東西？
有做過針對性訓練，然後但是不方便透露。
対策とかは立てるんですけれども、ここで話すことはできない秘密です。
Let's keep it as a secret. So you can just look forward to our performance next day.
明日の試合を楽しんでください。
想問一下盒子哥有沒有想對粉絲們講的話？
ファンの皆さんに一言お願いいたします。
謝謝大家喜歡，我會好好睡覺的。
你會好好睡覺的。
皆さん応援してくれてありがとうございます。ちゃんと今日書いたら休みますのでちゃんと寝ます。
Stay up late, or I will have a good break, have a nice sleep. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. 好的，那么感谢盒子哥来到我们这个赛后采访，是一个非常不按常规套路出牌的一个采访。那么也是希望你们未来能够取得好的成绩。好的，那让我们再次恭喜 MRC 队获得了本次赛事的胜利。好的，我们赛后采访就到这里告一段落了，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Dog.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood?
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Lorenz, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. future I still go lost. But now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no more the door. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have gone, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to see, time to stand up and
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique? A telepathic mind? All misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IVS. Hot Spice and Chocho on the mic for this next heated match. We're gonna actually move on over to the JP side of things. This is actually the IJL finals here between Scars and ZETA. Chocho, give me your thoughts on this match, because this is going to be one heated match.
Yeah, definitely. So ZETA, right? Spirus and Hunter side. I mean, usually we have one strong on one side that's stronger than the other, but I mean, for ZETA, they have all the strongest players in Japan, Hunters and otherwise, get it at one team. So both sides are just really like having a lot of points for each side. And if one side decides, I mean, one side like gets a one escape or only a one kill, the other side is just gonna full on tank. So ZETA side very strong, a very strong Japanese team, and also might be a potential winner for this IVS as well, performance-wise right now. And for Scars, definitely we are seeing Celia. Celia has been performing very well with his clerk, Geisha, and usually we'll be seeing Mirai,
yeah. I hope I pronounced it, yeah.
For BO1, so that's pretty exciting. And for Survivor side, they've been pretty consistent, getting a 3 escape, 4 escape. The only time they got a 0 escape was against FZN's Geisha Mushin. So but that was about it. The rest was just 3 escape, 4 escape. So very exciting to see what these two teams are, how they're gonna play out, because we do know that for IGL Summer 2022, ZETA's first place and followed by second which is Scars. So not sure how it's gonna pan out, because we do know also just now in the China matchups that WBG Weibo Gaming was actually on a higher placing compared to MRC, but we see that just now MRC actually won against WBG, and
I think this just I think this just shows that you can't really set in stone who is gonna place first, because it just shows that all these teams are capable of winning, especially on the winner side of things. And you said it best. You know what? It was Weibo that was favored to win, but now they're at the lower bracket. If you look on paper, it was ZETA who did take the victory over Scars in the IJL finals, but now it could change things up. Even though ZETA has been looking good, they are the leaders in their group, and they have a lot of notable wins. What I'm interested to talk about also is the different meta, the different flavor they bring to the table, because you got Blink Dream Witch, you got a lot of prospectors, you got little girls, you got weeping clowns. So I think that's what I would say, that's the identity, no pun intended, of Japan when it comes to competitive identity 5, because they really think outside the box. And I think Eli was also, really focusing on the Japan scene and also like trying to break it down, because they're coming up with their own type of style to play this game. And I think we're going to see that come into full swing, because they're going up against each other. So we're going to go JP with this meta.
I mean, talking about non-meta characters, I mean, even though Knights have already been eliminated, they did have a whipping clown, and for Scar's side, they have a female dancer by Soar. So, I mean, KZNK with the prospector. I mean, even just now during the interview against, by Huaxi, no, it was Sing H. Yeah. He,
Great translation, by the way. Right,
but so one of the questions posted out there to him was like, which was like the correct, who was the person that you're anticipating a lot from, and he did mention that is KZNK's prospector, like specifically prospector, because he's really strong. That's what he said. So I think definitely one of those out of this world kind of prospectors in the entire Identity 5, whether either regions. It's just KZNK is just crazy, and his character pool is very large as well. I don't think that any characters like that, Celia from Scars Hunters, right, is gonna really counter them, because they have so many strategies, so many team comps, so many characters. They can just swap around, and results-wise, it's just gonna be very good, and just gonna be a very tough matchup, and very hard to predict what's gonna happen later on.
Yeah, and as you highlighted the survivors, let's talk a little bit about the hunters, because both these teams actually have 2 hunters, usually a point hunter. Those point hunters being Mirai K and Vampy to start things up. Usually with Vampy, it's the Dream Witch. He does have a Bonbon when he wants to play a little more safe when his survivors go for the win. And Mirai K really uses that Wax Artist. And the Wax Artist, I would have to say, very stable in a sense, but still not as threatening as other round 1 hunters. Maybe it's because of how people are playing it. But Mirai K does, kind of set the pace, since Scars is very known for their survivor team. And also, not to mention, Celia, as you mentioned, the main hunter for the team of Scars, and also Alf the Great. I mean, his Bonbon is just insane. Which hunter are you looking forward to seeing the most out of the 4?
Definitely Alf. Like, I was watching the Lakeside one, like, he was just
speaking of Alf.
戦いたいのは、ウェイボですかね。理由は IVL でもう本当ギリギリでっていう感じで2位だったんですけど、一回中国が1位取ってるのそろそろ見飽きたんで、日本が1位取りたいなって思います。プロチームスカーズ所属しなみです。よろしくお願いします。今回の IVS の大会の目標は順々に一つ一つ勝ち切ることが決勝トーナメントも
その先を見すぎず一つ一つしっかりと勝っていきたいと思ってます。優勝をしっかりと取りたいと思ってます。スカーズとても強いチームだと思っているので、心してかかってきてくれると嬉しいです。
Yeah, okay, so yeah, we're seeing the ban on the Elms Factory by Scars and map selection by ZETA, which is the ever-slipping town. So, yeah, and I mean, just now, we saw that video over there, Elf. Yeah, he did say something like time for Japanese teams to take over. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Chinese mainland teams winning the competition, taking the championship home. And like I said just now, ZETA is one of those very strong teams in this IVS. Just, I mean, getting that win, have never been lost a single time. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see what Elf is gonna do. And just now we were speaking about Elf's Bonbon. Crazy. Even against a China team, I believe it was against LWBG at the time.
Yes.
Teleporting to Acrobat, which is MK, and instant down. Like, I think it was just a 20 to 30 seconds kite. Unable to enter the big boat and just died immediately. So crazy bomb placements. Like, we could really see that he was really confident, because when I saw his bomb placements, right, it was like at the edge of his bomb that got hit. So amazing. I just don't know how Elf is such an insane bonbon. And like,
he is. And based on his video, you know, he said that it's about time that the JP teams are gonna shine. And you know what they did? This isn't the team. It was SST that did make it to the finals, but this is the core team of ZETA that did make it to Call of the Abyss this year. And honestly, I feel like the confidence is in Alf's eyes said that we're not here to take part, we're here to take over. And that's what the JP team, that's what the regions are doing. And what a showing, because this is the season, well, this year was the start, the maiden voyage of IJL. So we're going to introduce first the survivor teams. We're going to see Tsunami first and foremost, a priestess, also as an entomologist and a psychologist. A very, I would say, I mean, he's really consistent when it comes to the support and the survivability. And a lot of the key plays or the key moments really hinge on him with his support of the entomologist bees as well as the priestess portal.
And however, Priestess Portals on Tsunami's side hasn't been too showing recently. I feel like this team, right, they really prioritize more on decoding as well as just bee support. And for Priestess support wise, they haven't really been able to do so, especially at that round that they lost at Sacred Hospital, which is Zero Escape against Mushin Geisha. The match had zero Priestess Portal support. So that was pretty strange when I was looking at it, but at the same time, maybe they had their own strategy and thought that, you know what, they're going to prioritize on decoding. So that was that. And right now we are seeing SZ Soar. So just now we're mentioning about Soar having the female dancer. Yeah, they do have a dancer strategy. I remember against at Lakeside Village against GH Hunter Gotche, the spider. Yeah, very crazy. That forever looping over there, and just, I mean, really strong survivor, and just knowing what kind of strategy and what placements of know exactly where to place the boxes. So as to so as to really interrupt Gotche. So yeah, that's Soar, and also he has other characters such as the Seer, Enchantress, as well as Prospector, kiting, as well as support kind of player over here.
Yeah, not to mention also the little girl that he brought to the table in IJL to really counter Vampy's Dream Witch. So we'll see if that's going to come in. Now we're going to move on to Monet over here. Monet, you can see that he does have an acrobat. He does have a forward. He's really actually mostly the mercenary. He's really based on their matchup that I watched in IJL, he was just relegated to more of the rescuer role. And if he had to, he used the mechanic. And I think Monet here, one of the hinge points of Scars, is definitely going to be someone to watch, especially coming in. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Acrobat. My bad. Acrobat and Mercenary. Pione is the one. Sorry, I can't read my own handwriting. So he does have an Acrobat. He does have a Merc.
Yeah, Pione, like you've mentioned, mostly of the rescuer role, mercenary as well as first officer. Monet, we haven't really seen much of his character pool in this IVS. It's just mostly Acrobat, and Hunter doesn't really ban Acrobat first.
True.
So hopefully we'll be seeing more from Monet today. And yeah, and they have quite a number of 4 escapes on the records for IVS at the moment. So really exciting to see if they're able to even 4 escape Elf, making it the first in this IVS.
The first, yeah, for sure. And as I mentioned, I got a little bit ahead of myself, but Pione. So when it comes to Monet and Pione, yeah, they're really relegated to their specific roles on the former being the acrobat and Pione being the mercenary, does have a first officer, can use the mechanic, pretty stable when it comes to this, not too flashy, just wants to go for the regular rescues. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to deal with not only Vampy, but Alf, because Alf, very aggressive from the get-go.
Definitely. And yeah, pretty exciting matchup for today. I mean, this Four Survivors is the only Four Survivors that's coming out for the entire IVS right now. So pretty exciting to see what we have here. And yeah, moving on to the Hunter side of ZETA, we have Vampy. Like ZETA, they always allow Vampy to come out in BO1, then BO2 swap to Elf. So that's kind of like similar to Scars one. Scars, they let Mira K for BO1 and then Celia for BO2 and 3. And we see that Vampy has the Bonbon as well as Dream Witch played out in this IVS, that's right. And he usually brings out his Dream Witch, but I believe that one time he brought out Bonbon was because his Survivor team actually got the advantage already.
Yes.
And he just needed the tie. So yeah, and he got a tie in fact at Arms Factory against RD. Chasing ability wise for Bonbon wasn't the best. It was a tree cipher kite. Was a bit impatient during the late game as well, and could have resulted in a tree escape. But yeah, talking about just talk a bit more about his Dream Witch. Posh.
Yeah, his Dream Witch, when it comes to it, I believe he does kind of favor a little bit of the variety. He wants to go for that blink, and then it brings a new light, or like, what is he gonna play next? And he even brought it out in Call of the Abyss that it really put people on guard. And we definitely want to see what's more of his Dream Witch, but I think the best counter to this is how Scars is going to play this match. They go for survivability, they go for Little Girl, they go for little off-meta strategies, they go for Psychologist, they go for different ways to counter this Dream Witch. But I'm excited to see also the variety of what Scars can bring to the table, because, like you said, the Bonbon can come out if and only if he really feels hard countered by that Dream Witch.
Definitely, and according to the statistics for IVS at the moment, his Dream Witch actually got he only played Dream Witch once for now, and Bonbon twice. Bonbon wise, he got an average of a tie situation, but for the Dream Witch one, he played it once and got a tree escape. So, I mean, against such a strong team, maybe picking a Bonbon, getting that tie, and hoping that his survivors could get an advantage could be a better option. But at the same time, yeah, we were talking about it. Look at the team comp first.
Priestess being banned first, allowing, I mean, they don't really prioritize Seer being banned first away from this. Kind of it just gives you a showcase of what the JP meta does show to the table. And also, going back to how they faced off in the finals, it was round 1 Leo's memory, which is pretty unheard of if you watch Competitive Identity 5, especially in the China and Southeast Asia region. So now we see the Seer being locked in, because that definitely counters like single hit hunters, and now they are locking in the Postman just to add a little more, urgency when the hunter comes into the map, because we do know that the Postman can buff those survivors with those letters.
And with that being said, I see we're picking their third character, and yeah, Seer and Postman. And Postman is a great character in this current meta, whether with decoding, support, rescuing letters. It's just highly versatile. If it's not being chased, he can really give the letters to really support his team. Seer wise with the bird, and yeah, I mean, banning the Priestess, it just really removes support.
Right.
As well as denying that a possibility that Survivor might be able to transition to a better kiting area. So, pretty good. And banning the forward as well, which eliminates the possibility of a stun rescue or any support during the kite. And picking a mercenary first, which is to secure that first rescuer kind of role. And yeah, we'll be seeing what Zeta's going to pick.
So it's definitely, this mercenary is going to be relegated to Pione. Might go for the acrobat if that isn't going to be banned, or if he's going to allow that to come through. Really depends. I'm pretty sure that Soar might be the main kiter as well as Tsunami. So if he's done his homework, maybe just deny Pione of that acrobat, just kind of force him to change other things. So banning the mechanic. So this actually just, well, it's interesting that he bans the mechanic, because if he did allow that mechanic to come in, they usually bring out mechanic for ties. So I guess he really just wants to eliminate any fact of the Cypher Rush. So this does leave wide open the Acrobat for them to lock in, for them to have a pretty decent, well, I would say, survivor lineup. Not so much stuns, more on just silences and slowdowns instead of that forward stun or maybe that prospector stun that we've been seeing a lot of highlights on.
Yeah, and definitely Cypher Rush in this team comp. Yeah, Patient being picked. So yeah, very strong kiting potential by Patient and Seer, as well as Postman with Doc. So this is just a Cypher Rush team comp. It's very obvious, and team comp sim, I feel like that Vampy should be picking Bon and hopefully get a tie, because seriously, this 3 kiting characters, if Vampy is gonna pick a Dream Wish and the kite prolongs to a 3 Cypher, it's just very hard, because the person that's coming for rescue is still called the richest mercenary. The last 2 Cyphers is just gonna be rushed all the way, and we see the persona right now, Soar, Seer with the Flying Wheel as well as Postman.
We do have 2 flywheels and 2 tide turners, so yeah, just pretty well-rounded. Pretty well-rounded survivor traits here when it comes to their builds of personas. So yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think if he wants to just stabilize everything, just bring the Bon, just have a very safe build, work on detention for your second survivor kill to just tie everything up. Maybe put the pressure on the survivor side, because I would have to say that as good as Vampy is, and as going with the clerk. So this actually first time clerk. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chocho, because with Vampy we only talked about his possible Bon and Dream Witch. So round 1 clerk changes a lot of things up here, because yes, there is that Cypher Rush, but and also I'd have to say it's going to be a little tough. We've seen a lot of clerks in the tournament and also today kind of struggle, especially in the first chase. So he needs to focus on one target and not shift around too much, because that's how the survivors get you. If you're not able to put a survivor to a rocket chair, then the clerk is already losing.
Yeah, that's right. And not too sure why Vampy would want to pick a clerk, because this kind of counters clerk, man. I mean, with the Seer support or Seer's kiting, Mercenary with the pets, Patient with the hooks, and then a Postman with the dog that could really slow the hunter and pull even further distance. But at the same time, this persona that they're bringing is not really something that they could really pull distance with the hunter, because it's Flying Wheel and there's no broken windows. So very excited to see what Vampy could bring to the table, because we don't know Vampy's clerk, how it's going to perform in IVS, actually against such a well-rounded survivor team.
Now we're looking at the spawn points here, ladies and gentlemen. Vampy kind of cornered to Monet, Pione, and Tsunami. Might want to go for that Postman to start things off, but you know what? In the corner, near the graveyard area, it's going to be really tough to chase that Patient. Seer all the way on the other side. He's going to have the freedom to actually support whoever he's going to go after. Mercenary, again, being in the middle is actually kind of great. It's going to be up to Vampy where he's going to run towards. Either the graveyard, corner house is going to get cut off, so it's going to be tough for this Postman to try and transition away without bumping into anyone that's decoding.
Definitely, and I believe that Postman will probably run towards the Fake E area, so Seer will probably run to the S pallet. And that would probably be the service that will be decoding, and Mercenary at the center, Patient at the graveyard. Like you say, I think that is the best choice to chase the Postman, but we'll see what Vampy really decides this time.
Ooh, okay, Vampy already just rotating towards the center here. He's going to run towards Tsunami and Soar that are in this area. We're going to see some recordings happen. He's going to need to keep going back and forth, just watching these ciphers as well as chasing people down. Drop pallet already is going to force the break to happen. So he's going to get that recording on. So it's going to be really tough. We've seen a lot of victims of the drop pallet, and we already see the clerk already being ready with that recording to break it down. So let's see how this first kite is going to go. Tsunami still in the area here, and now uses the first recording.
And transitioning to I'm gonna get hit by the trend, man.
The tip! He was, it stopped right there, and this could be how a Vampy will dominate this matchup. That kite was actually pretty good so far. The transition was there, but he's already hit him, so he's gonna have to make sure he's gonna rebound from this kite. Tsunami now rotating in the back area. This seems pretty tough because there's not much to work with here.
Definitely, and a bit of a misstep on the Postman side, and then right now Hunter will be giving chase, and this does have a blink on the hand right now, so putting on the pellet and unable to get that hit over there. That
As you mentioned, Chocho, the blink was ready, kind of a checkmate situation there. good wherewithal with Tsunami. The pallet was dropped. He was able to vault over it. The hit did not connect, forcing the blink to come out. So I would have to say, a decent start for Vampy. That tram hit, man, that was actually a big game changer. Man, I don't know if the clerk can control the tram, but then and there, it worked in her favor.
I mean, it was so close before he doesn't get hit. I think there was a bit of I think he just assumed that was the distance that I'm not gonna get hit.
Please nerf tram next patch, please. The hitbox was insane. Anyway, speaking of hitboxes, the patient gets hit, and now we see that the dog bite does latch on. We do see that the patient is hanging around this area to just provide that support. He's gonna vault over. He's gonna try to block it, but unsuccessful. Gets a hit on. He didn't register, and now the patient falls down.
The first hit was pretty sus, but at the same time, right now, it really gives distance to Postman to really just run away and rotate away from this area. Postman is trying to run away, and Vampy is slowly closing behind. I'm not sure if you can still see the footsteps though.
Yeah, good job breaking line of sight. Patient is down. You gotta love the support, but I'm not liking the Cypher rush so far. One is about to pop, but we're still at 3 Cyphers, so this Postman's really gonna have to make haste, and now he's trying to get some support from his fellow survivors here. He's gonna hang around this area. Soar is gonna be here just to provide the stun. Beautiful stuff. And also note, Chocho, that the Seer's Owl has not been expended just yet, so Vampy has to take note of that.
Definitely, and I'm not so sure why 2 survivors are coding at the graveyard when there's 2 Cyphers still left though. Still Cyphers left though.
Exactly. I think they might have to extend themselves a little bit just to provide that last endgame Cypher to be ready, since Tsunami is already in the area of this clerk. The recording is going to break that pallet to close the distance here, and now we see that Tsunami has to be very careful here. Tries to hold on, and now he cuts the corner real quick. The owl is there and now drops the pallet just to provide a little more distance. The kite continues.
Definitely, and right now Hunter is still trying to, because this rebound kite is so long, Posh. This is the rebound kite from graveyard all the way to fake it, and right now to Geisha and back to center again. They're not interrupting any Cyphers anymore after that Seer one. So right now Cypher rush is just happening right now, and Vampy is trying to control Cypher.
Yeah, that dog bite allowing him to drop that pallet. We're gonna see another recording being spent, and now the flywheel just to counter that hit. He's gonna try to hide behind this pallet here. This kite is taking a while, and now Vampy's had enough. Just swiping him away from that pallet. Second time on the rocket chair goes the Postman, but now they already have their last Cypher. 2 Cyphers remain, but basement chair inbound.
Right now, I mean, Masonry can come, right? Because, I mean, Masonry does have a tie. He has 3 double pets. He can totally come here. And right now, Vampy just gonna map control at the moment, Cypher control at the moment. And Mercenary, most likely, using his elbow pad, is really on top of the basement right now.
So yeah, we see this rescue happen. Drop down hit, he's gonna wait for it. Now that last Cypher is being monitored already. Mercenary still has, not much time actually. He's gonna have to force a rescue to happen. He's gonna try and force this, and he has an elbow pad to close out the distance. Is he gonna make it in time? We do see that Tsunami's right there, able to, get a hit, and now the rescue happens. Mercenary will be falling down. Postman gets the dog bite. At least he's able to get out of the basement. 90%. Last Cypher is about to pop.
Definitely, that 99% already. Mercenary has to go to get it right now and get close to the gate so he can open the gate as soon as possible when the Cypher is popped. And right now we're seeing Postman trying to pull on the kite, giving the letter over so that the gate is opened faster. We're seeing the blink over here and a hit, and the pellets down, and the pop will happen.
Pop does happen, and now we see that this Postman has been kiting since the beginning, a 5-minute kite. We do see that he is monitoring, but this just makes the chase even longer. So Tsunami running the routes here. He's gonna run towards the middle part where the dungeon is located. So this looks like, at best case, 4-person out, but he wants to get at least 1 hit. The detention doesn't even matter because this Postman is already injured. Tries to go for another dog bite, but nothing happens. It's still a case of, it's still a cat chase that is ensuing here, with Tsunami going back to the corner house.
Definitely, and we're seeing the flying wheel that will almost be ready in 5 seconds, so maybe that could be a game changer this time around. So let's just see and see what's gonna happen over here.
And he spent already the blink, so he's trying to close the distance. It's a mind game at this point. 1 gate is open, another one will pop. Tsunami dog bite, and he also has the flywheel, so it looks like it actually might be a 4-person escape. Chocho.
My gosh, 4 escape on this round.
The pop off. Tsunami's feeling it. Wow.
Seriously, the game changer. The rebound kite on Postman also. Everything just worked out perfectly. And so many pellet stuns. So Vampy's main game over there like really failed quite a number of times, and things just didn't really work out. That's a 5.2 against ZETA, and ZETA was.
Okay. Yeah, let's recall here. I'm just gonna bring it back to how the IJL finals went. It was Scars to take things over Vampy, so the record continues. But that was a best of 5. This is a race to 2, right? So it's completely different situations, and this is not the best way to start if you're in the Hunter side. And I feel you there. We were really talking up a storm on the Bonbon, on the Dream Witch, which begs the question: could this outcome could have been different? Because, like you pointed out, Chocho, this comp really counters Dream Witch. I mean, you had the Cypher Rush again. You know what? It was really good. You had to chase the Postman first, but the amount of support and the amount of raw kiting ability on the Postman side was just godlike. That was an amazing show of Team Scars, and it just shows they want to rewrite history.
And also, when Postman was kiting, he was also giving letters for decoding, rescuing it, everything. So that was such an amazing kite, able to multitask and just achieve objectives for his team. And right now we're seeing the stats over here. We see the Postman kiting a total of 212 seconds against Clark. It's just incredible. And also
Tsunami didn't even touch a Cypher. He was just kiting the entire game. Everyone was just there for the support. We did see highlights here and there on Soars. Well, he did provide that owl in the middle. You saw Monet also with the pretty sus, I would say, window blocking and like the hit. It was just off to a big scramble. And honestly, MVP, I would nominate Tsunami MVP because he got hit by the tram, man. Like the way he was able to counter that situation, rebound after that, rebound kite also after the first chair was just beautiful. And it just shows that Scars is ready to play. And this is up against not any ordinary Hunter. This is Vampy, which also, Chocho, maybe something we got to talk about is that we've seen Vampy with his Bonbon, with his Dream Witch, that have been battle tested. This is the first time I'm personally seeing him here in IVS with the Clerk. So it begs the question, was the Clerk ready? And it seems like it didn't really pass the test that Scars brought in front of it.
And like what NTT is saying also, the blink before the pop, that was really crucial. That blink after the pellet that was down, it just really put a lot of distance between the Hunter as well as the Postman. Just amazing. Like I don't know how also like the tram hit, that was supposed to be like a game changer for Vampy, but that rebound kite though, even though there was a double down, the Seer Cypher was interrupted, but the pellet stun by Seer afterwards, it's just an amazing sequence of events. I just like how it went. It's just perfect. And yeah, it's the first time that ZETA Hunters get a 4 escape in this IVS also.
Yeah, and also the chat is going wild. Again, a lot of fans for Vampy out there, but Scars making, you know what, starting it off real hot here with the pace. Also, just big shout outs to people that are in the chat. I see Omega Phoenix, I see Nico, I see Nano, I see Orca Pink. I see a lot of people. Any shout outs you want to give out before we talk more about this match, by the way, Chocho, because they're going wild.
I mean Brandon. Brandon as in Panda, as I would say, because he said that I keep saying when I say something, the opposite happens. So I was saying in MRC match,
it's the commentator curse. You're part of the commentator team. It's a thing now. So there you go. It's the Chocho curse. I'm kidding. It's not. Because NTT had the tram curse. By the way, every match I was commentating with NTT before, like there's always a tram hit. So I don't know, maybe because he lives in Ever Sleeping Town, he just doesn't like it. But shout out to Brandon. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Again, keep just support your favorite team, support them, especially now because you want to secure your winner's slot coming into the winners finals. So it's really tough now for ZETA, but I would have to say ZETA, their survivor team is very stable. So maybe they gave the freedom for Vampy to try out the Clerk, even though it didn't work out as well. At least now the survivor team know what to do. They need to get a 4-man escape just for them to tie things out to push for that round number 3. So let's talk about it. Highlights, lowlights of what we just witnessed here, because that was an incredible performance on Scars' side.
Highlights, definitely the rebound kite, but also the tram hit though. But lowlights,
the tram hit too.
Tram hit too, and the blink, yeah. And also the dog bite late game, and then
so good.
That pellet that was down, and then the flying. Oh my god, it's just chef kiss. And right now we're seeing ZETA Dolisu actually. So Dolisu has been one of the longest member in ZETA alongside with Vampy actually, and Yeah, Dolisu with the Priestess Bame as well as Professor Pig, which is the first in IVS. So that actually worked out very well. I believe it was the... What match was it again? Who was it against?
While you look over
RD.
RD against RD.
First dipping as well,
Round
BO3. They got a
BO3.
3
Beautiful, yeah. Dolisu, like you said, one of the OGs here, one of the known names here, and also one person that brings out, I think, one of the deepest pools. He has a magician. He also has a weeping clown. He has, as you mentioned, you saw a professor there. I don't know if he's going to bring that out now, but trusting Dolisu to kite for as long as he can. And this is ZETA we're talking about. You know what? They've seen the bright lights of a big stage in IJL. They've also seen the bright lights of KOA, and I think they're no stranger to adversity. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where they can shine. And speaking of, shining the spotlight, Kazuneko was already shined on in the interview. So I think MRC really wants ZETA to win so they can face them in the winner's side of things. We've already heralded his Prospector as one of the best, not only in Japan, but in the world. Usually, Prospector, there's some matches where they don't really shine. Every time Kazuneko picks a Prospector, he has a highlight moment. So you really want to ban that Prospector away from him.
And usually we don't, like, kiting wise, right? Usually we wouldn't want to kite to your friend, your teammate Cypher, but then for Kazuneko's side, just kite all the way down, and he's just gonna give you the support that you need. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, yeah, and Kazuneko has like many fans, including myself.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, his Prospector really shined a lot in COA. It just really made me have like a huge and good impression of him. It's just an amazing player, as well as his forward, amazing stunt as well.
Yeah, so now moving on to Sasori, another survivor here that is known for, kiting and then Vampy with the support. You do see the Enchantress, you do see the Entomologist. He's brought out a plethora of characters also in the finals of IJL. He's also had Embalmer, he's also had Mechanic. So he also brought out a Coordinator. So it's really, just leave it up to him. I think he's like the one that if the survivor pool is low, he's the one to adjust and pick, like, okay, I could play this guy, I could play support, I could play Kiter, I could play Decoder. You just leave it up to me.
Yeah, definitely. And he also played a Cowboy at Arms Factory in BO1. BO1.
All the ones I said, that the skills aren't transferable. Right? Usually, you want to go Mercenary or First Officer, but it's insane how he's able to change it up. And speaking of Mercenary First Officer, Mochi, the designated rescuer of the team, he's pretty stable when it comes to that. I'm just looking at my notes here. Yeah, I did notice, and I think one of the first matches I've seen him, he's got nerves of steel, especially going up against a Sculptor. I forgot which Sculptor this was. Against Metal, yeah, he was able to rescue and not get hit at all by the statues. I think it was already at tier. I'm not sure if it was tier 2, but he's just so good.
I also wrote it here.
He did?
His maneuver around the statues is just cray, bro.
It's so good. It's so good. Like the way that's what you want. You want stability in your rescuer, a dependable rescuer. I mean, that goes for any relationship, right? But that's what you want in your rescuer. You want the foundation, you want the trust, right? You can trust in Mochi to get the rescues.
Mochi, very stable rescuer. So usually when his rescuers get banned, right, which is pretty rare because, pretty rare. Usually, you're playing patient rescuer. So they'll probably just leave the forward rescuer for KZNK and then Sasori with the Cowboy. Yeah, their team is just very versatile in their character, but right now we're seeing SZ Mirake with the Wax Artist.
Yeah, Mirake, he's always the first one to come out, and he's usually one to just set the pace for the survivors, but I think this is a good move on the survivor side to go first, so they're the ones to give that, I would say, that boost the confidence for Mirake, because now the win conditions for him has definitely changed. It's for him to just get at least one. Get maybe at best 2. Just deny any points or deny any difference of points on the side of ZETA. Since ZETA, their survivor team is very strong. So I think this was a good move on their side. Having Mirake come in. We know he's going to use the Wax Artist. Let's see if he's going to... I don't know. Maybe he might... We talked to Big Storm about how the Dream Witch was going to come out. And all of a sudden the Clerk came out. So who knows what Mirake is going to think of now.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, in the stats that we have here... Mirake actually got a 1k as well as 2 elimination when he played the Wax Artist, so I think getting 1 elimination shouldn't be too much of a problem. Right now we're seeing the ban on the Seer and several will be picking their characters. And just to let you know, Posh, ZETA, ever slipping in ZETA's map, definitely, because in their BO1s, in 2 of the team matches, they got 4 escape twice at ever slipping top BO1. So this is definitely their map, and there is a potential that they might get a 4 escape once again.
Oof. Like you said, I know Mirake, does have one survivor kill or 2 survivor kills, but I think this is home court advantage in Ever Sleeping Town for ZETA. And going with the more conventional picks at the start, we're going forward Priestess. So Mirake has going to be very careful in letting these survivors go to those portals, and also has to look over his shoulders. But if he picks the Wax Artist, stuns are actually going to work in his favor because of the buff of the Wax. So we'll see if he's going to try or who he's going to pick first to chair.
And the next one will be Mercenary. So my Mochi, I mean not Mochi, but I suppose my thing Acrobat. So we have the forward Priestess as well as Entomologist and Acrobat, which is pretty. They're all support characters actually. I think not too sure which hunter they're gonna pick as of yet, but Priestess definitely with the support portals. Oh, we're seeing the Sculptor on Mirake's side.
Interesting. First time I've also in my notes so they're just trying to, I guess, change things up here. So again, they faced each other time and time again. I guess this is more of them, showing they've had a deep hunter pool. And I think this is a good chance for Mirake to change it up in a sense, but it's a safe bet because his survivor team did get 5 points for him, and Sculptor pretty good. However, we were just talking how Mochi has nerves of steel with kiting these statues. So it's still, I would say it's not gonna be an easy battle, but Mirake is definitely in the driver's seat of how he's gonna play out this match because Scars are in the lead.
And picking a Sculptor, we've seen many times that Sculptors do get 4 escapes as well. I'm not too sure how this is gonna pan out. I mean, Vexakis could have been good. I mean, if it's Vexakis could have been a good selection.
Yeah, it's kind of curious that he also banned Seer to start, and then he picked Wax Artist. I wonder. Then he didn't pick Wax Artist. He picked Sculptor, which, I mean, you could Seer, I guess. I mean, you could try to chip it out. Anyway, we digress. We're gonna look at the spawn points here. Mirake now having a Wallace survivor. Like you said, all of these are supports, so it's really pick your poison. Maybe you want to just kite out the Priestess, but you have the Entomologist to provide the bees. And I would say this tandem of Entomologist and Priestess is so dangerous for any hunter. So Mirake is gonna have to be very careful, especially if he's not chasing any of these 2 survivors, because imagine the Priestess portal support and then you got the bees at the end of it. So it's gonna be tough. He's gonna definitely need his presence up. Tier 2 statues need to be on point for him to get that full presence and get at least 1 kill. Chocho, let's go.
And Dolisu with the Priestess, trying to aim for Priestess actually, but Priestess already transitioned away. Going away, had a mid-transition on the Priestess side, and then talking about Dolisu's Priestess, right? I mean, I personally feel that he's one of the best Priestess with the best support portals for his teammates, and right now he's not fighting anybody at the S palette. No, there is a Yermak, but there isn't anybody that he could come and chase actually.
Now he's going to do a little bit of cleanup here. Dolisu is actually going to be in that area, so Mirake might, go straight for this Priestess at least. Oh, gotta watch out for that tram. At least here, there's not much there's not much buildings to work with. There's just this structure that he's gonna have to be careful of once the Priestess sets their portal down. So now he's gonna close a little bit of that distance to try and chip away at this Priestess. Does get 1 chip. The tram does move away, and Dolisu's probably gonna try to race towards these building area. Now he's gonna try to get a regular hit. Goes for the excitement here just to counter the bees or just not move him at all. So this actually works out in favor of Mirake, able to build a little bit of presence, and now the Priestess actually transitioning towards the forward Cypher. He's gonna look behind him just to see if the forward is gonna try to stun, and now we see that the Holy Key is gonna get placed.
Yeah, definitely not looking too good on the Hunter side initially, because right now, after using the excitement, forward just gonna come and OB all the way.
True.
I mean, that's the thing about this team comp. Everybody is a support kind of character where you gotta use your excitement. It's kind of like a bait trap, like you can just choose a blink and then you got a better chasing ability, but right now we're seeing that Dolisu is really prolonging this kite. Are we seeing this?
Ooh. Trying to go back and forth here. Dolisu just waiting for his Holy Key to go off cooldown. Mirake not swinging for anything. He's trying to swing, able to get a Terror Shock. That's huge. Building any presence to the Sculptor is so good because once you unlock that skill, like you said, we do see bees. We do see that the forward is there to provide that support. He's just waiting for him to chair. It seems like they might drop down. Wow, okay, the bait for the forward stun. able to get the chair, and Kazuneko has to go for a regular rescue at this point.
I mean, if the instant rescue was gonna occur, why Kazuneko did not do a stun rescue instead?
True, or at least just provide a little bit more time, because that was a quick rescue, and now we see that the Priestess does have a little bit of portals to use. Entomologist bees are here to provide a little bit of that support. One more statue hit, and this hunter will be at full presence. So Mirake getting pinched here. He's gonna have to move away from the bees while the Priestess uses another portal in the middle house here, and Dolisu's running back to the graveyard area.
Amazing transition on a Priestess side, but I mean they had the entomologist support as well as forward support, and right now forward's getting healed, so they even brought out more time, so decoding is really slow. Only Acrobat is the one decoding. You see that second skill has already been popped. Excitement is ready. And I believe there might be a possible down for Dolisu in the next 20 seconds.
True. We're going to see him just try to close it out. Nice drop on that pallet. Pretty safe. Dolisu still creating distance, but now gets the forward stun, holding on to this excitement. He knows he just wants to focus on one target. Mirake not letting go of the target here. He knows that he wants to be able to down this Priestess. Drops a chisel. Dolisu trying to hide behind these pallets and gets down by the chisel statues. Mirake now has excitement to use. We do see that Kazuneko, he wants to stun. He's feeling it. Will the excitement get popped? Able to pop the excitement and hits the forward in the process. He's going to try to chair. This is going to be huge for Mirake.
KZNK might be going for the stun rescue. I'm not too sure. Oh, he's not going for the stun rescue. The ciphers are just not enough for escape at the moment.
Actually, it's really going in Mirake's favor, because this forward, it's going to be too risky for him to go for this rescue. Now he's going to force Sasori to actually come in to rescue, to help aid with this rescue. Goes for the flywheel, but no, gets hit in the process. Drops the bees and also gets a stun in the process. So now this is actually great for Dolisu, but we do see that Mirake knows where Dolisu is headed, and now the tier 2 statues are raining. Oh, the double back!
Yeah, this is looking pretty good on the Survivor side still. It's not too bad, but at the same time, the ciphers are just dropping really slow. The only person decoding outside is Acrobat, as well as Entomologist at the moment. Forward is he in the vicinity, but Forward doesn't have any balls at the moment to OB as well. So
that's true. I think this is, you know what, just the calm before the storm. Mirake just has to weather it out. Now trying to drop these statues, but look at that. Priestess is still up and about. She has a holy key to use. He's able to go through and just buy a little more time. 2 ciphers are about to pop. He just needs 1 survivor down. Goes for the regular hit. That one cipher isn't close yet. He's going to pick him up, and that's going to be a win for Mirake. He just needs 1. They just go ahead and pop it, Chocho.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, if he can get a tie, also, I mean, there will be a full 5 points difference, difference between SC as well as ZETA. So he doesn't have teleport. Wait, he does have teleport. He does have trump card.
He's waiting for it. He's waiting for the trump card to finish. There he goes. Goes for the teleport. Everyone's got to rush. Everyone's actually here. So Mirake is actually bound to try and go for another survivor down. I mean, that's a lot of detention time. And the entomologist gets hit again with another statue. 1 regular hit, she's fallen down, or 2 statue hits. Tries to go for the drop down here. Able to create a little bit more distance. No more bees to use. Pallet drop denied by Mirake. So 2 survivors down.
And the other gate has just opened. Yeah, basement chairing, then yeah, definitely a tie already. There's no way he can make it in time to go to that gate, and both of them are at the graveyard gate. So amazing play on Mirake's side actually. I mean, with those many stuns as well as B support, still able to get a tie situation for his team. Actually, it looks like a 1 kill, but getting that tie with a trump card, bruh.
That's a win already in Mirake's book, because he was just aiming for 1, and I'm pretty sure he's going to feel happy about that. That was a complete... I would say that the point difference is actually still apparent. We got 7-2. That's the best way to start round number 2. You're going to put pressure on the side of ZETA, who technically are the favored ones to win this matchup, and Scar is just showing that they've definitely improved. I feel your sentiments there. I was also a little nervous. It's like, oh, Sculptor coming in, you know, and not really with this stable Wax Artist. Like you mentioned, also the stats don't lie. Wax Artist has been receiving a lot of 4-man escapes, but Mirake, I think with the confidence brought by his team, and also the research to know that Kazuneko is going to try to stun, and he was just really confident in his chase ability to down the survivors and not rely on Blink, he was able to get a 2-person kill.
I think one thing that I really might have difficulty understanding would be the rescue by Forward at the S pillar, because
let's talk about that.
It seems to be that he was going to instant rescue, But wouldn't a stun rescue be better? Because at a point in time, excitement was still 40 seconds cooldown. And with that stun rescue, Hunter wouldn't be as close to getting a second skill, and also giving that Terra shot also really wasn't the best choice. I mean, Hunter didn't have insolence, which means that his second skill will be opened really slowly. And I mean, I felt that if the stun rescue happened, then afterwards, Priestess down, Hunter would still not be second skill, and it will be an easier match for them. And just couldn't really.
Not to mention that. The early, I mean, stun rescue usually happens when the chair, but then he kind of baited out a dash, and just maybe playing it a little more passive and just waiting for the right moment to rescue, because again, there's still a bit of cooldown time before the half-blood would happen. So, just buying a little more time for his team would have changed things up. But it definitely played in Mirake's favor here with the Sculptor. We did see that Dolisu and Sasori did expire and was sent out of the game, while Kazuneko and Mochi were the ones to escape. But you gotta admit, Mirake, the statues were he was confident, especially once it hit that tier 2 mark. And once he found the Priestess, he kind of ran a different route just to look for that Priestess, and that's who he focused his attention on first. It was definitely a tale of two hunters here, and Mirake, he knows that the meta has changed. He knows that he wants to go for defense, and I think him as a point hunter, the one that goes first when it comes to hunting, he's definitely done his job. He's set a good pace for his team, and coming into round number 2, that does put Celia and the rest of the survivors in a good spot here.
And talking about ZETA, right? I mean, the good part of them, right, is that really their entomologist beast support is just really annoying, really good. Because the thing is that, right, if Hunter decides to put statues, he can't actually attack. So I think the entomologist really make use of that fact to really push him at the point in time when he wants to place a statue in the right place. So good job on entomologist's side, and also nice dodge of the second skill statues by Priestess at when he was like one statue away from dying at the graveyard area. Amazing dodge. Yeah, it's something that we gotta learn, but unfortunately we didn't have the perspective from the Priestess, so yeah, it's just really good. And I mean, the map pick was by ZETA, however ZETA did not get the advantage, and now there is a 9-2 points for BO1, 5 points difference. Yeah. So I'm not sure how ZETA is gonna come back from this.
Oof. It's gonna be tough because you did say the map pick was there. They're really known for it. 7-2 point difference, round difference in round number 1, and then coming in round number 2, map advantage is gonna be on Scars' side, and this could definitely bode well in favor. Or if they just play this passively, just keep going for ties till round number 3, that's still a winning pace for them. So it's interesting because the decisions that were made, right? It was kind of the advantage of ZETA. ZETA picked the map that could benefit the Dream Witch, and they did not capitalize. Vampy didn't capitalize on the Dream Witch. Went with Clerk, a little risky, I would have to say. And now with another slew of decisions that really went in favor of Scars. So it's gonna be tough. ZETA's gonna have a big hill to climb coming into this, because Scars has definitely want to send them to the lower bracket, and it just shows they really did their homework. They knew how to roll with the punches. They know when, especially the Hunter Mirake, he knew when to kind of pull the brakes a little bit. He knew that he had to play defensively, especially bringing that excitement. Even though at the start we were kind of scared that he used excitement on the bees, and usually you want to go for excitement, and once you pop that skill or pop that the blink or the excitement, you want to go for a hit right away. It took a while before he could down that Priestess once he popped that excitement, which got us a little nervous because the forward was right there for that supposed stun rescue that could have changed things. So it's gonna be I think it's still gonna be a heated battle coming into round number 2. ZETA though is gonna have to play a little more differently, a lot more riskier, a lot more passive. We're just gonna have to find out.
I mean, even though BO1 SZ did get the advantage, I mean, next up we'll be having hunters such as Celia for SZ as well as Elf from ZETA, so that's really hard to say. I mean, Elf has been performing very well in the entire IVS at the moment, getting at least, I believe, a
3 or 4?
Three escape. 3 kill. Yeah, 3 escape, what the heck. Yeah, so yeah, I'm excited to see what Elf is gonna play, but at the same time, once Elf's character such as Bonbon gets banned, right, it might be kind of difficult for him because he did play the Dream Witch as well as the
Geisha. Oh, Clerk. He also brought out a geisha in the match. In this specific matchup, he got a 4K Moonlit geisha against Scars, but that was like a month ago. And in IVS, not sure if he brought it out. It could bring that out if ever. It really depends on the map, right? I don't know. I guess if you're gonna bank on banning the Bonbon of Alf, maybe you want to bait a really bad map for his other hunters, right? So that's still pretty hard because Alf has a lot of hunters he can use.
Yeah. But is that really a map that really is bad for Elsa's Bonbon?
I don't know, because he brings it out lakeside, he brings it out everywhere.
Yeah, I know, right? It was like such a pretty tough map actually for Bonbon, but he was like taking it like it was like damn easy. It was like ABC, bro. And I was like fully impressed with what he has. But at the same time, if they're gonna pick lakeside,
which they are picking.
Dancer, oh.
Lakeside
okay.
Chocho? Oh my god, you're just segueing left and right here. The future is being predicted by Chocho, ladies and gentlemen. So Lakeside. But Scars picked this one. They want to go survivors first. So I guess they want to run it back. I think maybe the survivor side, maybe they're just warming up here. Celia coming into the mix though, they're gonna have to adjust to a new type of hunter. I would say Celia, pretty on point when it comes to he's known for going like round 2. Wax Artist, round 2 Clerk, Bonbon. So he's also got Sculptor. Really depends on what he's going to run with here, replacing Mirai K.
But at Lakeside, right? Silla actually played the Clerk before. Yeah, definitely against. It was only
the thing is,
one.
I will say this also. When they went up against each other in IJL, it was Celia's Bonbon to get a victory. So Celia also has a Bonbon if ever. I don't know if he's gonna bring it out now though, because this is Lakeside, and you know what, math dictates that maybe only Alf has that exception rule. So I'm not sure. We do see that on screen. He has a Clerk. He has an Anne. I don't know what he wants to play here. If he wants to maybe go a little more passive, like how Mirake played it, just to not put too much pressure on the survivor side, because usually you see if hunters go too aggressive, their survivors have to kind of pick up the pieces and pay for that pound of flesh that they gambled.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, and Zeta decided to place their survivors out first, which is fine because I mean, if Zeta survivors actually under no pressure, they actually perform very well. I think it will be better than just now as well. So yeah, very excited to see what Zeta's gonna bring. I'm not sure. Yeah, Zeta actually got a 4 escape at Lakeside. For the survivor side. So I mean, individually, Zeta, right? Individually, they're so strong.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's really hard. It's just really hard to tell what's gonna happen later on during the match.
Looking back at how their previous matchup, this is kind of the same script that they followed. This is where Zeta really comes alive in round number 2 and round number 3. So yeah, Celia can't really rest on his laurels. We're having a pretty standard ban on Forward and Seer. Priestess not really being prioritized mostly in Lakeside. Now I'm interested to see what Zeta is going to be banning on the Hunter side of Celia. We did mention just banning the Dream Wish, so pretty safe ban on the side of Celia. So now, yeah, this opens up the Wax Artist, this opens up his Clerk, this opens up a lot more options for Celia to bring out.
It seems, I mean, with the first 2 bans, it seems like it's going to be a Clerk or a Geisha. And yeah, and also we'll be seeing KZNK's Prospector in BO2. Like, they like to bring out his BO2 Prospector, so. And also he actually played Lakeside Prospector that time again. Yeah, so it did pretty good. But we see the Mercenary also as Priestess big pick.
Okay, pretty standard picks. And also shout out to Aurora, she's in the chat, and also people are saying Chocho Seer, so predicting the Lakeside and predicting all these things, but she can't go too far, guys. She's on cooldown right now for seeing the future. But we're gonna see a ban of an Acrobat, so pretty standard so far. I wonder if Kazunek, or if they're gonna just prioritize maybe Prospector or maybe more Stunners, because they did go for all-out support, and I hope that doesn't discourage Zeta to bring out their calling card characters, because I love Zeta matches because they're really good at support, especially Kazuneko. And Prospector comes out. I'm getting a little bit of the buff from Chocho here, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, so yeah, we see but they might be picking up Postman for Zeta side. I mean, then the decoding might be a bit faster because I mean, if KZNK decides to go OB and stuff, harass actually, the ciphers might be quite slow. Yeah, but sometimes we see Celia banning the patient. Oh, and then it's more entomologist pick.
Yeah, so not having the postman here, it's going to be Cypher progress. Celia doesn't have to worry about it so much, but he's going to have to worry about the support and, like you said, the OB. I learned that term. Thank you, Chocho, for teaching me what OB means. Of the other survivors here. So, yeah, they're playing to their strengths. When we did the player highlights here, these are usually the usual suspects that they pick. And now Celia with the BQ, first one of the day.
We're seeing quite a number of new hunters for today. I mean, in BO1, the hunters, and
no,
now
Chocho, I feel like we should have done our homework. Like, I feel like we're saying like they're gonna see this, we're gonna see this, then what are these English commentators talking about? We're not gonna pick those hunters. We're gonna pick BQ. But I'm excited. I'm so excited to see a BQ match. This is kind of okay. So we have to run it down: entomologist, priestess, prospector, and mercenary. I would say the BQ can thrive chasing some of them, especially prospectors. Once he drops a magnet, if hopefully he doesn't run into it, just pop the mirror. So he's gonna have to be very careful where he pops that mirror. Like we said, this is the usual spawn points of the survivors. They just build that great wall of cutting off the hunter at the shack area. So Celia is gonna have to think about who he's gonna chase first. Mercenary, pretty tough. Yeah. Sasori, you know what, the entomologist could be a good one, or you don't want to cut out Dolisu though.
This team com, right? BQ just counters this team com because of the entomologist beast as well as prospector. Like one mirror, like how fast and how far can you go? Like your beast can't interrupt the BQ if you're the one kiting. And prospector wise, how are you gonna throw the magnet if the hunter is 10,000 miles away with the mirror? Right? You can see what I'm saying? Yeah, so it's gonna be really difficult. Support portals wise might not be too useful as so, but we see hunters spawning at the shack area, rotating to a center.
So Chocho, something to note here, 3 of them brought flywheel. So that's something. But again, you're a BQ, so you can just keep swinging. So it's gonna have to be. He's gonna have to like swing near a pallet then stun. But now we see Kazuneko kind of making the swap here. We do see that Dolisu and Kazuneko are in the shack area, in the big boat area. Celia's still looking for the right target here. He's gonna probably snipe out no one here. And it's I thought he's actually gonna commit to big boat, but it's gonna be such a hard chase. So now it seems like he's making a U-turn, going back to the center of this map. Gonna run straight to Mochi, but I don't think. Is he gonna prioritize? It seems like Celia's still trying to look for the best possible target. I mean, I guess he's playing it calm, and he really wants to. He knows that the Cypher progress isn't gonna go that fast at the start, so he could choose his target wisely and wait for the blink cooldown to be done.
But at the same time, this is not looking too good for the Survivor side because, I mean, Hunter is lost. Hunter doesn't have anybody at the moment, but Cyphers are actually extremely slow at the same time. And also, right now, Blink is already done. It's already done, so it could be an instant down with 1 mirror and 1 Blink hit. So,
true.
Yep.
Uh-oh, like you called it out. Mirror is inbound. Dolisu has to be very careful. Flywheel's away from it, but he's gonna go for the portal. Excellent stuff to force Dolisu to just chase on foot. The blink is ready though, but this is going to be a blink no down hit. So Dolisu at least buying some time here for Cyphers to move.
And we see the entomologist is using a beast already, so probably coming to the area that Priest is kiting at and getting the blink hit, and Mirror will be ready in 3 seconds.
So this is great timing on Celia. The economy of decision making is really good. Celia knows that the bees are here. He's gonna pop the mirror just to make sure that he's not gonna lose. Just gonna move on away from the bees. Gonna try to swipe it down, like you said, Chocho. 10,000 miles away. Mirror hit. Dolisu is down. Celia, first survivor on a rocket chair.
Amazing mirror placement over there. The beast was trying to help, but so she doesn't really get that hit. But
oh my god.
It's just
the chair placement.
And interrupting entomologist Cypher, which is one of the fastest decoders in this team comp.
So this is actually great. We're gonna wait for another mirror to pop out. Sasori has to be careful. Needs to use the bees to jock and jive away from the mirror hits, and doing a great job, I would have to say, just establishing that distance. But now everyone's like really away from this this priestess chair rescue. So as I say that, Mochi with a backdoor rescue. Priestess though running straight into the hit. And now we do see that he's going to move on away from that Cypher that was being worked on by the entomologist.
And this free rescue is just going to allow Mercenary to come for the rescue again later on. So no healing needed, and Cypher progress will be pretty fast. And we're seeing Mirror on to 11. Will he better get the free hit?
No, unable to, so that's great stuff. So Celia now just focusing on just cheering. We do see that Kazuneko is inbound, goes for the stun, not able to get the rescue though, drops it down process. He wants to go for it again, able to get another drop down, but all these drop downs, let's see, he's gonna go for a triple mirror stun. Now Kazuneko, he's trying to go for it, he's so aggressive.
This is amazing time waster. And we see the struggle on the Priestess side.
Yeah, this is the constant drops, right? That was 3 drops in a row and a stun in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Zeta at the height of its power, and now we see that Dolisu is trying to just move on away. Kazuneko is still here. He's waiting for the magnets to be on cooldown, but Dolisu going back and forth. That could have been the end of him if he didn't go double back for that holy key. And now we see he's gonna go to 11 here. We do see the entomologist trying to go for that support. 3 ciphers still remain, but 2 are about to pop.
We just casually see Sasori with the entomologist coming over. I guess nothing's nobody's business, and we see the entomologist Princess might be getting the down over here. Will she be able to get down? No, Hunter getting trapped over there. Using that mirror.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Able
nice
to get
block.
the hit. Yeah, entomologist just forcing the attack recovery so that the priestess can move on away. And the bees, the bee placement, able to slow him down a little bit. We see that the holy key was there to break that line of sight, and now they're transitioning towards the big boat. We do see that they're definitely double teaming here when it comes to just that support, because this entomologist will want to work on just tanking the hits here for this priestess while the last 2 ciphers are about to pop.
Definitely, and we see the last ciphers at 92 and 91%. So ciphers might be able to be popped when Hunter's mirror is on cooldown. Actually,
the flywheel, but no, the blink unable to just not have the attack recovery there. And now we see the entomologist is one being chased. There's no more blink. The mirror cooldown is still on point, and we do see that Zeta, all the survivors are still out and about.
And that teleport will definitely not be ready by then. But the dungeon is over here, so entomologist might be able to get for the dungeon rescue if she manages, lose sight, or Hunter loses sight of entomologist. But at the same time, we see Sasori already making her routes towards the dungeon. With that mirror, will she be able to get the
What a hit on Sasori. So it seems like Celia would just have to settle for at least 1 survivor down and out, which is still good. I mean, just settle for this instead of a 5-point game. We do see that the priestess is here with that long portal. I don't know if they're going to force anything to happen here. Dolisu is going to have to be very careful. He's just going to break that long portal. Both exit gates are open, and I think that's going to be game 3-1 in favor of Zeta.
During mid-game, it felt like it was gonna be a tie and below match for Zeta, but KZNK with that magnets though, it brought out so much time, and a priestess, a second rebounds kite. Bruh, I'm just absolutely stunned by whatever Zeta is coming with their, whether it's strategy or teamwork, just amazing. Communications wise, the bees coming at the right moment. It's just amazing stuff, Posh.
Yeah, the way it started out, it really looked good for Celia, right? Able to get that really long portal from, able to get that really that long mirror hit on that priestess. The bees didn't really come into support, but like you said, game-changing moment was Kazuneko helping the priestess rebound kite in that the small boat area, which makes me think they've practiced that. He saved up 3 magnets just for the drop downs to happen. Bees were also there on point. And this is Zeta at the height of their power. This is when they're so good, when the survivors are there supporting, being able to harass, and giving Celia a hard time. I feel like Celia, this is the best possible scenario for him to get at least 1 survivor out, which is at least not a 5-point game for Zeta. So still pressures on the survivor side. I would say pressure is still on Zeta's side. So now Scars as survivors, if they want to be able to hold on to this lead, they need to at least get 3 survivors out to still hang on to their 5-point game.
Definitely. So Scars will be coming up next, and Zeta's Elf will most likely be coming out. So
that's really scary. Well, let's put a pin on that first and look at the match results here again. When it comes to the kiting time, Dolisu was great on this priestess, especially with the support of Sasori, Kazuneko, and also Mochi. I mean, the action was pretty fast-paced. We were kind of gushing over how the mirror hits of Celia were kind of on point, but Mochi, again, just coming in from the backdoor rescue, able to get a clean rescue, and he could have rescued again because the mercenary went unscathed. So beautiful stuff, a lot to highlight. And Celia, mirror placements were really on point. I think also the end game blink kind of changed things because the teleport wasn't ready, so he just had to settle for one survivor down and out.
Definitely. And yeah, I'm just I mean, with the BQ pick, right, with this current meta, it's usually people picked it because it can tie, but with such an experienced team, you could possibly get a 4 escape or like at most a 1 kill only. So it's really unfortunate. Celia having such a good pace at the start of the match and slowly losing it because of KZNK's support, as well as the rebound kite by Christis, as well as Antimonke's Beast. Amazing sequence of events and characters picked to really come for the support. And we were pinning something just now, which was about Elf. So
Elf. He's coming in. I would say though, this seems like I mean, how would I say this? It's usually a tale of like, you know, the first 1 minute doesn't really determine how the game is gonna go, because we saw a tram hit, we thought like, oh, that's the game. But then we also saw how this, you know, a long range mirror hit, but you know, they were able to rebound. So you really can't call a game how it's gonna be, especially if the survivors are Scars. And I feel like, yes, Alf is gonna be very dangerous in this map, but let's see what Scars have done to kind of understand how to counter Alf, because in round 2, this is where Alf really comes into plus ultra mode. So we're just gonna see how this one's gonna go.
Definitely. And because we're gonna see the match points and see how we're gonna make a comparison. So if SC survivors get a 4 escape, they win. They straight up win. And yeah, that's the end of ZETA for now, and we'll see them tomorrow. But if SD survivors get a 3 escape, it will be prolonged to BO3, but it will still be difficult for ZETA because there is a 7 to do kind of difference at BO1. So, but if both sides get a tie, then ZETA get their match point, and we'll be moving on to BO3.
Okay, so still the pressure is on Alf. So we've seen Alf, I would say in this tournament, kind of perform really well. Like, I think the survivor side of and also Vampy kind of helped him get into that great mindset of him playing to his full capacity. But now it seems like pressure is kind of on him. They want to be able to break the confidence and break the streak of Scars. And here we have it, Alf, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder what he's gonna pick here, because I think as Chocho is the seer when it comes to hunter picks, we can't predict that. It's just too hard at this point. So Alf might pick, I don't know, Evil Reptilian at this point. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean we've said like what, Bonbon, Dreamish, and Clark, Geisha, or whatever. But
we didn't
every
see
time
any of those.
it's just, dude, like, I don't know, they're trying to like slap our faces, you know, and be like, psych, you're wrong.
What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? I don't play that. But here, if Alf wants to win, Chocho, I mean, his Bonbon, even though this is not the best map for Bonbon, he's able to make it work. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, usually people pick Bonbon for a tie. Dude is picking Bonbon for a 4K. So
who does that, right?
Yeah, and he has 3 MVPs, bro.
And in those MVPs, you could see a lot of highlight moments where he's just so on point where to drop the bombs, the timing of those bombs when he changes it, and also he knows how to cut off the survivor's route. And like 2 bomb hits and a regular hit, an instant down. Like, you'd be happy to get at least like 30-second kite with Alf, because Alf is known for like you said, like MRC. Who's the one that faced ZETA? Was it MRC or is it Weibo, where he got like a 20? I think it was Weibo. Yeah, 20-second kite, right? It's insane because this is Weibo gaming.
Yeah, and he just ended WBG in 2-0, which is a Chinese mainland team, and I think that's why Elf is so confident that this time around a Japanese team, will be taking over the champion position.
Yeah, I think Team ZETA, they've tasted a little bit of that Koa glory. For them to be able to claim IVS, though, that's going to be a huge momentum boost for them to get into Call of the Abyss and just try to seize the champion of championships, right? So we're going to see now SZ win, ZETA win. Oh, these, it's like a Romeo and Juliet thing. I hope they are, because this... I'm kidding, I know they are.
So they are friends and they're singing they should be cheering for different teams, but this kind of strange. But
maybe they want to cheer for both, and they're gonna switch sides next time they zoom in on them. Who knows? I would definitely like to see. I would definitely like to see a lot of those, SZ wins as well as Zeta wins in the chat too, because this is not their last match for sure. There's still a lower bracket. They just want to vie for the winner's side of things. So now banning the Seer forward, leaving open the Priestess and the Mercenary. Not sure if they're going to go that route because CZ really known for interesting picks. They do pick Dancer, Little Girl, all that stuff here. Now banning the Geisha of Alf, I kind of agree on this because in open areas or big maps, he does shine with them.
Yeah, and honestly, I haven't really seen too much of Alf's Geisha. The one I have to do it later. But seriously though, every time I see them, they always bend his Geisha, and I've really seen how crazy his Bonbon is. And imagine that his Geisha is even crazier than that.
Yeah.
Like, bro, it's just blow my mind, man. This guy.
Yeah, you should check out the IJL round number 2, Alf's Geisha. Yeah, 4K against Scars. So, well, he got 3K. It was supposed to be a 4K, but got 3K. Still pretty good, but I don't think they want to roll the dice on that. And now, just look at that, the testament to what Scars brings to the table. They're banning the Dancer. So Alf does not want to deal with that. Maybe he's gearing up for a Bonbon. We're just gonna have to see. But Mercenary does get picked.
Yeah, Alf just eliminating that possible strategy that they can use. This leaves SZ pretty helpless, especially after their hunter got a 1k only. So, not sure what is gonna be the last pick as well. We see the ban on Little Girl.
I was gonna say, yeah, you gotta pick Little Girl because if they're gonna be, okay, dipping into the toes of Kazuneko here, picking up the Prospector, and Alf acknowledging okay, yeah, Kazuneko has trained me well. I know how to go up against this. Let's see which hunter he will be going after, because we do see 1 flywheel, a broken window, and 2 tide turners. So let's see here. I think Garen, Bonbon, or who else is he gonna pick?
Could be a Bonbon. Honestly, he can pick whatever he wants.
Sculptor too.
The Survivor team could pick a team comp that completely counters Bonbon, but Elf still got his way over it.
Yeah.
He's just that versatile in his own character, and it's just.
Hey, this is the first pick we got right, Chocho. Let's go, the Bonbon. This is okay. Yeah. This is what's scary, because I would have to say Alf is kind of putting his reputation of Bonbon on the line, because we've said oh my God, Bonbon's insane, right? But Scars wants to, be able to prove us wrong. Wants to be able to say, yes, this Bonbon can bleed. This Bonbon is counterable, and I think Alf doesn't really care. Hey, Chocho, are these two friends? A porcupine! No. Look, there's a porcupine!
But anyways, right, I mean, PO1, right, you were saying that how Scars really, changing perspective, what we said and what they're doing is different. It's we think that, okay, Zeta never got a force escape on their hunter side, but SZ did it. And yeah, just like you said, maybe SZ is going to show the world that, yes, we can actually win or even tie or even escape one person escape against Elf, because on our statistics for IVS, on average, his Bonbon at Lakeside is getting a 4 elimination.
That's insane. Yeah, and against top tier teams. I mean, Scars is also one of the best here, but it's his Bonbon has been battle tested and proven in the IVS stage. The handshake is going to happen already, ladies and gentlemen. Welcoming each and every one of you in the chat. Again, this is elimination stage, round number 1. We're still at the winner side of things. Again, we see the Great Wall of Survivors here, just blocking off Alf the Great in the shack area. Tsunami, Pione, and Monet here. Just one of the toughest kiters. And actually, this is the same spawn point. We do see that the Prospector does spawn at Big Boat. So just a different survivor now, or a different hunter, I would have to say, in not a BQ anymore. So Alf, we know what he's doing. That's why I don't feel as nervous. I feel actually more nervous for the survivors, because we know Alf is so crazy with this Bonbon.
And we see that Alf only gonna bring detention. No trump card, no nothing else, just a detention. And we see flying wheel, 1 flying wheel, and 1 broken windows, and 2 tech turners on patient as mercenary.
Basement is also at the shack area. Alf now has to run the routes here, run towards the center, try to catch any survivor. Does not want to bump into Mercenary, I believe. He wants to bump into, but he's going to bump into the Priestess. So it's pretty much going to be a mirror chase here of the Priestess kind of kiting here at the little boat area. So this is tough because this is where Alf gets his big kills, right? This is where he knows the route really well. He knows how to chase the survivors into a corner and also run into his bombs. So the Priestess has to be very careful, and it seems like Tsunami is going to take this first kite.
Definitely. And going through the portal right now, Tsunami just going to rotate around this mobile area. And yeah, it seems like it's doing pretty good. Hunter brought a teleport, I believe.
Ooh, double backing here, just baits a regular hit, which is actually still pretty good. Alf, yes, does have that teleport. So now we're going to see how Tsunami is going to try to counteract this first hit in the chase. Just teleports straight up, just doesn't go for it. And now he runs into Soar.
And Soar this time around, he does have Flying Wheel, getting that basic hit, going to double story. This is looking not too bad because Big Boat is a great place for survivors when they kite, and Bomb has absolutely nothing to work with over here. I mean, the bomb placement, you can't predict that. And over here, we see Soar vaulting this window and taking that boost over.
Ooh, able to eat another hit, one more bomb hit, and he will be falling down. But Cypher progress looking pretty good. He drops down a magnet here and now just avoids the bombs. Level change. He's going to try to bait him to actually come in and goes for the hit, but no. We do see that Alf able to down the Prospector. He's not going to fall for it, even though the magnet is attached on Alf. 2 Cypher is about to pop. Well, 1 Cypher is about to pop, at least. I think that was the Cypher that he was chased away from.
Great play by Elf over there. Peony, the mercenary, is actually coming over already, and Monet is getting interrupted at the Lick side.
We do see that Alf has a good vantage point here for Peony to go for this rescue. He's going to wait for this bomb to time out. He's going to wait for another one, but he's going to eat a hit in the process. He might eat another one, so this might be a double down situation, but the elbow pad was expended. We do see that the last effort is popped on the Prospector's side, so Alf still able to stay true to his first target, and now he's going to just wait for the last effort to finish and chair the Prospector once again.
Amazing rescue on Peony's side, and right now Prospector will be trying to get distance and try to die at a place. Oh, opening the second skill in by eating the time bomb. We see the long bottle at Lakeside also. Patient is decoding over there. All the ciphers have already been decoded. This is looking pretty good on the survivor side. If they are able to pop all these ciphers in due time, it might become a true escape for SC side.
That's the plan, but Alf is fortifying this 2-story for anyone to even come close to this Prospector. And the thing is, he's not even spamming these bombs. He's like being very controlled with it. Peony now is feeding that tinnitus. He's gonna have a tough time chasing. I feel like he's not gonna even go for this rescue because it's too tough. But Peony might come in clutch here. Will he even make it? No, that was so close, Jojo.
Yes. Yeah, and going straight towards the Slick side, and Priestess going to the long bottle. Absolutely have no momentum at the moment. We see Monet, the patient, running towards the below Big Boat cipher, which is the first cipher of Prospector.
So now it's a tie. It's a tie situation. Alpha wants to get more. If he gets 2, that means Zeta wins this round, and we're going to see a round number 3. So let's see how Scars is going to kind of rebound from this situation and rally back to try and squeeze at least a tie here, a 3-person escape. The last 3 ciphers are already touched. Teleport is ready, so Alf is he's holding on to it. He wants to be able to use it wisely and be able to teleport at the last possible second before that cipher would get popped. So no one is touching ciphers. We do see that the Priestess is healing up the mercenary. Alf probably trying to scout out if anyone is here at the shack area, outside the crab shack area. And now we see that he spots out Peony as well as Tsunami.
Definitely, and right now Peony will be taking the kite. 1 bomb hit and 1 basic hit, and he'll be having this more Titanic situation. And yeah, using this last elbow pad, so this really just comes to hit SZ not really having a really true escape kind of situation already.
Ooh, cleans up the portal. Mercenary just falls down already. He was inevitably going to fall down, but the time bomb just to down him early enough for him to chair. We do see the 2 ciphers are about to pop. Priestess and Patient. Patient still has Tide Turner and has 3 hooks to use. Priestess able to pop that cipher. That was so important. Now the 82% cipher is going to be so important for them to be able to pop this one. Not sure where it's at. Maybe is it at the boat area?
It's the Lake side, where it kept getting interrupted at the start. Yeah. So the cipher is at 82%. Priestess will most likely be coming for the rescue. But the one with Tide is actually Patient.
Yeah.
So yeah, it might be very difficult. Look at the distance. I mean, Hunter knows exactly what Priestess is gonna do and where she is located at. So it might be possible that Priestess might be denied this rescue.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard because she's gonna have to cross a minefield of bombs here, and we see that Alf being very controlled. He already predicts where the priestess is gonna be at. He's not gonna force anything to happen. He knows that he's in control. Gets the regular hit, forces the pop to happen. Detention is in the air. No tide turner for this mercenary to stay alive in. So this is gonna be really tough because one hit, this mercenary will be falling down, and he doesn't have any elbow pads. The distance was closed. Mercenary is down. Teleport is ready. So Alf is gonna chair this mercenary, and you're gonna try to go for more survivors.
Definitely, and yeah, he does have a teleport at the moment. Both survivors are at the one survivor is at the center, which is the priestess, unable to destroy the long portal. Going over there, and yeah, priestess will be able to most likely be able to escape. No,
it's not even open yet. The exit gate's not even open yet, so this is
but
real
it
tough.
was at the gate.
Able to get the long portal, so now this is great. But I mean, endgame Bonbon, the tension is in the air. Teleport as well, so no one's touching these gates, Chocho. They know the threat that Alf brings to the table. Tsunami, though, is gonna get spotted out. This is gonna be really tough. Patient still has 2 hooks left. Priestess now just trying to kite his way as far as possible. Zeta Alf is trying to close the distance. He just knows that he needs one more bomb placement. Once he downs this priestess, he's gonna teleport right away. So Tsunami has to buy enough time. No, the bomb that connects. Is he gonna? Oh, he's just gonna go for the chair.
Because he was scared that if the gate is open, then the dungeon is right here. Princess might be able to pick herself up and become a tight situation. So yeah, it was very safe play on Elf's side. And also Tsunami running away from the gate also is pretty good play also, because the thing is that Scars cannot give back a 4 elimination. Cannot, because they did get the advantage, but however Zeta did get the big point advantage for BO2, so right now it will be a 2-6 for BO2.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, the moral victory here for Scars is that they were at least able to show that it's not 4K. I mean, able to get 1K, one person out. So that's still okay. It's not as bad as it's supposed to be. They're going to push for a round number 3. We're going to do some quick maths here, ladies and gentlemen, but it's still Alf the Great with his Bonbon. Just once he locks in on a target, that target will be falling down. And interesting, choice here. It was very confident in him not just giving up chase on Priestess, going for the Soar, the Prospector right away, catching him off guard. We did see that a magnet was placed, but the stun wasn't able to happen, and able to down him at the big boat area. That's very impressive on the side of Alf.
And Cypher progress was really fast also. Like, Cyphers weren't really interrupted as well. And it felt like a deja vu when I was watching the match just now, because, I mean, let's just put that on pin first. Right now we are seeing the only escape on Patient with 222% decoding time, and Prospector didn't get a very long kite as well, 39 seconds, and Tsunami with 140 seconds of kite, so that's pretty long. Not very commonly seen, with statistics against Elf. So. And talking about Elf just now, what was it? Oh yeah, it felt like a deja vu because against Weibo Gaming, Elf was actually chasing the Patient at the small boat, and after eating 1 hit, which is also the same as Priestess, he teleported to the bottom of the big boat. At the time it was At the time it was the Acrobat, but this time around it is the Prospector, and same situation, instant down.
That's insane. I mean, and imagine this: they actually banned his Geisha, which it makes you think, what happens if they ban the Bonbon? Would the Geisha be a worse matchup for them? Because this Bonbon was insane. 3-person kill to get them the 3-1, and see, we have the scores here. Zeta still trailing behind by 1 point, but they tie things in rounds. So we're gonna play out round number 3. I would say it's kind of a reset here, because the goal here is to win the round and not really go by points, because and that's what Zeta's thinking. Scars, though, if they tie both games, they immediately win because we're going to go by points.
That's right. So definitely we'll be looking at points. But if Scars manages to tie for its first half and second half of BO3, then yeah, Scars might be able to advance, and Zeta will be going to the lower bracket.
Wow, that's insane, because and if they do that, imagine that's so much effort for them to do that, because that's how I would say evenly matched these teams are. They are the finalists in IJL, and Scars, I think, wants to get a little bit of revenge on how they handled that situation. And now it's all going to boil down to round number 3, and this is where it gets really interesting, because a lot of the character variety is going to come out. I think we're going to see a lot more diverse picks, diverse bans as well on both Survivors and Hunter side. And considering that Alf actually he gets... The thing is, Alf starts to slow down in round number 4. He's still a menace in round number 3. So I don't know how what Scars is going to do, because they were able to get at least, I think, a 3-person escape against the Sculptor. I think out of all the Hunters that Alf has, maybe the Sculptor is the one that they know how to face up against. But I mean, you still have the Geisha to ban. You still got a lot to worry about when it comes to Alf.
And I mean, Alf could bring out a Dream Witch, I guess, but a Club could be possible. But SD Survivor seems to be able to counter Club quite a bit, because against FZN's side, they actually got the first kite actually took 4 ciphers. The first kite ended, like the first chair was 4 ciphers already. So they know how to kite, and they know how to give the proper support and not to over support and result in slow coding process. So yeah, I actually didn't expect such a great matchup between Scars as well as ZETA, but I do know that ZETA is really strong, but I haven't seen them play together. For me, I didn't really watch the IJL at the moment, so Scars really surprised me this time around, especially with the first one in first half with that 4 escape. It changed my perception of Scars completely.
I think that match that they had in IJL kind of bonded them for this season of Identity 5 as the two teams to look out for, and I think they bring out the best in each other. And the fact that you're changing your perception on Scars is a good thing, because I mean, the rub that they're getting and the experience they're getting from ZETA, it's great. And that's what this whole competition is about, because we want each region to shine and grow, and exposing them to great competition, and also showcasing the best of the best from each region. So I think after this match, we're definitely going to get a lot more Scars fans and a lot more ZETA fans out there. So hopefully you guys can keep supporting either ZETA, Scars, or your favorite teams that are still in this tournament, or the ones that participated, because IVS is, as Nell said, it's kind of a mini celebration, a mini Koa, if you would, of the different regions. And it's just a good time, because we also saw a bit of a show match from the exhibition match, where everyone was swapped out. They had a little bit of a scramble when it comes to the survivors of each teams. And now we're gonna go to round number 3. ZETA picks Moonlit River Park.
Moonlit River Park. We've seen Elf play the Dream Witch against RD and got a tie. Other than that, we haven't really seen too much of a Moonlit match against ZETA. Let me see their survivors. Do they have a certain team comp they go for?
When it comes to Moonlit River Park? Well,
so
No, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that when Celia used Wax Artist in Moonlit River Park, it didn't work out quite well. This was round 2 when they went up against each other. So I'm not sure, because the only Hunter that actually went by with what we researched on was Alf. Everyone else was kind of going with their own experimentation. So I'm not sure how Celia is gonna play this out, because now pressure is definitely on their side. They want to seize back the momentum they gained in round number 1. And Kazunako, do not be fooled, ladies and gentlemen. He may look cute, but he will stun you.
And so I was looking a bit at the survivor side of ZETA with their team comp. They just really go for really support heavy team comps. I think that we could already see from BO1 and 2. Yes, and they were actually going against RD's Bonbon, but they know exactly how to dodge Bonbon. Actually, honestly, I feel like it's a killer, for other teams to go against ZETA survivors with Bonbon. Knowing that Elf is such a strong Bonbon player, they definitely know how to dodge bombs. Survivor side, they definitely know how to dodge bombs. They are experienced at that, and it's such a killer for the opponents to bring Bonbon and try to win ZETA survivors. It's just, for me, it didn't really make sense at that point in time, but.
What's hard is that we know how good Alf's Bonbon is, and how do you train against that, right? Because I mean, you have to go up against him, and I think that's the only way. But it's trial by fire, because there's so much consequence if you're going up against him in a big stage like this, right? So, ZETA win. We do see that they are being very supportive here in the JP studio. So again, sound off in the chat who you guys want. Is it ZETA? Is it Scars? Because the winner will be facing MRC. And Moonlit River Park was chosen by ZETA. So they did choose Ever Sleeping Town at first, and it didn't work out in their favor. So we'll see.
So yeah, okay. So for Zeta Survivors, right, they do have a roller coaster strategy, which is most teams that pick Mainland River Park. They really they fully utilize the roller coaster, and I mean, if you're able to fully utilize it, then yeah, that's the win. Because for just looking back at IVC in Southeast Asia against Use Clark, MP Survivors actually made use fully utilize the roller coaster that allowed them to have a tie situation. Because normally against you get a 4 elimination for IVC, and yeah, MP really just stay on the blueprint over there, and yeah, we see the ban on Celia's side.
So Seer, Priestess, Prospector. I think Celia had enough of Kazuneko's Prospector. He can't open him up for an Acrobat or a forward pick. I also agree with the Priestess being banned. You know what, Celia could also bring out Sculptor if ever. I think that's Sculptor or Bonbon. So it's because I think if he picks Wax Artist, it's going to be tough, because based on what I've seen in this matchup in particular between Zeta and Scars, they're so good at facing against Wax Artists. So I think that's why Mirai K didn't even try to bring out Wax Artists and tried going for a different pick here. So let's see. We do see that the Dream Witch and the Geisha have been banned, so that's a good side on the side of the survivors. And now Little Girl coming into the mix with a forward.
So I don't really want to predict what Hunter Celia is gonna pick anymore.
Let's just yell out Hunters, and we'll take credit for we predicted that. Okay, no. Let's just talk about the possible. No, we're not predicting anything, Liz. We're just here. We're just professional fans. Okay.
Professional fans. Maybe a Clark. I'm believing
Clark,
it's
you
a Clark.
think?
But at the same time, Moonlit River is not the best map for a Clark.
It's not.
We've seen that many times. Big maps are not ideal.
I mean, especially with the roller coaster, right? So you just gave us a brief history of why in Southeast Asia, like Mad Penguins kind of set the stage to don't pick Clerk here in this big map. They could use that same strategy. So if you say Clerk, then I'll say that is definitely on the table for Celia to bring out. There's also based on the picks, like Seer single hit, you got Kazuneko. That's something. Maybe I think maybe Sculptor Wax Artist. That's both in his repertoire that he could bring out. But Sasori, I don't know who picked the dancer yet, but really it's Scar's really known for the dancer. In a big map like this is interesting, because you definitely have to be very careful or very wise or economically. You have to have the foresight to where you put those boxes, because it's a huge map. So you want to be able to make sure that when you put down a box, it's at a spot where you're going to kite for a while.
Yes, definitely. Maybe seeing Sasori. Embalmer. This team comp. Forward Little Girl, Female Dancer, and Embalmer.
This is I'll tell you honest, Jojo. This is actually a very, I would say, very spread out pick. There is a lot of support here, but it seems like also they're okay with just getting a top, maybe giving the advantage to Elf, just not giving too much away for the lead here. And yeah, what are they preparing for Celia here? Because there's a lot of chaseability for the Embalmer, but depends if you catch him with his coffin. Little Girl, it depends on the page placements, and we've seen how Dancer can be really tough in tight areas, especially beside the carousel. We've also seen them with in God kiting areas where you just drop the boxes and you're really forced to chase this Dancer, or at least break the boxes.
Oh, we see an N. I think if they really go for the tie kind of situation for a Scar side, they actually win. So I think they're picking that. But at the same time, we've seen many times where, even today, that N actually got a 3 escape instead of a tie. So, not an ideal choice, I feel. Even IVC, man, like Godj and Nora survivors, a possible tie match turned into a 3 escape because of combat harassing. So
that's what's scary if you aim for a tie, because worst case scenario, if you aim for a 4K, where if things not go your way, you try to go for a tie. But if you aim for a tie and a 3-person escape, that's gonna put a lot more pressure on you. So, and Anne in a big map like this, I don't know. I think NTT smiling from ear to ear. He loves Anne. But I think she can definitely struggle too. It's a huge map. So I understand why the bans of the Priestess, the Seer as well. Dancer, you could stun, but you still have to walk through the boxes. So this is gonna be a very interesting match. And also Little Girl with the pages. she can get stunned, and the page stun is just like, it was just a distance thing.
Right, and also, right, just to note, Dancer, Little Girl as well as Embalmer does have flywheel, which is kind of redundant against an N. So, but at the same time, right, the only person that kind of, I mean, female Dancer and Embalmer, right, even if Hunter lock their skills, if they have already placed their items down already, there's really no use. So,
yeah.
I'm not sure how it's going to pan out, but I believe Hunter might be going for the chase for female Dancer at the 4th stop.
Yeah, and Celia, just with the Ann pick, right, you kind of want, I mean, it's really, she's kind of relegated to the Thai type of hunter and not so aggressive, especially if you're contained to a certain area. We do see that there are flywheels, but Ann, she could just stun you, and then like your flywheel is, you can't even activate the flywheel. We do see that there's one rescuer in the forward with that tide turner, so we see a pretty standard build on Celia's side. So it really depends on how this chase is going to suit. I'm really excited to see this match, Shocho, because it's unfamiliar territory for me. So we're going to see he's going straight to Sasori here at the bridge side, able to silence the forward and get a hop onto him.
This is looking pretty good. I mean, if he decides to chase the forward, then this just eliminates the only person that has Tide Turner in the entire field. But at the same time, right, survivors are gonna just be crazily decoding. Like if we just cipher rushing by Little Girl as female Dancer as well as Embalmer, but we see the ball by forward over here.
Ooh, that hop! Let's go. Able to just turn around and get that Ann hop. And now we see that Sasori does eat that hit. He's gonna already go to that second story. Is there a coaster? There's a coaster there. All right, so they're able to move on over, and this is what's tough. Ann's still gotta walk all the way there. The cat is slowly going for that forward, but it's gonna provide a little bit of a hop, but still forward, able to establish that distance. It has half of a football, so looking pretty okay. Cypher progress still not moving as fast as you want it to, since the 1 minute mark is already done. So Sasori is gonna hang out here at the last stop and probably.
Ooh! I thought that would be a dodge, but no, getting that hit and down on forward side. I believe they wanted to make use of that area to really buy out a lot of time to fight, but unfortunately unable to do so, and just down on Dancer's Cypher.
This is not good. Yeah, because see, now you're just breaking the boxes here, and just you can just try to go for this rescue. At least the Dancer does not have these boxes to use anymore. That's what Celia's game plan is. So I would say that's a small objective gained on Celia's side. Now we see that Kazuneko, no Tide Turner, as you said, is gonna go for this rescue. Able to get the hit onto the Dancer. Now we see that the cats are back here with that cross. Sasori is gonna be chased, trying to prolong as much as possible, but the blink hit connects. Now gets embalmed. No, not yet.
So Celia bring the forward nearer to the middle so that he will be able to go towards the coffin side. So so it's at the first stop, right?
I believe so. That's where the embalmer did spawn, and we do see that Mochi is rotating away. Dolisu is still in that area. We do see that Celia is going to go straight for Sasori here. That is at first stop. He does have that bubble of protection, but 4 ciphers still remain, and forward on this last chair on a macro level is not looking too good for the survivors. And if he gets the stun, able to get the last effort, then the forward will be dead on chair, and no stuns available for any of these survivors. So this is one dead forward.
We're seeing the little girl Dolisu actually was decoding at the first stop, but then because he died here, he's just gonna teleport away, not giving Hunter any momentum, because Hunter has already used his blink, so he can't teleport. They know he doesn't have teleport. There is nothing over here. Everybody's at the other side of the map. So yeah, healing will occur for the female Dancer and little girl, and we see the Embalmer rotating towards this half of the map, and then Celia going towards the tent area. Hopefully, having the Sniders and probably know where the servers are.
Yeah, so this might actually take a little while because Celia wants to go for the proper chase here. It seems like it might be Dolisu if he's going to be aware of where he's going to be at, but no. Makes a hard left. Kazuneko, the Dancer, actually is a good choice. Like, there's no 2 stories for him to get the fall down boost, so this is actually pretty good. Kazuneko now just has that 1 box to work with if Celia will try to commit here. Now he's going to chase him away from the 4th stop, but it seems like he might have to wait for that cat. Able to get the cat bite onto him, so he's gonna wait for that leap and that stun to happen. Dropping another one.
Most likely be getting this hit, but I think we see a flying wheel. Yeah, So yeah, right over there we see the flying wheel and unable to get the hit out again. Nice mind game.
That was so risky too. I mean, if Kazuneko was a little too late on that vault, could have spelled disaster. Now able to cut out the Anne here. Just wants to get the step onto the cat just so able to get that stun. Great job so far because he knows that 3 ciphers still remain, 2 are being worked on, and the last cipher is already has been touched. So it's still looking pretty okay on Celia's side to down this dancer.
Definitely. It seems to be a tie situation already because last 2 ciphers, one is at 90, almost gonna pop, last at 50. So just trying to mind game over here and slowly getting the jump hit.
Yeah.
Stun.
Able to get it, and now we see the last cipher does remain, 2 survivors up and about. The saving grace here is that there's no time to. So that's
Fortunately,
something
the last cipher is actually at the moving carousel, so chairing all the way there, and all the ciphers actually at this half of the map as well. So
yeah, being chased away. This is actually a pretty good chair on Celia's side. So even though it is a risk, aiming for that tie situation, I think they might have to open up a new cipher here because it's too risky, especially with the camp of Anne being so strong. Little girl, flywheel, able to move on away, just providing a little bit of leeway, and now the Embalmer is actually here to go for the rescue. Oh wow, gets the stun, able to just get the hit.
yeah, and rescuing the dancer, putting on the slow box, dancing away. So right now, Embalmer will be running together with the female dancer, and Hunter will be fixating his attention on the dancer.
Ooh, that leap, unable to get it. Now they're working on a new cipher. Dancer falls down. They can work on that cipher that is over there, but the dancer, second time on that rocket chair, I believe was able to save before half. So now, yeah, Kazuneko is being brought back to that chair that the Embalmer is at. So it's going to be tough for how this scrambly situation is going to pan out.
Definitely. And last cipher is at 80%. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out. I don't know what's the game plan over here. We see another cipher already at 62%. Probably somebody's going to rotate there to decode that one. But not sure if there's enough time between the person lying on chair, rescuing, and
Able to stop him? No, able to. The rescue did happen, but little girl was stunned in the process, and now he's gonna get his second survivor down. So from a tie situation, could be a potential 3K for the side of Scars.
Yes, definitely, and definitely there is also a teleport late game, so potentially also a 4 elimination.
Done. Oh, able to counter it with the cat, and now he's gonna force attack recovery. Dolisu now is trying to create that distance. Like you said, teleport is in the air. Dolisu wants to move on so far away from that the back exit gate. Going to the 2-story side. Nice avoidance of that page. Cats are ready, and it's gonna be used, and the level change is gonna happen. But the hop able to close the distance, and now the little girl falls.
Celia, if he gets a 3 elimination, then Zeta Health has to get a 4 elimination. So this is not looking good at all for Zeta. Embalmer will definitely be getting out of this gate. And yes, definitely a 3 elimination on Celia's end. My God.
That's huge. That's huge. And it's 4 or nothing for Zeta at this point. This is we thought Alf was under pressure. Now he's way under pressure, but kudos to Celia, the Anne pick, just surprising everyone. I'm pretty sure surprising the Zeta survivors as well. We were saying, you know what, this Anne seems like he's playing passively, but the way he played that out, very patient. He was really good at putting the crosses down and also using the jumps were really on point. He was able to chase the forward to start out with, and I think that was one of the dominoes that the first domino that fell into his favor, because like you said, Tide Turner was not even a factor anymore, and we know that Anne thrives on camping. So if you take out the Tide Turner, it's nearly impossible to get a safe rescue.
I was like, okay, I wasn't expecting too much on the Anne side. I mean, from what we've seen since today as well as last time, and getting a 1. I feel like whatever I'm saying is just the opposite that's happening.
Guys, tell Chocho who your favorite team is, and hopefully she's not gonna be your enemy and see like, yeah, this team's gonna win.
I'll be like, oh yeah, you're gonna get probably gonna be a 1 kill, and then that was like a 1
a 4K.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a known phenomenon, Chocho. I feel like this is your first IVS, and you have the caster's curse. That's what it's called. Like whatever you say, opposite happens. Or so be careful of your words. The mic has powers, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, it's insane. I just want to point that out. Yeah, Chocho, what you brought out, like the opposite kind of happens. But I don't know. I just think that there's a certain intensity in the air for these players to play out of their minds. And Celia, not really known for the An, not really known for 3K An, but he was able to make that work in a map like Moonlit River Park. Oh, I can tell now Entity is like really smiling.
I can feel him smiling behind the cameras, you know?
No, for sure. He's smiling ear to ear. But talk us through the match stats, shall you?
Okay, so we see Mochi being the only one that escaped, and the person with the highest containment time is actually the dancer KZNK with 113.2 seconds. Not too much of an OB because forward was the first kiter, 78 seconds kite. And yeah, Celia, as long as he doesn't get badly affected in his during the match itself, like whether if it's support that is like preventing him from sharing a person, then he can really perform really, really well. Without much pressure as well.
Yeah, can I just say also, this I did say that also. Maybe I have a little bit of the caster's curse here because I just say that ZETA is really strong in round number 3, and maybe Alf will still be able to do that. But you know what? This first half goes to Scars. Scars is Celia, amazing, and I think this is something that teams are going to take note of if they're going to face them in a BO3 or BO5. Because we thought we kind of had him figured out with certain hunters, but it seems like so far they've been surprising us with the BQ, with the An, with just the different picks that we're not expecting. I feel like they want to bring something new to the table because this is a team they've faced before and they want to just test out the waters, test out different tricks, different, I would say, strategies, because they could potentially bump into them again. And this is them paying, I would say, a calculated gamble up against ZETA, which... we said before, they're the favored to win. They were supposed favored to win, and now they're put in a tough spot. I would say in the chopping block here, Chocho, because it's 4 or nothing.
And I believe, right, when Celia went into the match picking N, he was just trying to go for a tie situation. Very fortunately, he got a 3 elimination very well, and then, right now...
You know those situations where it plays in your favor, like, yeah, that was part of the plan. I was hoping to get a 3K, but in your mind's like, I just wanted to tie. Like, all right, let me just walk this one off. Like, all part of the plan, all part of the Celia plan.
and then after that, right now, ZETA is having immense pressure because they got to get a 4 elimination. If not, that's it for them. 3 elimination, what I'm talking about. 4 escape is their goal, and 3 escape is something that they can't have anymore because it's just gonna fall short. They're not gonna win. It's just gonna go to the lower bracket. So if ZETA is able to get a 4 escape and win this round, I don't know, man.
Wait, that's the thing. It's going to be Alf that needs to get the 4K. So all the pressure is on Alf's side now. So that's that's something else. Scars, they just need to tie. They just need to tie. That's actually no. They just need 1 out, right? If they tie this round, they need 1 out. That's so insane. Pick and Balmer, just every man for himself strategy. You're on your own. That's and in Moonlit River Park, that's definitely doable. Ban out the hunters that have great mobility. Wow. Ban out for sure. You got to ban out the Bonbon, right? No matter what, if you're up against Alf, you got to ban that Bonbon. Ban Bonbon, ban Geisha. And you're forcing him to play Sculptor, Dream Witch, those other... man, that's tough for Alf, I would have to say. Oof. But how poetic would it be, though, if Alf gets 4K at the clutch situation? That's... oof. He's going to be the GOAT, the greatest of all time, if that's the case.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, it's gonna make me even more be a fangirl of him. But anyways, going back to the match itself, we've seen him play Bonbon Dream Witch as well as Cloak, but definitely not a Bonbon pick. Bonbon pick would be the preferred one because right now he needs a 4 elimination. Service can just kite, sell, and just go for the 1 escape. Dream Witch wise, Moonlit is not the best map for Dream Witch, and Clerk, we've seen it many times, it doesn't work well. But at the same time, we've seen his Clerk 4 eliminations, so not too sure what he's gonna pick. It's so tough.
Yeah. So, again, when it comes to bans, you want to just get rid of his greatest hits, the Bonbon, the Geisha. It's gonna be tough. Force him to play BQ. I don't know. It's and also on the Survivor side, if you want to just go for ties, just go Embalmer, go Mechanic. go whatever you can. I wish I could read those signs, but shout outs to the Zeta fans out there. Yeah, they need it now more than ever, ladies and gentlemen. So fingers crossed with anyone out there. And
Yes, definitely. Oh my god, this feels like a finals already. Oh my gosh. Okay, so
you gotta save your energy, Chocho. We still got like 2 more days of this.
oh my god, and yeah, it's just really, everything is just not going as what I thought was gonna happen. Like, I thought Zeta was gonna have the upper hand easily, but Scars is just proving me wrong. And
It's a good thing you didn't put your golden apples down for this. I think someone's not gonna eat well tonight. Okay, so what's the porcupine? If anyone in chat knows, is that like the thing? Like, is that their mascot? That's so cute.
But anyways, yeah, we're seeing the ban on Seer, Priestess as well as Mercenary. So SZ just taking their time to pick their 2 survivors, banning 2 hunters and picking 2 survivors. But if I am predicting this correctly,
Okay.
it probably would be a Geisha and Dream Witch. Or
I think Geisha Bonbon. I don't think
Geisha
they want to roll
Bonbon.
the dice with. Again, they could play the sacrifice strategy, but with Alf, it's like you have to play a different type of meta with him. Like, you don't force that. There we go, Geisha Bonbon. Got 1 though.
Oh.
So I feel I
You got
just think
2
that they
though.
don't. Yeah, and I don't. No, it's all good. I saw the future. You're not reading the script, Chocho. They sent us the script. We're on page 35 now. You didn't get the script. Okay. Kidding. This is when you say, oh, this is when they're gonna pick. Actually, you know what? Something I noticed with Scars, they don't really have a forward. Correct? Do you have any notes like who's like a known forward in Scars? Because based on what I've seen, is it Pione? Yeah.
Not at
So
all, yeah.
I don't think they're gonna prioritize unless they're gonna bring it out now. Who knows, right? But based on this, lock in Embalmer, lock in Mechanic, lock in Wildling at this point. Just now they have a forward. There we go.
Let's just not talk.
Let's just. I don't know this game. What are you talking about? But based on our notes, I think that they want to be able to pick. I guess it's available, so might as well pick a forward.
I mean, forward wise, if Hunter's gonna chase, then he can just ball away. Mobility wise, he is pretty good. So, but without it, he can put on powers pretty fast. So a person with a very good mind game, this character will excel in it.
Sale LMAO in chat says, "Hear me out. What about Axe Boy?" I'm not sure. Axe Boy here.
X-Boy. Okay, X-Boy. After I've consulted Eli, X-Boy.
In this
is a
map?
viable hunter, but
Barmaid ban.
he has 4K potential definitely. But I don't know. Yeah, like you said, this map. I've seen X-Boy in this map. Doesn't really get a full elimination. We've seen Wolf's Alex play it at this map as well. No, we just don't see the 4K winning point.
What we do see here is Porcupines in the chat. I see Ishii, I see Razy, I see Rad, I see NTT saying high chance for Sculptor. I agree. This is tough because Alf, in their matchup in the IJL, his Sculptor wasn't as good as his Bonbon. So yeah, he's gonna have to play outside his comfort zone. These fans are really nervous, and I could tell there's palpitation in the air. And a lot of porcupines. It's a thing. I don't know. I want to know. Like there's a hedgehog thing going on.
Was he referring to Elf? Well, later if we see whoever has porcupine hair.
Maybe. Okay, we're gonna figure that out. Cause I remember in Core 4, like Do, they had like this mask of like the fishes. You remember that? Like they had like masks or anyway, like a mascot of Do 5. So that's anyway. Banning the mechanic. We're back at this. Gravekeeper. So pretty well rounded. I think that if you put this out anything, I think they still want to go for much survivors out as possible. Got one with 2 rescuers and 2 just kiters, and now Alf on the Dream Witch. This is kind of scary. We've talked about how this map isn't so good when it comes to Dream Witch, and Alf has to play this very carefully. And the thing is, between him and Vampy, it's Vampy that goes round start Dream Witch. So Alf is gonna have to summon his inner Vampy here in this situation. And now NTT admits he doesn't know this game also. We all don't know this game. What's happening?
Yeah, and also Zeta against RD, right? Elf did pick a Dream Witch at Moonlit River Park before, but the most he got was a tie.
Wow.
So, this team com-wise, definitely survivors are aiming for a tie, especially when we saw that 2 rescuer team com. So, it's just gonna be very difficult for Elf because who is he gonna chase? Forward? Yeah, possibly. Patient could be, but definitely not the Gravekeeper. And Gravekeeper can come for the rescue then. And didn't really take notice of the persona. We will see it very soon again. But we see Hunter will be picking a spawn location at the second stop.
Second stop right where Tsunami's at. So Tsunami has the option to go to God Kiting or transition over to the well, all the way to the last stop in that carousel area. Now we're going to see the personas here. 2 flywheels and 2 tide turners, which actually is, I would say, pretty well-rounded. Again, they just need 1 person out. And in a Dream Witch match here, they could just sell. They don't really need to approach. And for them to be able to weaponize the distance or the real estate here, yeah, just completely separate yourself from the main body and just force Elf to separate himself from camping. So we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Tsunami is actually going to take the first chase here as Patient transitions over to the God Kiting area. 3 hooks here. So maybe he's going to transition towards a better kiting area, because once all the pallets here are destroyed or once it's all been used up, yeah, it's going to be really tough for him to extend his kite.
And we see that Tsunami is actually rotating towards the first stop. Most likely probably going to get a hit, then sit on the roller coaster, but I don't think I saw anyone closing the second stop sign, so might be a rotation or a strategy that they are going for. But looking at this team com, I don't really think there is a strategy that will be happening anytime soon.
I think it's you're on your own. Like, you just kite as long as you can. We're gonna look. Cypher Rush is happening. Like, I think they just want to clear the area for kites. And look at that, Tsunami going back and forth, but Pione is actually gonna be in this area, so this is gonna interrupt a little bit of the Cypher Rush here. We are going to see that the follower did go up that slide area, and now Tsunami, he's going to make this hook count. He's going to be able to drop another one, able to just establish that distance. So Cypher Rush wasn't interrupted just yet. And now we see that Tsunami still continuing the chase. Blink is going to get popped, and Alf bringing out the Blink is actually an amazing start here. But he did get a main body hit, so that's actually good because the leech is still inbound. Able to use the last of the hooks. Tsunami is giving us a tour of the Moonlit River Park, and now he's a pretty bare bones character. He does not have any hooks anymore. He's going to have to just rely on raw kiting, but still so far so good. Drops down the pallet and still continues on the chase here.
And we can see that Acrobat was already decoding Cypher, and we're seeing the leech hit over here, so 3 Cyphers popped, and we see the forward is already here for the OB.
Yeah, so they're still gonna play this pretty tight. He's gonna force Alf because he knows that there's no excitement, but he's gonna try to block it with another leech. Pione is here because Amone is gonna be here because Amone has already popped his Cypher. Oh no, his Cypher is not yet to be popped. Basement is inbound though, so it seems like the forward, he's just gonna focus on objective first before he even attempts to try and chase, before he even attempts to close the distance in that basement. It seems like they might just not go for anything at all. Gravekeeper though, getting into the burrow form, he's gonna be the one to force a rescue to happen while the forward tries to pop that Cypher. No, it seems like they're gonna both extend here and try and go for the rescue.
And the manpower used here is quite a bit actually. Oh, we're seeing the not a stun, but actually on the wall, but a safe rescue, but no Titan.
Whoa! And the Blink was able to hit. Oh my gosh! And was it able to force the basic? But now, what a scramble situation! Patient is actually hiding out here in the basement area, so it seems like the rescue is all for nothing because the Patient will be falling down again. 2 Cyphers still remain. They still need to work on one last Cypher, Chocho.
This is looking really good. I mean, actually, Scars didn't have to risk it because it was a basement and they just needed one escape. But since they did so, and it did buy out some time, I could have finished his entire Cypher. Last Cypher is decoded right now. Gravekeeper might be coming for the rescue because he's the only one with Tight Turner at the moment.
He is, and he's just, still in that burrow form. He could tank a basic hit. I think he's just waiting for the right time to go for the rescue. He's going to go for the drop down from the basement, able to just eat that hit. 2 leech followers are on the map here, and we see that they are trying to work on 2 separate Cyphers here, and now able to try and body block here. It's a frenzy. Gravekeeper actually tanks that hit.
taking that hit, and now Patient will be the one trying to survive, but he doesn't have any items. And Hunter has already changed to Blink. So this is just about who is able to really kite this out, because Blink will be in action in 11 seconds. I'm not too sure how it's gonna pan our followers here. Leeching one more time.
Gravekeeper, yeah. And now we see that he's gonna try to sandwich the Patient here. He's gonna have to kite out a little longer. 70% able to get a vault over the pallet, and now still continues on with this kite. We do see that Monet is here to provide that support. That last Cypher is about to pop. A Patient does fall down. He's gonna get chaired. Probably not in time for that pop. We do see that they are trying to get rid of the leeches. The last Cypher has been popped. There are 3 survivors still remaining, and now the end game continues, but Scars is in a good spot, ladies and gentlemen.
Just to remind everyone looking, is that Elf needs this for elimination, but I'm not sure how he's gonna do so. This looks like a tight situation. The gate is already being touched at 30% already.
He switched to Patroller just to drop down. Yeah, he did try an aggressive play with that Blink, but now gets the hit onto that forward. No leech onto the Acrobat or the Gravekeeper. We do see that the Acrobat, even though he has a hard time opening the exit gate, that exit gate is about to open, and we do see that Alf is trying his best, but it seems like he might have to settle for just downing this forward and sharing this forward while the exit gate does get opened up by both the Acrobat and the Gravekeeper. GG's to both teams. The night belongs to Scars.
Amazing play. Like I mean, remember Posh, you were saying like how Elf doesn't really have a very good BO4 onwards, but this BO3 seems to be slightly weaker compared to others. So, but congratulations to Scars, man.
I think it's also because they faced up against Scars. Scars has kind of studied the matchup. They knew that we can't allow the Geisha to come in. We can't allow the Bonbon to come in. We're gonna force him to use the hunters he's not really known for, because when it comes to Dream Witch, it's really vampy, and it was an amazing effort. Tried his best, but too much pressure, I think, got to Alf. And a tie situation is still pretty good, but looking at the scores, he needed 4K and above. He needed 3K and above. Actually, no, 4K. So handshakes all throughout. Want to see some porcupines in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. GG's to both teams.
Yeah, does anybody know what the porcupine refers to?
I don't know. Do we know? I would really like to know. Can the interviewer ask, please?
Maybe they already know. It's just that we don't know.
So this is beautiful. Again, I believe they're just gonna get ready for the interview, but I think Scars, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful performance. I mean, right from the start, right? They had an amazing game. Tsunami, I believe, with his kite as the postman in round number 1. You know, he did get a hit onto that tram. They continued on. They did face some adversity in round number 2. But I think even you can make a case that Celia got MVP with that hand, because that was definitely something that gave the confidence to the survivor side. So even though I think this is the day of, I would say, the underdogs, even though, you know, these teams, it's so hard to call them underdogs. But between the two of them, you'd think that Weibo would get over MRC, but MRC won. Now in this one, you'd think that ZETA would get over Scars, but it's Scars to get the win. So in the winner's side of things, we're going to see MRC versus Scars.
Right, and in the next matchup it will be GH versus Sync WBG Weibo Gaming. So that will be a pretty interesting match. SCE team versus a Chinese mainland team. So I mean, SCE hasn't really for GH side, and hasn't really been able to really show themselves pretty good. But and hopefully tonight they'll be able to do that, and we'll be watching that as well.
Can I just say that this winner's side is actually a run back of Group A, because it's MRC to beat Scars. So I just think that this is going to be insane, because they're both in Group A, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. So
this is crazy, because I believe Scars, I think they're, how do I say this? I'm going to make a weird analogy, but I think the longer you face them, or the losses they face, they learn from it. Because this is a different Scars. They definitely leveled up from the first time they faced ZETA in the IJL finals. And now they're going to face up against MRC. But Chocho, talk us through the match stats.
We see that that Acrobat, Soar, and Peony's Gravekeeper are the only ones that escaped. And Tsunami with the very long kite of 120 seconds, almost 120 seconds. And it's just amazing rescues from both Mooney as well as Peony. Mooney actually didn't have tight burner, but still went for the basement rescue, and that flying wheel really saved that match. If not, it would be a double down situation at the basement, which was a killer for them.
Yeah, just an amazing match all throughout. I'm just so excited for Scars because they fell a little short in the IJL finals, but now they have a clear sight of the IVS finals. So this is going to be incredible. Again, these are the final match results, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1 in favor of Scars. Back and forth constantly. And now this is what I want to see. We're going to see the MVP.
Oh, postman. Tsunami.
Let's go, Tsunami from round number 1. I mean, he hit it. He ate a tram hit, ladies and gentlemen, and was able to rebound. Is there a statistic for the dog bites? Because I feel like you got to check Vampy's ankles with all these dog bites that Tsunami was able to latch on. Pallet drops are on point. Again, you know, he couldn't have kited this long without the support, but I mean, the raw kiting still very impressive on a character like Postman. How often do we see Postman get MVP? So that's courtesy of Tsunami.
And the doggo though, so cute. And also for debut.
Yeah, for the viewers out there, we're gonna head to our interview portion. So we will possibly interview Tsunami.
那接下来呢，我们想有请 Stars 战队的希娜米和希利亚选手来接受我们的采访。それでは、希娜米選手、希利亚選手、ご登場ください。
Round of applause. Tsunami is the one going to be interviewed. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Tsunami and Celia.
Oh, let's go.
こちらに。はい。ありがとうございます。まず試合勝利おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
首先祝贺他们获得本场比赛的胜利，想问一下现在的心情如何？見事な激戦の勝利を収めました。そして夏の IJL リベンジもできて、今の気持ちはいかがですか？
そうですね、なんかしっかり勝ちきれて、なんかすごく良かったなって感じです。
嗨，ありがとうございます。那他也是说呢，现在也是这样的，获得了胜利，觉得非常的棒，非常的开心。ありがとうございます。第一試合の時確かに4人逃げができて、サバイバーたちの完璧な素晴らしい連携力を見せてくれました。もしその点数をつけたら何点をつけますか？
そうですね、なんか一番最初電車引かれてしまったので、
そうですね。
だから90点ぐらいですね。
电车が10点マイナスのことですか？
はい。
ありがとうございます。那说呢，其实，在第一场比赛当中呢，他们成功的实现了4跑，那也是呢展现了非常棒的队内合作。当然，我问他们呢给自己打几分的时候，他们说呢只能给90分，因为10分呢是因为刚开始被电车撞了，不是很完美。
Okay, only gives 90 points to himself, and the 10 points is to that tram hit.
ミラクルなんですけれども、
Let's go.
なんか対策とかしましたか？気になる選手とかいますか？
そうですね、まあ、グループ戦で1回負けてるので、
はい、
でなんかその IVS も日が重なっててデータがたくさん集まってるので、そのデータ見て有効な編成とあとハンターの番とか、しっかり完璧にこなせば多分実力では勝ってると思うので、
はい、
勝ち切りたいなって感じだと思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。那明天呢？他们 Scars 将对战 MRC。那之前呢，在这个小组赛的时候呢，有对阵了一次，但是输掉，但是呢，他们也做好了这样的一个对策，也收集非常多的资料。那到时候呢，也会在办方面呢进行非常多的一个这样的一个設計。那相信呢，接下来的比赛会非常的精彩。はい、それでは準決勝に向けての意気込みをお願いいたします。
このまま順調に勝ち進んで、日本で IVS 優勝したっていうのは今までないので、僕たちが初めて IVS の日本として优勝したいと思うので頑張ります。
嗨，ありがとうございます。那 IVS 呢，因为日本这个地区这边呢，从来都没有拿过第一名呢，所以呢，他们接下来也是非常的想努力，然后创造新的纪录呢，我也是真的非常期待他们接下来的一个表现。はい、ちなみに今日ご来場のファン、そして生配信をご覧の皆様に一言お願いします。
はい、IVS、国際交流戦で、海外のチームと戦うことが明日から予想されるんですけど、引き続き応援してくださると嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
皆さんもちろん応援しますよね。はい、すごく大きな拍手が聞こえました。那接下来呢，他们也是 今天有很多来场的粉丝，还有呢很
there are a
多
lot
正
of
在
fans
收看
that
直播的
came
大
to
家，
the
也非常
live
感谢海
stage.
外的粉丝们对他们的支持，
And
他们
thank
会
you
接
for
下
all
来
the
继续
fans
努
for
力
the
的。
support.
はい、あ
And
り
they
が
will
とうご
continue
ざ
to
い
come.
ます。インタビューは以上になります。好，谢谢大家收看我们的赛后采访环节。
Big shout outs to Chocho, ladies and gentlemen, and also our MC here for the amazing questions. I can't wait to see MRC and versus Scars. So,
Definitely.
any last things you want to say before we sign off, Chocho?
Thank you for today, and we'll be seeing NTT and now Ritz right out.
Let's go. See you guys. Tune in to NTT and Nell as they face off, as they cast the next match. They're going to face off each other. No, it's GH versus Weibo Gaming. Let's go.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Lorenz, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
Yo, what's up, guys? This is the continuation, day number 4 IVS, and it's me, Nello Mello. Glad to see you guys, and again, we have the Prince Dashing over here on my left. Sorry, my left, my right. That's Entity. You can see he's smiling. I'm trying my best not to mention his hair, but hey, nice hair, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, how you doing, man, for this match? How are you doing?
Great. I'm actually quite excited to see the previous 2 matches between the Japanese team and the Chinese team also. In this matchup, we're gonna have GH versus the loser of the Chinese matchup, which is Weibo Gaming. So it's gonna be very intense. GH has performed very well in the group stage. So let's see how they're gonna hold up against a Chinese team, a professional Chinese team that is as strong as Weibo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, GH has definitely proven themselves. Like, for those of you who just got here, it is gonna be GH versus Weibo Gaming next. GH has been proving themselves really, really well, like surviving scars, even bringing the games towards best of 3s. They're doing really well, especially since this is the first time they're appearing with new members. But hey, we're gonna watch the team interviews first by GH.
ผู้เล่นในทีมผมคนอื่นๆด้วยครับ
สำหรับทีมเวยปอผมอยากจะลองที่จะเจอทีมคุณอีกสักรอบหนึ่งล้างแค้นครับ
ZETA Division ครับพวกเราจะเอาชนะทีมคุณให้ได้ครับไว้เจอกันใน IVS ครับ
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 战队的 YMM。大家好，我是 WBG 的机械师玩家大龙。目标冠军啊！我们还是放平心态吧，打得好就行了，能打得漂亮点就行。自己的优势有一个好心态吧，然后有一帮好队友，一起上吧，加油吧，你们加油吧！夺得冠军之后也没啥庆祝时间，如果有见面会或者说是有机会见的话，记得来找我们签名。
Wow, just beautiful speeches right there. You can see the contrast, the fire of GH saying, we want revenge. Whereas for Weibo Gaming, I just have to say, stable mentality. That's the key to victory today. As we are introduced to the team introduction, Cap Kun from Southeast Asia is going to be featured first as the acrobat. A lot of the captain, the shot caller of the team, the backbone of the team, the OG of GH, a man of many tricks, but yeah, he's definitely the first strongest kiter of the team. Also plays in Eli though. And
yeah.
So
and let's look at the stat here: 50% win rate and also 62.5% of the escape rate. So he's very stable at directing the team and going for that win. And also Little Boy, another kiter. Usually we see Little Boy with the Priestess also. Apart from the postman, and also I believe acrobat.
Yeah, acrobat, and of course the forward. He is a little boy when he's playing characters like a decoder, but when he plays the harasser, trust me, man, he also plays priestess support. I have to say, one of the most interesting and entertaining kiters, apart from Cap Kun. So watch out, because little boy, he's here to play for his team. Also boasting very, very high stats, as you can see. But next up, we're going to see the new addition to GH. I mean, he's been playing since IVC. First appearance in IVS with GH. That's 481. So you're going to bring us through his information, Entity.
So let's see, GH 481. A main kiter also with the forward. Basically, had the same position as Little Boy in the team. 98.38 seconds of average kiting. And yeah, he is the main kiter, so he will try to provide the time for the team to, fulfill the objective, which is decoding the cipher.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely, you've seen him being featured in the All-Stars match just now. Definitely one of the best players that GH could ever picked up, reigning from Thailand itself. And last but not least, though he's not from Thailand, for those of you who don't know, Chelkan is actually from Indonesia. He is part of GH right now. He does play, most of the time, he does play mercenary. But when he's out of the rescuer role, he plays postman. And don't let him fool you. Because he is also an amazing kiter. As a matter of fact, everyone in GH is an amazing kiter.
Exactly.
So much so, yeah. So they just have so many roles that they can overlap, and they're all very talented. So yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing how GH will tackle Weibo Gaming, because my God, Weibo Gaming, a lot of strong names there. NTT. I mean, who's your favorite from Weibo Gaming, NTT?
For Weibo, being a hunter main, I really like Yang Morin. I really love seeing how he plays those characters, and I have been watching Yang Morin since like COA 3 when he was in 5HS.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so he's like.
speaking of watching him, look at him.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah, well, the devil is playing Identity 5 right now, but I mean, he is very charismatic. He is very charming, very entertaining. Regularly posts on Instagram, always does fan service. So I can see why he's a charmer. I can see why you like him in Weibo Gaming, but don't let his appearance fool you. He's a very scary hunter. Best of one. We've seen the best of one Naiad. We've seen the Clark. We've seen the Geisha. We've seen so many hunters coming out of YMM. Yang Morin is just such a versatile hunter. So even with an average elimination of 2, so that means he gets it done. He gets it done.
Yeah, especially in this meta where the survivor side has been making so many waves, like 3 escape, 4-man escape. You need to get a tie. And for round 1 map ban picks, here we have Weibo banning Ever Sleeping Town, and GH will pick their hometown, Moonlit River Park, as the map to start out. So it's gonna be very exciting to see the strategy here, since we know Gotcha is a Wax Artist player, and Moonlit River Park is a great map for the Wax Artist.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of see a shift in the map picks. Like nowadays, we've seen a lot of picks especially in Moonlit River Park. But I mean, it's to be expected, right? The roller coaster, they're making use of the terrains. The roller coaster, we've seen a lot of strategies, especially when it comes to sending the Uber taxi to the second station, and then getting hit and then going all the way to the third station. So I feel like that's a very interesting strategy that they're employing, and that's the reason why we see more and more of Moonlit River Park.
Yeah, and Moonlit River Park, I did mention this earlier. The roller coaster provide much more support for the survivor team than it benefit the hunter. The hunter have to catch up to the survivor, and with this new meta, creating distance is the thing that you want to do. You have to keep transitioning to provide the time needed for the survivor to decode all of those cipher. And it's Moonlit River Park. You literally have to transition. You don't want all the cipher to be on one side, because that's allow the hunter to camp the cipher. And here we're gonna head into the ban pick phase. Round 1, first half between Yang Morin, the hunter Weibo, and the survivor side of GH.
Yeah, and may I just point out as well, GH definitely doing a lot. Definitely showing a lot of potential. Like even in the match against Scars just defeated ZETA just whiles ago, and GH actually got 2 draws in a row. So I have to say, having that result against Scars, that has sent ZETA into the lower brackets, definitely very impressive. But yeah, I mean, that's just a little bit of side knowledge, side info for every one of you in the chat. But right now, yes, as what Entities mentioned, we are in the ban pick screen. Eli, no surprise, Eli's in bed right now, so he's gonna be in bed for this game.
Understandable from Yang Morin. Now we have the Priestess and the Forward in play, so that might be the 2 picks that GH might go for. As we know, GH has Little Boy as a very great Priestess player, and Forward one that can definitely go for that Forward. So that might be the pick that they go for in this first phase of ban picking. And oh no,
they're proving us wrong. I mean,
all right, so
prioritizing Embalmer entity.
Maybe trying to get at least a tie from the survivor side here with the Embalmer picks. And here we get that ban onto the Mercenary, so allowing GH to go for the Forward also. I think it's kind of smart though, because the survivor side need to pick either the Mercenary or the Forward, so they just pick the Embalmer first, and then whichever Yang Morin ban in the next, they will pick the other one. So yeah, good call from GH. They will pick on that forward right here. I feel like Capcom gonna play the Embalmer.
Yeah.
So it's left to Zhao Khan for the last pick. And they are still short on the decoding progress, so it might be Postman for the last one.
I totally agree with you, but I do not want to jinx the band picks because who knows, they might be listening and they'll be like, yeah, you know what? You thought wrong. But I would still agree with you. I feel like they definitely should go for the Postman for decoding, but apparently they just want to go for extending the kite, so they just want to go for containment time, versatility. So there you have it, the build, and GH has made this work before. So I guess the game plan here is just to get as many points as possible so that GOT-J wouldn't have such a bad time with Wax Artist in the second half.
Yeah.
Entity, Young Moran, no surprise, Dream Witch. So do you think, this actually works? Like GH, they have no healers at all, and you know that Demi, you know that Ada, they both counter it a lot, right? So what do you think of this composition's chance against a Dream Witch by Young Moran in first half? Right?
Yeah, I think not having the bomb, not having the psychology, it's gonna be tough for the Survivor side to go for the heal, especially when Young Moran got a hold of the Survivor and then cam the Cypher. Survivor team will have a hard time to gather up each other and try to go for the rescue. So the Survivor side need to go for the first kite for very long to make this happen. Because as we see here, the spawn pick is again the same as usual at the bridge, a 2-story first stop and 4th stop. So it's gonna provide a lot of kiting potential for the Survivor side.
Yeah, I can already picture it in our minds. But here we're going to look at the traits as well. Double flywheel effect on the Priestess, on the Embalmer. Yeah, really useful, especially since they're most probably going to be the first person kiting. Acrobat obviously doesn't need it, has a tight turner. Young Moran gonna be spotting the Tomie skin. I mean, no surprise there. One of the prettiest skins, I have to say. But first target appears to be Chao Kahn. So Chao Kahn on the Acrobat. He's not going to be playing Rescuer this time. Gonna be the first kiter. So we'll see. We'll see how Chao Kahn fares in the first fight.
Okay, I'm not getting this transition at all because Chao Kahn should have stayed at the 4th stop. But okay, using the bomb to transition into the 10th. So might be great for the Survivor side. Still, I think, able to get a hit. I think Acrobat is better off in the 4th stop rather than, trying to transition far away. Now, Acrobat will try to get back to this 4th stop to extend the kite. But Patroller will be dropped from Young Moran.
Yeah, but the thing is, he will still be able to use the ball when the patroller bites him, and Chao Kahn will be able to buy a little bit of distance. Yeah, Young Moran is just gonna manually control the spawn fall to follow. Chao Kahn has to survive another 2 bites. You can see 4-1 in the vicinity. This is classic GH, trying to provide support, even though it's 5 ciphers remaining. But let's see if it's gonna work, because Chao Kahn survived the patroller bite.
Yeah, great job from the Acrobat. Also, great job from the Acrobat for using the bomb too. Trying to skip the toggle, and nice job from the forward there, able to stop and not allowing Young Moran.
Oh my god, double support all the way to the other side.
If the roller coaster is on the 2nd stop, it will be the best support of GH right here. The best possible support, but the patroller already caught up. Will it be able to down this Acrobat right here? There's still patroller on this.
He's gonna go down. And Young Moran's gonna get that first character down. I mean, one tight turner is definitely gonna be wasted because he's the first chase. But I just have to say, beautiful support going on by GH. But unfortunately, with the recent updates towards Dream Witch, well, the host can go through portals now, so it's gonna be really hard to counter Dream Witch like this. But 4-1, oh my goodness, he is trying to. Young Moran's just being very proactive here, throwing the patroller, just creating distance, trying to block people away, not giving them the best time to rescue Entity.
Yeah, forward is also trying to transition in, I believe. Oh no, actually forward isn't transitioning in. Oh, he will go.
My god!
He actually tried to transition out to not be in the hunter point of view and go for the stun later. So very unexpected from the survivor side. They're able to pull off the rescue, and Little Boy. Little Boy will be decoding right now.
Wow. I mean, I definitely love this. plenty of action. But again, 4 ciphers remaining, and let's not forget, the more survivors are injured, you are actually giving Young Moren the opportunity to capitalize on this situation. So Zhao Kan's gonna be on the chair for the second time, already embalmed, so just waiting for the time to be rebirthed. And well, this is where it gets tricky. Young Moren, he still has a leash, so Young Moren's just gonna have to let
there's
go.
also a global portal, so
Wow.
it's gonna be very tough for Young Moren here. He can just go through the global portal and force Young Moren to go to the other side again. Yeah, he will actually do that. Now, yeah, the priestess will be able to heal up the Echo Breath right here, but there is actually a there is a follower. Yeah, there's a leech onto the acrobat, so the acrobat will fly away right here.
My God. I mean, beautiful support, right, entity? Like, beautiful. Yeah. Like, if this is not the Dream Wish, if you do not have a leech follower onto you, that would have totally worked. But now, second leech onto 481, half health. Priestess has the anti-curse, but hey, Young Moren is the patroller. He's not giving GH any breathers at all. 4 ciphers remaining. My goodness, already 1 survivor out. Just waiting for the spawn fall to come. Entity, the hit.
Yeah, the hit might happen here. It will happen here. And I have to recall Eli's word from days ago. GH suffered from over supporting, and this show the survivor side over support, and now the Cypher progress player short of 4 Cypher. And now with the forward in the basement, it's kind of forced Little Boy to go for a rescue, or they could just sacrifice.
Yeah, I think it's really hard because Priestess is the only one that can actually go down the basement. Hey, the saving grace is 2 ciphers have been popped. They finally realized they have to finish the ciphers. 2 ciphers remaining, 1 at 71%, but again, Dreamwish is at full presence. The radius of the follower is going to be much, much bigger. Little Boy at the 4th station, obviously not touching ciphers. 481's just going to die alone in the basement at this point. And Balmer is going to pick up the anti-curse, but again, spotted out by the holes of the Dream Wish, just gonna leech straight away. 2 leeches on the map now, entity. What can GH do at this point?
I mean, in a situation where there are 2 Cypher left and 2 Survivor left, it's kinda allow the Survivor, it's kinda allow the Hunter to go for the 4K. So Priestess might have to go for a rescue right here if they don't want to face a 4K right off the bat. It seems like, yeah, they will be able to pull that off.
That's true. Survivor's not in touch at all. Oh my God.
It's so tough though.
It is. I mean, it's definitely gearing towards that possible 3K or even a 4K, but it really depends on how GH remain the survivors are gonna but again, priming that leash is very smart, getting that leash off, so YMM has to find a new target. But one thing to note though, entity, Embalmer does not have any more coffin. He did not rescue, so he's not gonna get a new he doesn't have any more coffin, so he will not be able to rescue himself. If anyone goes down, he will not be able to be rescued. It's just gonna be downhill from there. So Little Boy, one of the best characters of GH, he's gonna be spotting out YMS just on a hot trail right there.
Now they are short of the progress of a full Cypher. Little Boy will have to kite for a long time if they want to fulfill the requirement to pop the Cypher. And with Young Moren still have that, wasn't able to get the hit right there. There's still Patroller on Young Moren, so I mean he can drop the Patroller and try to get a hit onto the Priestess, but seems like Young Moren will be focusing on the decoding. Capcom might have to flee away from the Cypher, but the Cypher is almost prime on the bridge.
Yeah,
90%
right? Straight away. Yeah, they absolutely cannot get hit here, and this is where you see the power of Barmaid comes to play. The power of Psychologist comes to play, because when this happens, what can you do? The moment you get hit, like you cannot get healed. Like Priestess, he doesn't even mind. Like Priestess is half health. What can you do at this point? So Young Moren playing to the best of their abilities. This composition, they just try to do the best that they can, trying to at least get 1 more Cypher prime, so that at least it will force Young Moren to share. But now the Patrollers gotta stop Capcom again. Oh my God, this is very, very dire for GH. Just looking amazing for Weibo Gaming at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Now Capcom will take the hit, and the game just suddenly falls into a situation where... Oh wait, actually the Priestess could pop the Cypher here. The Cypher
83%,
already
right?
at 83%, yeah.
Yeah,
So now
he just cam though.
Yeah, he has to cam. And now Yamamoto will try to leech onto one survivor and then use the spawn follower to cam the Cypher.
Yeah.
The better call for the Hunter here is to change to abnormal to provide more leeway.
That's true. That's true. I mean, as long as you can't touch the ciphers, right? But again, Young Moren, we don't really see him using abnormal a lot. But maybe he's just thinking towards late game, like if he needs to go for the teleport. Because little boy, he's just, my goodness, it's just
Little
so
boy is
annoying.
doing really good. Little boy is doing really good with the Priestess here. Was able to prime was able to prime the follower there, and Priestess will be brought down. There's still actually flywheel onto the Priestess, so I'm not sure why the Priestess didn't use the flywheel right there. Catwood will try to make its way back to the Cypher. Actually, can he go for the pop? 83% is on the Cypher, right?
Will Captain be able to do it? But he's not taking the risk. He's saying 10% is not enough. You need at least like what, 4 to 5 seconds to finish 10 seconds. But the leech is already on Capcoon's trail. Oh my god!
Nice roller coaster. Yeah, nice roller coaster. There's no follower on the other side, so.
Yeah, and Little Boy doing the best that they can. So Capcoon and Little Boy, definitely the remainers of GH team is carrying as much as possible for the Survivors faction now, because Priestess is doing another Cypher at 71%. So I don't know. Even if Young Moren doesn't want to do it, he probably needs to commit. But he's gonna commit.
Wow!
Not normal anymore.
Oh, actually,
Cypher?
Can the Priestess pop a Cypher? Already at 90%. He actually can pop a Cypher. It's gonna be a 2-man endgame right here.
Oh my god. How did that happen? Because Little Boy, my goodness, but the threat is not over yet. They cannot touch the gates yet because Priestess is gonna be leech, and he's just gonna go straight for the Embalmer at this point. So
and not to mention there are still Ling on the follower.
Yeah,
Capcoon will have to use the flywheel to the most extent here. Oh, use the flywheel, but wasn't able to get onto the station. Embalmer will be brought down. Yeah.
At least he bought a little bit more time, but the Priestess again does not have any way he can go. Like the gate's not open. He cannot. She cannot even jump dungeon because this is only Captain's first chair. I believe.
It's the first chair. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the Priestess, able to delete herself. So we gotta be. It's gonna be taking a while. Yeah, Little Boy had to extend the kite for 60 more seconds for the detention to be over, and I believe Little Boy is having a portal on hand.
Yeah, I mean, even if Young Moren uses a leech follower to hit Little Boy, doesn't really matter because that's the last that she cannot self heal anymore. So yeah, the spawn follower is gonna pick up, and look at Young Moren giving the fans a little bit of his selfie. You see him like definitely very amazing performance, best of one. This is why we fear YMM's Dream Witch. And my god, 5-0 in favor of Weibo Gaming, very strong entity.
Look at the game. I believe the forward support was great, and the Priestess portal was great. But they spent a little bit more time on that, other than decoding. So that's why the Cypher decoding wasn't on par with the with the game we have been seeing recently in the previous 2 games. And yeah, after eliminating the Acrobat, Young Moren was able to cam out the Cypher, and the game just basically ended there. A 4K for Young Moren, even though they kited for a long time with all the support, with the global portal, with the coffin. A lot of support was given to the Acrobat.
That would have worked if Acrobat didn't have the leech. But let's put a pin on that thought because right now the stats. Wow, Zhao Kan. I mean, you can see the amazing kite in the beginning, but unfortunately because of the leech, Priestess and Embalmer ultimately brought the longest containment time, even bringing the game towards being prime. So that in itself is already amazing. So I just have to say, Weibo Gaming, they do get a 5-0, but it's only the first half. GH is still a very scary opponent. Next up, we are going to be seeing Gotche, and wouldn't be surprised if we see the Ice Cream Man. I mean, do you expect to see an ice cream? Sorry, a wax artist. Let's give him a proper. Let's just call him.
Yeah, there's a high chance going to be a wax artist. Since Gotcha has been practicing with wax artists for quite a while now, and he's trusting on his ability to use the wax artist. As of recently, we have seen the match between GH and Fusion also. Like he did a lot of things correctly as a wax artist player. So he might apply those strategy into this matchup here.
I mean, he is the god of pew pew, so his pew pew is pretty is pretty accurate. Let's all agree, right? He practically shoot the ice cream to the window of the second floor. He practically shoot, like he's standing on the ground floor. He's shooting it all the way up. So that itself, I'm amazed, man. I mean, I don't play FPS game, but that guy's an FPS god. So, well, yeah, I totally agree with you. But guys, like in the chat, give us a thought. I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat. Gucci Starling, shouts to you, official Mew as well. Yachu, Naomi, Luca Balsa, Ice, Nano, and Zell, the very familiar face. Me, Anako, familiar faces as well. Evie. Yep, thank you. Thank you so much for being here, accompanying us. But let us know if you think that God J should go for his signature vanilla maker, because that's his trademark, right? Like just a detention with a teleport. That's the trick he usually goes, right? Not even the trump card. So I'm not really sure. What's going?
In a big map, you kind of had to bring teleport because you are kind of anticipating that Survivor would use a roller coaster to transition, so you have to teleport constantly. Again, in a map like Moonlit Rail Park, there's a lot of space where you could shoot the wax and then prevent the Survivor from transitioning. So let's see how the Survivor side of Weibo gonna deal with the wax artist, especially a Southeast Asian wax artist, because we have seen them dealing with a Chinese,
the ice cream man, but wait, let's just go towards the Chinese mainland survivors now. Weibo Gaming Iron. So I'll try and remember your name, Iron, but please look to the screen. Okay, you hear me? So he's smiling. He's not really smiling, very focused. He does play, his signature characters are the postman. He also plays the forward, and you can see that he contains a very respectable time, like almost 100 seconds, and even managing to decode more than a Cypher. So I have to say that's a very balanced thing to do between decoding and supporting. So Iron,
all around
all rounder. And next up, we're gonna see who is this guy.
MK. I believe there's a Chinese pronunciation for his name, but I'm not gonna try because I know I'm gonna be bombarded.
Monkey King. Oh my god. MK. No. MK. MX cousin from China, I think. I'm sorry.
Okay. His preferable character are the Priestess and the Acrobat. So whip on MVP on those characters also. 78.33 seconds of kiting, alongside 33.3% of win rate and 44.4% of escape rate. So there's quite balanced, I have to say also.
I mean, I don't know about you, but in Chinese, 444 is a cursed number. It means die. So I'm not sure if MK is really happy he's yawning. My god, MK, are you okay? 444? But
MK.
I mean, I'm not trying to be superstitious here, but Hui Yi, handsome boy with the glasses there, almost looks like Emil, if I may say so. Signature character, the patient, the machinery. I definitely love seeing him on these characters, especially the patient, because he kites good. He kites really, really good with patient. Like sometimes he doesn't even need the hooks to make a lot of movement. So Hui Yi, someone that you have to watch out for. Also plays a psychologist, the magician, and definitely looking forward to seeing what he can do.
I have to agree with that. 74.33 seconds of kiting, above average. And escape rate of 77.8 seconds.
Wow.
So he's the one in rank that
let's get alone.
You're on your own.
You're on your own. If you die in 5 seconds, you're on your own. I'm out of here. Don't stay away from me. That's what he's trying to say. But hey, that's long. Oh my god. It's having the same hair color as MK. Definitely love this look on him. And yeah, if it's black, it would actually look like Ganji Gupta, because that's one of the characters that actually impressed me. He plays such an amazing batter. We've seen him before in the previous Koa, and even now still going with the batter. I definitely love this, but right now apparently his new favorite character is the mechanic. So who knows? We might find a slot for mechanic in one of the games against GH.
Yeah, and we're gonna head into the introduction of Gotcha here. Wax Artist will be appearing. Gotcha can also play Doctor, Bloody Queen, Spider, a lot of Hunter that he can play. But seems like he's now, loyal to the Wax Artist.
Yeah, but let's all agree that he just loves ice cream now. He doesn't really focus on any other hunters. Like, how many times will you see a hunter goes Wax Artist in the first game in a big map? So that says a lot about how much he loves this character. As a matter of fact, like he gauges the distance. Like, if you need him to do a 3-pointer towards the exit gate, he can do it. He knows which spot to shoot. So I have to say, it was someone that's really scary. So Gotcha, good on you for picking up Wax Artist as another scary main. One MVP though, Entity.
Yeah, one MVP. 42.9% of win rate there. So it's still actually quite high for Wax Artist, man. So let's see about that. We're gonna head into the game right here. Actually, the ban pick phase, I believe. And
I love this clown. Yeah, this clown actually looks like the one we had in Bangkok, the one in IVC. Yeah, I'm glad that they use the clown as the mascot. Yeah, but oh my god, I'm not joking, man. I'm not even kidding, because MK, that's the second yawn. So I don't know, maybe he needs to drink coffee. Suggest a coffee for him, Entity.
Oh my god.
what kind
Vietnamese coffee. I think that's
Vietnamese coffee. Or Red Bull if you don't like coffee.
Sure.
Yeah, that's your
Caramel.
favorite. Yeah, I have one Red Bull in my fridge, so.
Oh yeah.
I don't need it.
Let's get into the ban pick now. Yeah, the first ban for Gotcha, either Priestess, Forward, or Seer. Yeah, gonna go for Seer.
I mean, Eli's just gonna sleep in bed today, the whole day. And you can see that the cameraman's really focusing on MK. He's like, yeah, we want to see you yawn for a third time, and he's trying his best, like, don't yawn, let's pick first. And there you have it, Priestess and Forward, very strong combo. Slightly different from GH. They prioritize Embalmer over Forward, so well, we'll see, because Gotcha might have to ban the Embalmer, otherwise, because practically Weibo Gaming, they just need one escape.
Yeah, exactly. Weibo Gaming is an advantageous spot right here, because they don't really need to push for the win or for the tie. They just need one man escape. I mean, they still want to go for the point deficit, but it's easier for them to get the round win. So yeah, we see Gotcha banning the patient right there. Gotta be afraid of Huiyi patient, because you did mention Huiyi is so good with the patient.
For sure, but now he's gonna pick up Toy Merchant, and that's also a character that's very scary. Like,
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, do you know how annoying a Toy Merchant is, especially in Moonlit River Park? Now, not only do you have to deal with the roller coaster, you also have to deal with catapults. You also have to deal with the Toy Merchant able to throw items towards the forward, even when the forward finishes the football.
And you know what the worst thing?
Yeah.
The survivor jump from the catapult to the train station and then use the roller coaster.
Oh my god.
That's the worst. That's the worst. I face that a lot of time.
But not if Gotcha uses the wax to block off the window.
Oh my god.
I mean, imagine if Wax Artist get reworked, right? Like, if it gets reworked, like, okay, now the Wax Artist freezes the roller coaster from being used.
Oh my god. That actually would be interesting. So
make him stronger. Yeah. Stronger. Yeah. Or even freezing the catapult. How about that?
Because right now, those who are able to forced the survivor from being down the roller coaster.
Yeah.
Bon, Feaster, and the chip damage hunter, basically.
But look at God J, like, my God, how proud God J must be to have such a big poster of himself in Japan, sitting in Japan right now in the main stage. So
it's actually in China.
Oh, sorry, it's in China. Yeah, because I was so caught up with because I was watching your earlier games and I saw the cute Japanese audience with the signs in Japanese. So I assume it's
and the hedgehog.
Yeah, the hedgehog. I didn't catch that. But hey, got Jay, no surprise. Gonna pick up Felipe, already gazing towards the partner on his left shoulder. But Weibo Gaming, I have to say, this composition, before I say anything, what do you think of this composition's chance against a West?
I mean, against every hunter, this team comp is very annoying.
It is.
Against every hunter. So it's a great call for the survivor side to go for this. I have a feeling that... So, here's a spawn point that I think. Priestess will be either on the bridge or the two-story. The toy machine and the acrobat will pick between the first stop and the fourth stop, and the forward will pick anywhere, because it's the forward.
It's the forward, yeah, but we've seen the forward get messed up by a disciple. So but anything can happen, especially when it's got Jay's Wax Artist, his pew pew again. So far, so good. So I definitely love. Yeah, I love this spawn location. Iron bringing the Uber, Priestess with the portal in the middle, and Toy Merchant with the support from the bridge, and Acrobat in the fourth station. I think it's very standard, right? It's like the zigzag.
The zigzag build. It's a difference between Moonlit Rail Park and Lakeside. In Lakeside, you usually see Survivor forming a wall, but in Moonlit, they're just gonna be zigzag. And here we're gonna see two flywheel, two tie turner, and Gotcha will bring actually 3-6. So no confined space. Actually different from what we usually see from Gotcha.
Maybe he doesn't need confined space. His Wax is already confined space. But hey, yeah. But speaking of it, we are gonna see Gotcha. Beautiful skin. I can't remember the name, but hey, Seven's gonna pass the deduction, and it's gonna be back to us. Hello, guys. Giovanni Forrest. Hello, Acedia, Luca P, Vivian Lowe. Any shout outs you want to give, Aditi?
I have to make a special shout out to Luca Balsa. I mean, she did message me that she would stay up to watch me, and she kept up the
promise.
The promise there. So appreciate a lot. Appreciate everyone in the chat.
Woo, okay, let's go. Oh my God, I haven't posted Instagram today. Help. Just kidding. But hey, shout out to you guys as well. Yeah, we're basically we call the names whatever we see. Like, basically, we're not talking about politics here. But hey, well, they're from mainland China, so that's why they're Chinese mainland. But I kind of remember, sorry for the mistake earlier. God Jay's picture is in in China right now. Apparently they have two live studios, right? So 2 live studios. So when it's the Japanese teams, the broadcast is in Japan, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I actually pretty fond of the stage design in China, because it's look basically the same as the bandpick screen that we have been seeing from the group stage. So pretty great job from the Chinese side to recreate that in real life.
And may I say, like, playing in IVS here, I mean, it provides so many opportunities. Like, hey, we meet all of you because of this game. The players meet each other because of this game. They make real lifelong friends because of this game. You guys, I'm sure you guys in the chat make friends as well because of this game. And I have to say, even the Southeast Asia teams, the NAEU teams, even from the Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan region teams, and the Korean teams, like when they gather, this is the perfect opportunity. When they gather, this is the perfect opportunity for teams from. I have to say, like, everyone has been playing their best, so a lot of good stuff going in IVS. Thank you. Shout outs to NetEase for making this happen as well. So yeah, just a little bit of shout out there. Saranghaeyo. even though you're not.
Oh my god. Okay.
I mean, I'm glad I met you. Because of this game. I met you too. I'm from Malaysia. You're from Vietnam. Posh is from Philippines. Chocho's from
in Singapore.
Or Eli's from Thailand. I'm just kidding. Eli's from.
He's not from Thailand.
He's gonna be.
He will be. He will be.
Breaking news, guys. Flicker Fins, hi, shout outs to you. Vark as well, shout outs as well to Russo, Chutsupin. But yeah, everyone is in so many different places. I'm really glad that because of this, we are all gathered together. And yeah, I certainly hope that this game will become bigger and bigger and bigger in the future. But it needs all of you guys as well. So, hey! Yeah, Cheshire Cat as well, and Ante. Why?
It's the last letter. That's how you call my name in Vietnam. You just call the last letter.
Mm-hmm.
T.
T. Hello, Brock Boy. Oh, sorry, Brock Boy. I'm trying to catch everyone. I'm trying to catch everyone in the chat. Hey,
a lot of people in the chat. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate. Actually, you know what, guys? I'm not supposed to say this, but I really appreciate the comments in live chat, and I don't really look at comments in YouTube videos because people who say bad things in comment sections after the live is over, well, they're just hiding behind the screen. Right? So, yeah, I don't really read those, but hey, I do read the positive comments that you guys send. So thank you so much as well. We all appreciate it. Yeah, so we definitely appreciate it. So love for you guys here. There you go.
A little bit of a pause in the action there, but yeah, let's see. Let's just try to think about the situation. So it's Gotcha spawning beside 2-story. We saw that the priestess was in the 2-story, so it's going to be a hard chase right off the bat if Gotcha decides to go for that. So I think the only viable chase is Toy Merchant at the bridge. But there will be a catapult for her to transition, so it's still hard.
That's true. But like what you mentioned, this team composition is so annoying. It's so hard to chase anyone. So, hey, we're gonna resume the game at this point. Long, my God, I love Long. He is on the Toy Merchant this time. So oh my God, he's allowing time for Long to actually place the catapult. Like,
yeah.
He thought he was gonna go through the
window.
Gonna vault, right? But Long giving him time. Now he's all the way in the second floor entity. Oh my God, that's so far.
Yeah, Gotcha was trying to block off the window, but Long took that time of Gotcha trying to block the window to place the catapults and then just transition now. Long is actually Dalo is actually transitioning to the first stop, even though the roller coaster is already at the second stop, so it could be a misstep there. Placing the catapult once again and another one of those. Gotcha had to break the catapult. It's so annoying to face.
It is, but now he can just easily go to the... Yeah, it is very annoying, but now he can just go to the second stop, and the priestess can easily go through the global portal. 4 of them are on the other side of the map, and Gotcha does not have teleport. Yeah. So already looking like a very slow chase in the beginning by Gotcha. Oh my God, Entity, this... he's just gonna ride the train himself.
He gotta use the roller coaster. First time seeing the hunter actively using the roller coaster right here from IVS. We'll be able to transition to where Dalong is, and also Iron is here.
I mean, that's really smart. They don't want the survivors in the first and second stop to move towards the third one. So Long is gonna be freeze up very, very soon. My God, one hit over there, no catapult left. Entity. So.
Again, I think the same
situation.
situation.
Is he shooting all the way? How is he shooting all the way up? My goodness. And the forward's already in vicinity to try and provide support, but I don't know. My God, he's gonna freeze Long from below. My God, look at what's going on.
Can he do it? He will be using this slide there and will be brought down by Gotcha. There's still Blink for Gotcha. He could actually use Blink to avoid the stun from the forward. So
I mean, Gotcha's so scary, man. My God. Like, he was shooting basically from 2-4, and he's gonna get Iron very soon. So Iron is only like, what, 8 seconds, so 8 wax away. Oh my goodness.
will be able to freeze the forward right there. And
Yeah.
forward doesn't even dare to go for the stun
anymore.
They,
I mean,
they
if
are
he
actually
tried,
think-
he would.
They might be thinking that Gotcha is having an excitement.
Probably, yeah, because he's not using anything. But look at how far he's shooting the whack.
He is able to block off a Cypher.
He is, and that's what I said. He's doing a half court shot here, NTT, and Hui is forced to come rescue very early, quite early with the tight turner. Oh, the red bomb gonna hit, but hey, there's no roller coaster here.
Yeah, even though because you know when you have tight turner, you can't really ride the roller coaster. So I think the idea for Long there is just to transition up and then vault the window and then use the glider to glide away. But yeah, the distance wasn't broad. I think it would have been better for Acrobat to throw off a slow bomb there to allow Long to transition.
That's true. That's very true. The slow definitely made more sense than the cancel skill, but Long will be on the chair for the second time. Iron has been healed, so that's a good news. While Gotcha is gonna break that portal, Iron is gonna be able to do the free rescue. So I think that's still good on the side of Weibo Gaming. Gotcha just has to tunnel vision onto Long, get rid of Long first before pursuing another character. And this Gotcha not even using a first trait yet. Will he be able to force? Will Long be able to force Gotcha with the blink? Yeah.
He has to force the blink if they want to have a chance. Yeah, right here. Oh, Iron! Iron will. Oh my god! Wasn't using the slide. Was tricking Gotcha, but Gotcha will be the one terror shocking Long. Long will be down here, and I could say the same situation could be applied to Weibo Gaming. Over support from the survivor side, but when it's a wax artist, it's very different from the privilege and we'll be changing to teleport from the wax artist from Gotcha right here. Try to caught on to this priestess, but the priestess could just portal right onto the 4-star.
Yeah, MK is the one taking the second kite, and this looks almost like the similar timeline to when GH was trying to support against Yang Mo Ren, and it's still 3 ciphers remaining, and Long is already out of the picture, so I have to say
2 cipher remaining already, and look at the 2 cipher decoding progress is about to.
Oh, hot wax!
Hot wax, will he be able to get the hot wax off? Flywheel to prevent the hot wax and still get the terror shock.
He went back, he doubled back and jumping through. But again, 1 cipher remaining. But guys, let's not forget, Weibo Gaming just needs at least one survivor out in order to win game number 1 against GH. But God J, the cipher is already primed entity, so we just to make this rescue happen.
Yeah. It has to be a clean rescue if Weibo. We'll try to block there from the survivor side, but I think the survivor side is just trying to prevent the hot wax. Use the portal and they will pop a cipher, so not allowing Gotcha to go for the hot wax at all. We'll try to freeze MK, I believe, and
boom.
Just shy a little bit of progress to be able to freeze the priestess. Gotcha will be able. He will be able to freeze the priestess. And there's still teleport on the head of Gotcha. It could be a 3K or more.
It might even be a 4K. Because the train is actually, the roller coaster is actually on the 3rd stop. But does Gotcha have the guts to commit towards teleporting? Because Hui is still in the middle. So, my God, if he does teleport here, he would have easily been able to get.
The gate is already open. I think,
it's too late.
I think if he teleport, the acrobat would be able to go for a rescue because the acrobat was in the middle of the map. So it's a risk. It's a risk that Gotcha wasn't.
You're too far.
Will he be able to go for the dungeon? Will it be enough? Oh my God!
The double back. Look at Gotcha! Did you see the reaction of Gotcha?
So close. He was so close to getting a 3K, but
he swung too early. That was easily a 3K. That would have been a 3K.
Very dangerous game right there. It could have been a 3K, but Gotcha, going for the hit a little bit too early on, and Acrobat was able to take advantage of a situation and go for the hop onto the dungeon. A two-man escape from a survivor side. Right
he was
there.
super patient. Yeah, he was super patient. He knew that GotJ was gonna swing on top of the dungeon, doubles back, and then come back in to just jump in the dungeon. My goodness, that is what happens when you're really calm and collected, and that's what we saw from Hui's acrobat. GotJ he couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe it.
We couldn't believe it. Like, it should be a three-man elimination. It should be a 3K from GotJ.
Yeah.
But yeah,
but it's still not too bad, right? At least GH, the score wasn't too far apart. It's 7-2. Yeah.
And you see, it's very important to be patient in the game, even if you are the survivor or the hunter, because a little bit of a misstep there, and you allow the other side to take advantage of you, and it will be a 2-2 from the second half of round 1 right here. My God, now why don't you go through the stat?
Like, just look at how long they're kiting. By no means, Long is actually kiting for such a long time. 103 seconds. Everyone actually did exceptionally well. Hui has done his job, decoding 2 ciphers, managing the rescue, and even going for the clutch dungeon escape. I have to say, very amazing plays. But hey, let's not forget GotJ with the almost impossible character in such a big map. He managed to still get a draw and was so close to getting a 3K. So definitely a lot of plays that he did was really precise and good. It's just unfortunate that Weibo Gaming, they were just a little bit calmer and one step ahead of GotJ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the point deficit is now 5 points, which is a lot of thing for GH to catch, a lot of point for GH to catch up. So they might have to, ignore the points, and they will have to go for the round win.
Yeah. But I still feel like they did really good. GotJ, like he's putting up a fight against Chinese mainland team, so I still feel like he deserves a lot of praise for stepping up. Whereas GH, actually, I would say that the survivors need to calm down more. For GotJ, maybe you see him with the reaction just now, but I feel like he still performed admirably. But the problem was the 5-0 against Yang Moren. I think they are the ones that actually need to calm down and step up in game number 2.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I don't think I would be able to get a tie against a team like Weibo. So kudos to GotJ for making that happen. But yeah, I have to agree with you there. The survivor team of GH needs to calm down a little bit on the support, and focusing more on the decoding, because you see on both sides, on both games, like they go for a non-decoder lineup, but it works out for Weibo because it's a wax artist. You don't have to worry about the leech follower or the hunter following up to you by just going through the portal with the main body. With the wax artist, you don't have to worry about that, and I think Weibo take full advantage of that and forcing GotJ to be in a disadvantage.
I mean, totally agree with you. I mean, a lot of unexpected things have happened tonight. I'm not gonna lie. But hey, we're still about to see many more unexpected things, I hope, because game number 2, we all know that these players, these teams, they tend to get very creative, right? So we'll see. But by no means is this over for GH. There is still game number 2. If they are able to at least get a draw in game number 2, hey, they can still make it in game number 3. But best case scenario, they need to get a win in game 2.
Yeah. They need to forget about the point. They have to go for a round win, because it's possible for GH to get a round win, from what I have been seeing.
Which map do you think they should go to? Like, GH picked Moonlit River Park.
Oh,
They lost in their own map selection. So right now it will be Weibo Gaming picking the map.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming will be picking the map, so it's gonna be quite tough for GH now, because it's bound to be a map that gonna benefit it's gonna be benefiting Yang Moren a lot, because from what we know, Yaoren can play Naiad, Yaoren can play Clerk.
It's everything, man.
Yeah, he's everything. He's everything.
He can play with your character. So.
Could be ever Sleeping Town.
Okay, sorry for that remark.
Oh
but
my God.
yeah, ever Sleeping Town is very balanced. I feel it's a very common map for them, right? So I feel like that can definitely happen. I totally agree with you. Young Morin can easily go with the Naiad there. They're definitely very comfortable going into game number 2, whereas GH have to make a lot of things happen. But hey, if they can remember what you said, which is try not to overcommit in supporting, maybe this time it will work more in their favor. Take out the Dream Wish, Young Morin.
Yeah, take out the Dream Wish. I think when you take out the Dream Wish, you can support whatever you want because you don't have to worry about the leash.
Right?
I think
That's true.
But still, you have to be careful about it. You have to be very conservative on your support ability because it's gonna take a toll on the decoding. And when the hunter is able, to bring the survivor onto a decoded cipher, onto a decoding cipher, it's gonna be tough or very tough for the survivor to get away from that.
That's true. But hey, I'm just looking at the chat now. A lot of people are saying, "Go comfort God J, hug God J. This is so sad. Damn, he must be frustrated."
Yeah.
Totally agree with you guys. So you know what we can do right here? We can totally spam the love hearts for God J. So spam the love hearts. Green. How about green? Green hearts for God J. If you want to comfort him, and then maybe screenshot the chat, and then post it in your IG and tag his. IDV got J on Instagram, and then when he sees it, he'll probably feel better. So you can do that, guys. Green hearts. Green hearts.
I mean, got J brought out a very astounding performance from the previous game.
Yeah.
And yeah, kudos to that. He
half-court shot.
Half-court shot.
So far away.
From the second stop to the cipher behind the two story. It's unbelievable.
My God, I think he practices every day from morning to night. Like, okay, where can I shoot next? He's like, where can I shoot next?
Oh no.
God. Yeah, but
no. That sounds wrong.
That sounds wrong. But honestly, well, it depends on how we think about it. Because right now we are still waiting to go into game number 2. Well, while we're waiting, I mean, what are your thoughts though? Like, you talk about the possibility of a Never Sleeping Town, the possibility of Young Morin playing.
I'm not gonna be surprised they picked Lakeside also.
Lakeside also. Yeah. Why do you say that? Why do they want to go with another big map?
Because Young Morin really likes to play Naiad, and Lakeside is a great map for Naiad. I have a feeling that Young Morin wanna gravitate toward Naiad above the Clerk and other hunter. Since the survival team of GH is known to be a support kind of lineup, and with the Naiad you kind of negate that from happening with the puddle area, and you could prevent the survivor team from supporting with the puddle.
I see. So
just cover the area, yeah.
Wax versus puddle, huh? So what are we talking about next? What's next? Donuts? I mean,
Norton. Yeah, Norton donut.
The hunter, new hunter, donut waiter. I don't know, donut server. First skill, throws donut.
That's literally prospector. So okay.
Oh, that's true. Throws donut, and once the survivors are full, they will sit down because they're too full. What? That's funny. Full skill unlocked. Full skill unlocked. Feed them until they burst. Oh, I'm too full. Poof.
Too many donut, and then you will explode and lost half a health.
Yeah. No, you just die straight away. You get sent back to the manor. Straight away. You don't even need to sit on a chair. You just
look at all the green heart.
Oh, that's so sweet, guys. Woo! Come on, screenshot the green hearts in the chat, and then send. Just send your love to Gache if you have his Facebook or his YouTube or his IG or his Twitter. I believe GH will have IG. So go ahead. Yeah.
Sale, you're naughty. You're so naughty, Sale, now.
Naughty, naughty.
Your official hashtag is okay. I'm not reading that. You are so naughty, man.
I didn't see it. What happened?
No, you don't want to see it.
Okay. So yeah, we're still waiting for game 2, but hey, calm down, Luka P. We're still waiting. Shoot next, Hanako. Shoot inside where? I'm not really sure what you're saying. But hey, you can definitely shoot ice cream into my mouth. I mean, I perfectly love vanilla. Yeah, I like vanilla. You can practically just buy a box of ice cream and just feed me with ice cream.
Being online around this guy is already this horrible. Imagine when we meet in real life.
I'm talking about ice cream. What are you talking about? I'm talking about eating ice cream. I love ice cream. I love ice cream. I love Pedal Pop. I love Haagen-Dazs. Yeah, what are you talking about? But hey, let's put a pin on that thought because okay, I'm sorry.
Oh my god!
Like but honestly, I'm just thinking about walls and Pedal Pops. So.
Okay, gotcha.
No Eli O. Yeah, he's probably asleep. It's a different time zone, so shout outs to Eli. He's casting from a different time zone. Yeah, for sure.
He's getting that rest that he needed. It looks like it's going to be Chinatown from GH actually banned Lakeside, so that's why. Okay.
Wow, your analysis spot on, NTT. So they don't want to be wet in the Lakeside because of Naiad. But Chinatown's the same thing, right? Chinatown's also pretty big.
I think actually picking Chinatown could fall into GH hand because Gotcha could totally utilize the Soul Weaver in Chinatown. It could work for the Hunter of GH. So it's bound to see how the survivor side of GH is gonna perform. Gonna head into the ban pick of the first half of the second round here. Yamamoto gonna be doing the hunting once again. 2 ban, and especially on this map. Seer and Forward or Seer and Priestess?
Seer,
I believe.
Seer, Toyman. Oh, Priestess, yeah. Yeah, I mean, very annoying to have a Priestess, right? But I think
especially in this map.
That's true. But if GH is gonna go with the same tandem, I feel like they're gonna try and include a Toy Merchant into their lineup, because the last 2 times we've seen Toy Merchant, the catapults was so annoying. So who knows what GH might think about incorporating the Toy Merchant. But the first 2 picks probably Mercenary Forward or Mercenary Embalmer, Mercenary
Forward Acro. Actually Mercenary and Entomologist, they love the Ento here in Chinatown. Yeah, that could work because there's a lot of draw and there's a lot of corridor where Entomologist could provide a needed support.
Now everyone's on the stage at this point, and totally agree with you. The support by the bees can be very, very good. We've seen how the bees can stop single hit hunters. If Yang Mora decides to go with the Geisha, it's gonna slow her down. Decides to go with Naiad, can also slow him down. So a lot of things can do. But hey,
wow,
Norton.
Speaking of the donut, it's a donut boy right here with the prospector from the side of GH. Still very support-oriented lineup from what I'm seeing here. And Yamamoto gonna prevent the survivor team from picking that postman to allow the Cypher Rush. The only decoder that they could go for right now is the mechanic. And I have a feeling that they're gonna pick the acrobat above the mechanic here for the kiting potential. Oh no! Toy Merchant!
That's what I'm talking about. Toy Merchant. I mean, they definitely practice their Toy Merchants in this map. So if any team in IVS has noticed, GH definitely loves Chinatown with Toy Merchant. So we're gonna see a lot of action from Little Boy. Cao Kan's just gonna go back to his original role, which is Mercenary. He's played Mercenary most of the time. Acrobat obviously didn't work out the first time he did. Mercenary, and then Capcom with the bees, 481. And what is going on? YMM, the reverse got J picked on Chinatown.
I mean, we do know that Yamamoto can play Soul Weaver also, and especially in Chinatown, I did mention that there's a lot of draw and there's a lot of corridor where you could, use the B to prevent the hunter from transitioning onto you. But here with the spider, you can use the web to transition also. So it's kind of negate the effect of the entomologist entirely.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good choice, but I don't know. I mean, getting a 4K, I mean, he's probably inspired. Like, God J has gotten a 4K here. Many other hunters before him has gotten a 4K here. So Chinatown is definitely one of the best maps for Soul Weaver. YMM is going to be surrounded by Chao Kahn, Capcune, 481. There, I mentioned their names, so I do know them. So they're going to be surrounded, and Little Boy obviously going to be furthest away from the action. But I believe when the time comes, he's just going to move towards the middle and place the catapults.
Yeah, I think it's a great call for Yamorin to not go for the hotel spawn because it's a toy merchant there. And you saw how Dalong is such a pesky target for the hunter with that toy merchant. So yeah, Yamorin is just gonna stay away from the toy merchant as far as possible. 3-6 spider. Also 3 flywheel line up from the side of GH with the only one is Cao Kahn with a mercenary will bring on the Titan.
So let's see what WBG is going to be doing here. Young Moran already transitioning very, very close by. Just going to pass that big tree in the middle. Tonight is going to be triggered. Doesn't really know who it is yet, but yeah, he's going to spot out the entomology straight away. So first kite, Capcune, what do you think about this entity?
The narrow king and queen, from what I see, is the entomologist who has the ability to block the way, and and the spider who can just use the web to transition in narrow corridor. Seems like Soul Weaver will be avoiding the entomologist and transition to the nearest target, which is the prospector right here.
Yeah, 481 is also a very annoying character to chase, like 481. And the bees as well. Oh my god, okay, getting that one hit. Oh my god! The flower is beautiful, but again, not being able to. Yeah, the bees are gonna push him very soon, but one hit is more than enough to destroy. Gonna get it destroyed. He's just gonna remove the catapult. He learned his lesson. I mean, he learned the lesson from seeing other teams. The catapult's gonna be the downfall for hunters in this map.
Yeah. And you saw the location of the catapults there. With that catapult, you could go straight onto the staircase and transition on the 2-story. So Yamorin just gotta destroy that pass right away. One cipher is about to be done. It's actually on pace for at least a tie game for GH here if they can play this right.
My god, Capcune has to be really careful. If Capcune's beast goes out here, entomologist might be the next target. Young Moran already spotting out 481. Second wave, third trade.
Blink is available.
Doesn't even need a blink. Yeah, but yeah. Oh well. There's still 2 more magnets. Is that 2 more magnets or 1? Can't really see. But one thing's for sure, he still has magnets. The rebound kite is definitely there for Prospector, but YMM shared very closely to Chao Kahn. So 2 ciphers gonna be done really soon. So it kind of stops the cipher progress a little because Chao Kahn cipher is being camped. So
exactly. And they are forced to rescue here since they are near since the hunter share a very near spot around the cipher. They have been decoding. Nice web shot from the side of Young Warren right there, and will be able to take on a normal hit onto the mercenary also. Actually, seems like Little Boy is trying to place. He's trying to place the catapult. Now, point 1 could use the catapult to get onto the 2-story.
He will be, but hey, again, YMM still has 15 threat. Will be able to do twice. Oh, I can just blink! Oh my god! Slow him down and probably hit.
Yeah, could hit there, and Max Present is now available for Young Morin. Again, on pace to be a tie game. Young Morin will chair, not at the old chair. I think sharing at the chair near the middle. There could have been Young Morin could have been able to defend the cipher there.
That's true.
But now.
But taking away the catapult is also very important. No more catapult, so that means no more support by the toy merchant. He's just gonna go through the windows. The logic is He doesn't want the
Wait
survivor
a
to vault and get
second.
boosted.
Are they sacrificing right now? They are really sacrificing right now. Wow.
They're healing up. They're playing the long game. They just want to get a draw. Because first game, let's not forget, NTT, they got 4 men.
And you need to take the toll away from the hunter player. So great call from side of GH. Now they have to be very careful in this second chasing from Yang Warren. Zhao Khan actually expanded the elbow pad.
The last one too.
Quite early on, so could be a misstep there. Toy Merchant still can provide the object for Mercenary to go for to take on.
Right? Yeah.
To pick up.
But hey, the ciphers are still moving. Entomologist is about to finish that cipher really soon. Nothing Yang Moran can do to catch up because hey, it's just too far. Zhao Kan's also is also decoding another cipher at the other end. Toy Merchant is also decoding another cipher. So 2 separate ciphers. I like this insight. They are trying to reduce the possibility of the last cipher being camped. But yeah, if everything goes according to plan, it's gonna be a draw for YMM. But
yeah. Oh, go for the teleport endgame. So this endgame could be difficult for Yang Moran if Yang Moran wasn't able to down the Toy Merchant early on. Great job from Violetta right here.
I like how he doesn't wait. I like how he doesn't just commit to the Mercenary. Mercenary is just too annoying to chase. So the idea is to teleport, get that rescue first, so that in case it goes to late game, hey, I'll try and waste my time and get the ciphers, and try to get my cooldown for teleport a little bit shorter, and then at least if I chair for the second time during detention, he'll be go down straight away, and I can be able to teleport to the exit gate. Capcoon's gonna be rescued, but hey, gonna go down almost instantly, but the cipher's gonna be popped. Entity endgame has been done. Yang Moran does not have teleport, does not have blink, but oh my god!
Oh, football from Capcom. But yeah, you cannot outrun a full fed spider. That's why. Oh my god, that's so fast.
And he's just gonna catch up now. He just has to play catch up. He's just gonna check if there's anyone in this gate. But Zhao Khan already running towards little boy. Nothing can be done at this point. Only 25.
Oh wait, actually, there's still some. Yeah.
It's open. It's open.
Okay, so it's a certain tie for the Survivor team. Great job from the Survivor side this time around. They are able to, not going too far into the supporting route, and getting this tie is essentially the best possible result that they could go for, since again such a formidable hunter like Yang Moran.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. GH definitely has to feel happy about this result because again, I'm just gonna mention it again. They got 4K, so this round when they got the two escape, at least GodJ will be able to capitalize because he was so close to getting a 3K in the first game. So in the second game, if he decides to go with the Spider, because they're definitely going to ban his Wax Artist. If they ban his Wax Artist, he can go for Spider. So it's going to be a mirror match, and we will be able to see what GodJ is able to bring to the table.
Again, I have a feeling that Weibo won't ban the Wax Artist.
So ban the Spider instead?
Yeah, ban the Spider instead.
But Wax Artist is so strong though. I mean,
in this map, it depends on the carding location because there are still carding location in Chinatown where the Wax Artist basically can't touch the Survivor. So let's see what they think right here. But still, banning the preferable character from the Hunter is still a safe bet that they should go for.
For sure. Yeah, we'll just have to see because they keep surprising us with different bans, different picks. So who knows? Ban the Spider and then GodJ brings out the Disciple. Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. But hey, let's just look at the match stats. First half, round 2. GH getting a 2-man escape. Zhao Khan, so that's not a rescuer, that's a Mercoder right there. 228%. Mercoder. Capcom also managed to decode a lot while using the beast to support. So that's a really good balance between support Bs and decoding. So I feel like GH definitely learned not to over support in this game, and it paid off a draw in case of Young Morin.
Yeah, exactly. I think the saving grace is that Capcom having that football to be able to transition far away from the mercenary. If Capcom doesn't have the football, he would be down in front of the mercenary, and it could have been a 3k for the hunter, because the mercenary would be inbound for the next chase.
Yeah, but I'm still so skeptical of them banning Soul Weaver. Maybe they will ban Soul Weaver. I mean, like what you said, Wax Artist is hard to play in this map.
I mean, yeah, they from a strategy standpoint, you should ban the preferable character, which is the Wax Artist. Like you don't allow the hunter to be comfortable. He has to pull out another character, which he hasn't used for quite a while. It's gonna be tough for the hunter to perform well under pressure. And yeah, look at the match point here. Now, why don't you go through it?
Yeah, I mean, the analysis is spot on. Anything less than a 3 escape, they're gonna go into best of 3. So if they get a 2 escape, 1 escape, 0 escape, going for best of 3. But if Weibo Gaming survivors get 3-man escape, it's gonna be a 2-0. It's gonna be an early night. It's gonna be a 2-0, and yeah. So that's the stipulation. That's what's at stake here. So guys, don't go anywhere. Like, if you guys are still waiting here while you're listening to us, if you're still waiting here for the match, quickly go and grab your drinks, your snacks. Just because the next game can potentially be the last game, depending on how God J handles the Weibo survivors in this map. Because let's not forget, Weibo Gaming choose this map.
Yeah,
it's their map. So,
God J had to go for at least a tie for the game to advance to the 3rd round. A safe bet, I would say, is to go for Violetta or Disciple.
Disciple, yeah, why not?
Yeah, Disciple, yeah, why not? It's the tie hunter, but you see how strong it is in Celia hand. He was able to use the Disciple to the fullest extent, able to jump and prevent the survivor from just transitioning from away from her grabs. That's why Disciple is so good. She can negate the distance created by the survivor, which is 1 jump.
Yeah, can I just say the jumps were also beautiful, spot on. And right now, not to mention, we are seeing Iron threw a little smile in the beginning of the game. So Weibo Gaming is definitely feeling comfortable at this point. It is their map after all. I'm pretty sure they're well prepared for their strategy in this map. It all depends on what they're going to ban first. Which hunter are they going to choose? Will it be the respect ban for God J's Wax Artist? Or will it be the Spider? Because God J's Spider, this is his map. So, yeah.
And yeah, great ban from the side of God J also. Ban the Seer, ban the Priestess. You don't need to ban the forward as you have seen from the previous end game. Even though you use half a football, you cannot outrun a Spider.
That's true.
So yeah, God J gonna allow the forward to be utilized in the game. But knowing Weibo, I have a feeling that they're gonna go for the Twilight.
Dreamwish!
Wow!
So allowing both the Wax Artist and the Soul Weaver in this game.
Okay. They might have seen the Dreamwish game between God J and Fusion.
But why? God J, unless if that's God J's secret weapon and he retrained his Dreamwish. Otherwise, we saw him train Wax Artist, train Soul Weaver.
They are confident. They are confident with going against Wax Artist, as it seems to be. And yeah, Toy Merchant and Mercenary will be picked. They possibly won't go for the forward here. Wow.
Let's hope that Weibo Gaming does not regret this decision, because again, God J Spider is really scary in this map, and I don't know. Let's hope it doesn't come back to bite them. But well, the bans have been done. Patient's gonna be banned again. Hui is not gonna see the patient again. He's gonna cry. But he does have another character to lean back on. Could easily go for the acrobat. And Gotche, last span, probably Embalmer. Forward. What do you think?
Acrobat forward could be could be a great band, yeah. Still, I have a feeling that Gotche gonna go either the postman or the forward. Entomologist. Okay.
Okay. The spider. He realizes that the spider is it's gonna get hindered a lot by spider. So it feels like this is gonna be a spider game.
It feels like a spider game.
Mm-hmm.
But the survivor side can still go for the prospector.
That's true.
Again, wait, let's see.
Or the batter.
Yeah, or the batter. The batter can actually counter spider.
But when the spider's so fast, I think you can just dodge the balls left and right. So they have to make this decision really wisely, because I don't feel like they necessarily want to go for a game 3. Because again, 3 escape and they're gonna win the whole thing. And look at them!
Wow!
Weeping Clown!
My
Wow.
God! Picking Weeping Clown over the forward.
Yeah,
that's a first.
It is. And if Gotche decides to play spider, let's not forget, yeah, you have the rocket running, but if he has enough webs at full presence, he can easily catch up to you. He will even hit you before you land that rocket, man.
So it's kind of force you to go onto an open space.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of force you to go to an open space as the Whipping Cloud. And in Chinatown, the only open space that you have is the one behind Taylor's house, and also at the middle.
Also the middle, yeah, definitely the biggest place. But hey, that's where the Toy Merchant comes in useful. Like Long has played Toy Merchant in Lakeside River, Moonlit River Park. I was about to say Lakeside River Park. New map, guys.
That's a new one.
Spoiler.
Yeah,
but
one side is a roller coaster, the other side is a big boat.
Yeah. No, the other side, yeah. So basically, from the roller coaster, you drive, you fly all the way into the big boat. But hey, you see, Gotche is gonna go with the spider, and Weibo Gaming. Well, the saving grace is at least Long will have the Toy Merchant to play with. In game 1, he did amazing, 100 seconds kite. But here, there's no roller coaster. So.
I think the spawn gotta be important. Because you see, usually with the other hunter, the survivor gonna try to go into the hotel, and try to go into the hotel and try to kite a hunter there. But as the spider, the spider can catch up to you so fast that you kind of have to leave the hotel right after the first kite.
That's true. Yeah, if he breaks all the pallets. Like the pallet at the staircase, breaks the pallet at the ground floor. I mean, it's just a matter of time before it catches up to you. But hey, it's a Toy Merchant we're talking about. If Toy Merchant kites there with the glider, she can still be very hard to catch. So, wow, L.
Wow, this spawn. That's quite interesting, because usually with a spawn like this, the hunter would pick the spawn at the near the Toy Merchant, like in the middle. In the middle, to be near to the acrobat, the mercenary,
right,
and to the right.
Yeah.
The first time I saw someone picking the left side to be further away from the survivor, so that's quite interesting from Gotche.
Maybe he just wants to tunnel vision on one survivor. He wants to force all the survivor to a corner. Maybe that's the game plan. But I definitely agree with you. I mean, maybe he doesn't want to chase Long anymore. Yeah. But hey, do or die, Gotche needs to get at least 2 men out in order to go into game number 3. Otherwise, if 3 survivors escape, well, it's GG for Gotche. And let's not forget, this is the elimination, so whichever team loses here, they're gonna be going home. Entity.
Just now I noticed that Toy Merchant is actually having Tide Turner.
Oh.
So it's 2 broken window, 2 Tide Turner, so no flywheel for the survivor team. Gotche will try to catch up onto Iron, which is the Whipping Clown here, using broken window to using Broken Widow to transition there from the.
Oh my god!
Oh, Mr. Rocket! Oh my god!
Iron!
The misstep that Gotcha need to catch up.
Iron! Oh my goodness! He tried to use the rocket in between the pallets.
Yeah, but he messed up there. Yeah, unlucky for the whipping clown there.
But the ciphers are actually going pretty fast. Like, I mean, it's pretty good. Iron's just gonna use it straight away. Destroy the catapult allows the Joker to run even further away. And look at Iron, how much distance has he gained? And Gotcha, I mean, great, he got the first hit really fast, but he got the Toy Merchant as well. But the threat that he used up a lot. So now he has to wait until the threat has been regenerated. So Iron so far away.
There's a blink on Gotcha using 3 web there to close out the distance. Another rocket from Iron will be transitioning back to the first kiting position, which is the arch right there. Nice gliding. So after the first absolutely detrimental rocket, the second and the third rocket seems to be bringing a lot of potential for a long kite from Iron right here.
S1 Joker. Oh my god! Gonna go down straight away. 3 ciphers remaining. But hey,
wonderful. Basement!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough from now on. Gotcha actually had a chance to get at least a tie.
That's true.
With his placement.
That's what he needs, minimum. Long is injured. He's not gonna do anything here. Long has tied. Let's not forget, but he did tank that damage.
Early on. Yeah.
So we can't. Really
oh,
what? The
flash. The flash there. Tried to go for the web shot there, but wasn't able to do so from Gotcha. Masari is actually dropping an elbow pad on top of the hotel there, but Iron didn't go and pick that up. Now the rebound kind for the Joker will be quite hard. Because Iron decided to not pick up the elbow pad right up the basement exit there.
Yeah, I mean, Entity, look, he's only 1 web shot away from full presence. This is a normal trick we usually see with Soul Weaver players. They leave this web shot skill away. Because once you get that 1 shot, it instantly refreshes your web shot, and he'll be able to get a double shot. So, yeah.
If Gotcha is able to...
He has to be really careful
to aim the web correctly onto the Missouri. This could potentially a double down rescue, and the last cipher is now being camped.
Yeah, but that's really the best thing that Gotcha is doing here, like camping the last cipher, cherry and the last cipher. But oh my god, he has to make sure he dodges. Oh,
web shot had to be on. Web shot had to be on point there. Acrobat is actually here to provide the support. The slow ball. Oh shoot! Maybe able to shoot on to Hui Yi, and Acrobat has actually body blocked the door with the Berserkery right there.
Wow!
My god, the teamwork here is unbelievable.
But no one's touching the cipher yet. Iron has to be really careful. Acrobat's gonna try and rush the last cipher. 64%, 65%. Iron has nothing to kite. He has 1 more elbow pad. He has to make sure it counts. The moment Gotcha catches up, he has to use the iron pad straight away. But look,
Gotcha! Switching target right here. It could be.
They're gonna just force the cipher.
Because there are 3 survivors on the cipher.
Oh, they just pop us here.
Oh god. Oh Gotcha. Yeah, it's so tough now. It's tough to even get an one-man elimination. He has to expand the blink to down this Toy Merchant, and there is absolutely no chance for Gotcha to go to the other gate.
That's true.
No teleport.
If he actually persisted with the Toy Merchant, or the Weeping Cloud, if he actually persisted with the Weeping Cloud, he could have easily waited until the threads are full. He can force it, and by the time he gets he can just keep shooting the iron, right? By the time Cypher's top, when he can get iron down, he can teleport straight away. He doesn't even need to do. Oh my god!
It's a tie game inbound.
It is.
But Gotcha is too worried about the Cypher Pop that he had to go back and check, and it's fall right into Survivor favor.
I know,
Because,
but congratulations though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Weibo Gaming. You guys did absolutely phenomenal, and that's not to, downgrade the performance of GH there, because GH did perform also very phenomenal.
Yeah, that's true. GH definitely did their best. They have made it all the way until the playoffs in day number 4, so that's definitely an improvement. And hey, you guys meet fans from everywhere around the world, even in China, I believe. So
yeah.
Congratulations to Weibo Gaming again. They're gonna move on, but they're not out of hot soup because they still have to fight across lower brackets to reach the finals. But
they
for
will
GH,
have to fight. For GH, it's now the end of the journey for them in IVS, but still, they gonna attend COA 6 because because they are the champions of IVCs. They get a free pass onto COA 6, so there will be more performance for them, and I believe it's going to be more spectacular from what I have seen in IVS because they perform so well.
Yeah, definitely, and they have so much time to prepare as well. Like now it's October, right? So by the time it's COA next year, they definitely will have a lot of time to practice. Not only in IVS, but after this, they'll probably be able to practice against other teams, other regions, or in local tournaments. So definitely have a lot of exposure as well. But yeah, GH. Shout outs to GH guys in the chat. Let's just send love to GH as well for making it this far with the green hearts as well. GotJ definitely played his heart out. The whole Survivor team has definitely played to the best of their abilities. So green hearts, we're definitely not gonna miss them anymore because we are gonna see them in Koa, like what MTT said. Yeah, but though, oh my god, they were so comfortable. They didn't even ban Wax Artist. They didn't even ban Soul Weaver.
Yeah, they just banned the Dreamwish, and they performed so well against Soul Weaver. The Soul Weaver actually have a chance to go for at least a tie there, but they go for the double rescue, and that just prevent the possibility of Gotcha, doing the double web shot and going for the double down because the boy block is so
good.
It is so good, so good for Weibo. Weibo will be moving on in the lower bracket, and they will be facing the winner of the match between RD from Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan region, and I believe it's ZETA. Yeah, so it's going to be either RD or ZETA for Weibo to go up against in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna. The action is not over yet. There's still day number 5. There's still the finals on Monday. But hey, let's look at the match stats at this point. Long doesn't really. Missing the rocket early. He managed to crack almost 120 seconds, and ultimately, he was still alive. And Long's the one paying for the mischievous, the cheekiness, and he's the only one down. So
yeah, okay. Gotcha. I have a feeling that if Gotcha didn't expand the blink at the end game, there could have been a teleport to the other gate, and he could have caught more than one survivor.
For sure.
But Gotcha did his best. It's just that the survivor side of Weibo is able to teamwork so well. They are able to support at the end game, and of course the Cypher Pop wasn't in the mind of Gotcha. He just want to go back and check, and I think he was surprised to see like 3 survivor working on the Cypher.
Yeah, I think he was definitely surprised, but honestly, I would feel like if he persisted, save the thread as you are chasing Iron, you don't need to hit, right? You don't need to hit. Just keep following until your threat is max presence. Find the opportunity to shoot him with a double shot. Shoot him once, then shoot him again. If they prime the Cypher, you can almost use your webs instantly to down, and then, like what you said, teleport straight away. But when all has been said and done, the results are not going to change. Weibo Gaming will be moving on, and this is the final results, entity.
Yeah, 7-2 at the first half, and at the first round, and the second round will be 5-3. Actually, quite close in the second round there. So, there was a chance for GH to try to move the game on to round 3, but Weibo got away with it and prevented it from happening. Weibo will be the one triumph over in this matchup, and GH will be stopping their run here in IVS with this game right here.
MVP, very well deserving. So YMM, for those of you following him on social media, well, expect a video tonight because he's definitely he played out of his mind. And mind you, entity, MVP, he played 2 games in a row. he played in the first matchup, and now Weibo Gaming playing the third matchup. So they actually played 2 matchups in one day. That's very tiring, man. Seriously tiring, but he pulled through, got a 5 points lead, and yeah, well deserving Dream Witch over there today.
Yeah, well deserved. MVP from the matchup. Yamoran is able to perform very well against a very strong survivor team, I would say, which is the GH side. 3.0 average elimination, and yeah, 11,000 points is the average, and that's almost maximum.
I mean, I do hope that, even though GH is going home here, but I do hope that GH is gonna, the survivors are gonna be scouted, God J is gonna be scouted, because, hey, wouldn't it be great if, like, because so far we've seen a lot of action from Little Boy 481, so it would be great to, and even God J, it would be great to see if they're scouted by Chinese teams, because if they are, it would be great. They can improve playing overseas, and yeah, it's a great opportunity, I feel.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe we're gonna go into the interview here.
Yo! Oh, let me listen.
Hello,
Hello, 大家好. Hello, I'm
welcome Yamoren, the hunter from Weibo Gaming.
This
is your second match today, and you got the victory. So how do you feel now? Are you exhausted? 老杨就是毕竟今天打2场嘛，有没有感觉累？现在心情是怎么样的？
还可以，休息了一会儿，状态非常好。
状态非常好。Okay, I feel a little bit tired, but I took a break before I went on the stage, so I'm all right.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna translate anymore.
今天这个精神状态还不错哈。那好吧，第二个问题就是第二个问题 ，Unfortunately, your team is in the lower bracket north. Every following game might be like your last game. So, what do you think of this situation? 老杨就是很可惜嘛，你们队伍现在是在败者组嘛。那就像未来的每一场比赛，其实都是生死局了。那你怎么看待这种情况呢？
等我们杀回来，好吧？
哇，这么霸气！
对对对。
Okay, he said we will come back, and everyone maybe you can look forward to our performance, and he will treat it as a power. Okay, my last question is there anything you'd like to say to your team's fans? 老杨，就毕竟今天微博的粉丝也是看了很久了嘛，比赛你有没有想对他们讲的？
今天大家都辛苦了，然后这几天比赛比较多，啊，大家有比赛看了，祝大家国庆节快乐。我们是拿这个回去的啊，这个。
Okay. So everyone can watch many matches in this holiday. Happy National Day to you all, and we will try our best to get the championship. We are here for this trophy. 好的，感谢老杨来到我们赛后采访环节。那么再次恭喜 WBG 拿到了本场比赛的胜利，希望未来的比赛你们也能够继续加油。现在让我们把画面交还给解说席。
Yo, oh, there you have it. English translation. So, wow, they are bilingual as well. So, yeah, definitely a big.
I mean, everyone doing this job will be bilingual in one way or another. So, kudos to the MC on the Chinese side also.
Yeah, well, Well, you know who else we should say kudos to? Oh, wait, but before that, today's result entity, MRC, taking down WBG in the upper brackets, sending them to the lower brackets, 1-0. ZETA, the upset tonight, but Scars is really, really strong, showing such a strong performance, 2-1. And last but not least, Weibo Gaming lives to tell to fight another day against GH. So, yeah, GG to all the teams that are highlighted, making it to the next round.
Yeah, and here we're gonna see at the tournament bracket. We're gonna have the matchup between RD and ZETA tomorrow, I believe. MRC and Scar gonna fight tomorrow also. With the final match of tomorrow will be between Weibo Gaming against the winner of RD versus ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, RD versus ZETA, I definitely want to watch because let's not forget, RD, they put up such an amazing fight against the Japanese team. And I feel like the results are not going to be as straightforward as we expect. So, guys, tune in to tomorrow's match. It's going to start at UTC +9 at 1500. RD versus ZETA first, MRC versus Scars in the upper brackets. Weibo Gaming going to be fighting whoever falls from the first matchup. So, yeah, make sure not to miss it.
Yeah, a lot of exciting matchup tomorrow. Tune in to see who will be moving on in V Stellaris Challenge 2022. I'm gonna be around casting for you guys. Also with Nell, Chocho, Poch, and Eli. We are all gonna be around to commentate on the match and bringing you the viewing comfort from your house. And yeah, with an event like this where a team from globally fighting up against each other, we have EU Booster as the sponsor. Thanks to EU Game Booster support with special acceleration technology and 80% improvement, low latency, and stable online connections. EU Booster is your best choice for Identify, and thank EU Booster for making this happen.
Yep, EU Booster is definitely your best choice for playing Identify. So if you haven't tried it out, there's also a free trial. Make sure you guys go and try it because you're not going to regret it. Yeah. So thank you guys. Tonight has been great. No disappointing matches at all. Definitely very exciting. And I just have to say, you guys in the chat have also been amazing. This is why we read the chats. Yeah, we read the chats for because
another heart for you guys.
Another heart. Let's go. So
actually,
that's it.
Thanks for the support. I'm gonna bring out Haster.
Yeah, so the Hass is gonna show his face, but you know what? We're gonna be signing off. It's been great casting for you guys again. It's me, Nello Mello, and Entity signing off right here. See you guys tomorrow.